And I will tell you truth right now. Under the suppression of the white tiger dragon suppressing formation, his strength will at least be cut in half. That is also a compensation to you from the monastery. As for whether or not you accept it, that will be up to you, said Tu Fang. Tu Fang's words immediately caused shock to ripple through the crowd. He could work with his companions. How was that compensation? That was clearly cheating. Before Long Chen could even reply, Qi Xin had angrily stood up. Elder Tu Fang, how can you handle it like this? Previously you said that luck was also an important part of strength. Since Long Chen entered that cave, it can only be said that his luck is bad. For you to offer him an easy path is completely unfair. Qi Xin had yet to recover, but he absolutely wouldn't just stand there as Long Chen got a huge advantage. Everyone else was also looking at Tu Fang. Qi Xin's words were completely correct. By doing it like this, Tu Fang truly was favoring Long Chen. Tu Fang only indifferently replied. In order for the monastery to develop, it naturally formed some rules that favored the powerful. Of course, if you can't accept that and think it's unfair, then all right. I can place this corrupt corpse back into the cave. As long as any of you can manage to stay alive for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I will give you 3 core disciple positions. Tu Fang's words caused everyone's heart to pound. 3 core disciple positions. Had they heard wrong? HMPH, but let me tell you, this corrupt corpse's soul used to be a powerful expert. Only someone with the sect leader's top-level power was able to subdue him. Although he's sealed within this corrupt corpse, he hasn't used up his spiritual energy in over 1,000 years and has already recovered to possess a frightening strength. Within that cave, even the bone-forging elders would all be killed by him. Now is there still anyone who is unconvinced and wants to take that test? 2. Fang icily swept his gaze over everyone. He could kill bone-forging elders. Everyone turned numb, involuntarily turning to look at Long Chen. They could not understand how Long Chen had managed to get out alive. Let alone them, even the elders were bewildered. Since this corpse was able to resist the light from the stone pillars and charge out to kill people, that meant its strength had reached a shocking point. According to common sense, for such a person, killing Long Chen would be pretty much the same difficulty as killing an ant. But when Long Chen had come out, his clothing had still been intact, and not even his hair was a mess. That was completely incomprehensible. Had that brutal old monster just been having a nice conversation with him? The funny thing was, that sarcastic joke was actually the right guess. That old ghost had just been chatting with Long Chen the entire time, wanting to steal away his body to escape the Xuanhuan monastery. Tu Fang's words immediately caused Qi Xin to shut his mouth. He wasn't an idiot, and knew Elder Tu Fang had already become slightly irritated with him. Obviously, Tu Fang possessed great authority within the Xuanhuan monastery. It had been many years since anyone had dared to retort against him. For him to have not angrily cursed Qi Xin was already giving him face. For a moment, the entire crowd was completely silent as everyone stared at Long Chen. They were watching to see how he would reply. Long Chen looked at Tu Fang. How weak has this old ghost's combat ability dropped to? He needs to use his spiritual strength to control the black mist, and he's also being restricted by the white tiger dragon suppressing formation. His current combat ability should be around 30% greater than the corrupt corpse that fought against Xuanhuan. 2. Fang examined the corrupt corpse that was completely suppressed by the formation to the point that it was unable to even move. Only then did Long Chen relax slightly. Walking to Xuanhuan, he asked, "Was the one you fought powerful?" Xuanhuan nodded. "Extremely powerful. The fact that I could kill him was also thanks to my luck. If we fought again, I wouldn't necessarily win again." Thinking back to that previous battle, Xuanhuan shivered in fear. That corrupt corpse had been too strong, its corpse hard as iron. Her wind blades had been unable to break its body. But to the corpse, any part of its indestructible body was a lethal weapon. If it had landed a direct blow on her weaker body, she would definitely have been heavily injured, if not dead. And so she had had to fight extremely carefully the entire time. Long Chen, this danger should be worth it. With me and Sister Wan'er helping you, we should have a large chance of success. Yi Zhikyu had also walked up now. Although they had both already fought previously, after 2 hours of recovery, and with the assistance of medicinal pills, that had at least recovered to 80%. Long Chen was moved. According to Tu Fang's explanation, it was definitely possible to win this battle, but he knew that it would be extremely difficult and risky. Before the battle, let me give you a warning. Opportunities are always combined with risk. There are no free lunches in this world. If you succeed, Long Chen will obtain a core disciple badge, receiving a core disciple's treatment. But if you lose, those 2 core disciple positions you two have obtained will become invalid. So think about it carefully, Tu Fang warned. Long Chen raged. Can you not explain the rules all in one go? Are you trying to mess with us? Why are there so many ridiculous rules? Aren't they just playing around with us? During despair you give a bit of hope. During hope you give me some more despair. Long Chen raged inside. As for the other elders, they were stupefied. It seemed it had been many years since anyone had dared shout at the enforcement elder like this. Tu Fang was also a bit startled, but he didn't really become angry at Long Chen. In this situation, it was true that the monastery was in the wrong. That's why I said opportunity and risk exist together. You guys can discuss it, lightly said Tu Fang. Now it was much more difficult for the 3 of them. Yi Zhikyu and Tang Wan'er had risked their own lives to obtain their core disciple badges. If they lost it, they would be left with nothing. That kind of gamble was far too large. You 2 can leave for now. I'll try it on my own, said Long Chen. He didn't want to drag these 2 down with him. Tang Wan'er shook her head. You don't know how terrifying that corrupt corpse is. Your chances of winning on your own are too low. But as for Sister Zhikyu, Zhikyu didn't wait for Tang Wan'er to finish before shaking her head. You don't need to try and dissuade me. Since we are in an alliance, I refuse to back down when you need me. In my entire life, I've never gambled on anything. Now I want to see how my luck is. Yijikyu's expression might be always icy, but her heart was warm. Last time after they obtained the profound spirit fruit, both of them had said they didn't want it, leaving it for her. Although they both said the profound spirit fruit wasn't useful to them, that wasn't really true. It was just that both of them purposely left it to her who needed it the most. That favor was always remembered by her. Now that Long Chen needed help, her honor would not allow her to turn her back to him. Seeing both of them supporting him, Long Chen's heart warmed. This kind of feeling of trust really was moving. Oh, 2 beauties, for you to love and protect your junior brother like this. Junior brother really is moved, Long Chen exclaimed in admiration. Stop, what kind of time is this? No more of your glib tongue. Tang Wan'er knew Long Chen was about to start acting wacky again and hastily stopped him. Prepare yourself. Us 3 will bring out our full strength to get his head. At that time, you will also be a core disciple. A core disciple's treatment is far greater than you imagine. You definitely have to do everything you can do when, understood. Long Chen nodded, but before that I'll first have to get a good weapon. He shouted to Tang Wan'er and Yi Zhikyu's people, Hey, is there anyone who can lend me a weapon? The heavier the better. It went without saying that having many people helping was extremely convenient. One huge and burly fellow walked out with a huge saber, even longer than himself. The saber was 9 feet long and the back of the blade was at least 7 inches thick. Its entire body was black. Just looking at it, it appeared incredibly heavy. My family's rainfall mountain splitting saber is almost 5 tons. Can you use it? That fellow was one of Yi Zhikyu's people. Long Chen received that long saber and tested out its weight a bit. He happily said, Thank you, brother. Lend me your saber for a moment. That fellow was speechless as he saw that his blade was practically weightless in Long Chen's hands. Even for him, using this saber would require him using his full strength. And even so, he wouldn't be able to use it as easily as Long Chen. Holding that huge saber, Long Chen's entire manner changed. He was like a sword being unsheathed, giving people the feeling of a dust-covered divine weapon finally being awoken. What I really need is something heavy like this thing. I really don't know when I'll be able to find one for my own that satisfies me. With that saber in his hand, he was filled with confidence. Holding the saber on his shoulder, he said to Tu Fang, Let the trial begin. Tu Fang nodded, a trace of admiration appearing in his eyes. Despite clearly knowing that it was dangerous, despite clearly knowing he couldn't possibly survive the consequences of losing, he still dared jump into battle. That wasn't arrogance but a kind of Dao-heart. It was a kind of unparalleled Dao-heart, a confidence that would break out of any and all shackles. Tu Fang had purposely let him take this trial. According to the monastery's rules, someone who failed the core disciple trial but came out alive would only be able to become an outer disciple. That would definitely be unfair to someone with Long Chen's talent, and so Tu Fang had been unable to endure, using his own authority to give Long Chen another chance to obtain a core disciple position. Although the sect leader had advised him not to interfere with Long Chen's growth, in Tu Fang's opinion, he didn't consider this intentionally favoring Long Chen. If it was any other genius, he would have also done the same thing, so it couldn't count as interfering with him. At the same time, Tu Fang had also given Long Chen even greater pressure, and in front of that pressure, Long Chen had still stood back up. Furthermore, there were even two other experts who would face that danger with him. It was obvious how charismatic he was. He trusted that if Long Chen could obtain a core disciple's treatment, he would definitely rise like a shooting star. In the future competitions, he would definitely radiate a brilliance that would bring the monastery to the peak. Long Chen, Tang Wan'er, and Yi Jikyu slowly walked to the front of the formation. That formation was like a net of light that enveloped an area of several miles. As for Gui Sha, he was trapped in the center of that formation. There were countless rays of light that sealed him in place, making it so no matter how he struggled, it was absolutely useless. Watching those three figures slowly walk into the formation, Tu Fang announced, "Begin the trial." Following his voice, the light sealing Gui Sha's body slowly faded, and Gui Sha immediately obtained his freedom. Having escaped from his bindings, Gui Sha immediately let out an angry howl and charged at Long Chen. Chapter 171, Long Chen's Peak State. Gui Sha angrily howled. He shot forward like a phantom, appearing in front of Long Chen in an instant. He was so fast it was almost impossible to see his movements. Moonwind Slash. Tang Wan'er was the first to react. She didn't know how powerful Long Chen really was, so she first helped him to block Gui Sha's attack. "Fuck off!" Gui Sha roared and with a single hand, brushed away Tang Wan'er's wind blades. People were horrified to see that the wind blades Tang Wan'er had used her core energy to condense and had runic power to support them were easily forced to explode by his palm. And he didn't halt in the slightest from his wind blades, immediately sending a palm at Tang Wan'er's body. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that if that withered hand reached Tang Wan'er, she would immediately die. Chilling ice wall. Suddenly, a wall of ice appeared in front of Tang Wan'er. Gui Sha's withered hand slammed into the ice wall. The ice wall immediately shattered, but Tang Wan'er also took that chance to retreat. From the moment Gui Sha was released to now, less than a breath of time had passed, but Gui Sha had defeated two monster-class experts' techniques in that moment. One attack and one defense. Neither of them had had any meaning in front of Gui Sha's single hand. That completely horrified everyone. Just how powerful was this corrupt corpse? Had he really been weakened? The disciples under Tang Wan'er and Yi Jikyu were immediately filled with worry. That corrupt corpse was far too frightening. How was that fair at all? And it wasn't just the disciples who thought so. Even the elders' expression changed. Probably this sealed soul used to be an expert of a corrupt sect. With just his spiritual energy, he is able to reach such a terrifying level. Tu Fang was also a bit startled. This corrupt corpse's strength had already surpassed his expectations by a great deal. He didn't know whether the three of them really could defeat it. "All of you be prepared. As soon as I make a signal, charge into the formation and restrain that corrupt corpse." This was a backdoor he had opened for Long Chen, so he definitely didn't want to mess it up. If the three of them really ended up getting crippled or dying, he would never forgive himself. If ordinary people died, then fine. The monastery didn't lack mediocre fellows. What they lacked was peak combat strength. They couldn't do without any of these three. After destroying that ice wall with just a single hand, Gui Sha didn't hesitate at all to send his claw snatching at Yi Jikyu. "Get your dog claw away." An icy snort rang out as a huge saber cut across the air with an unstoppable air. That terrifying saber chi filled the air. A huge saber image dozens of meters long filled the sky. That saber image seemed as if it was a divinity's blades that was capable of destroying the world. Gui Sha raised a single palm to face off against that saber image. Boom! The land shook and both Long Chen and Gui Sha were knocked back. The place they had collided was covered in cracks spreading hundreds of meters. How powerful! The spectators were awed by that practically divine figure holding that saber. Of the people here, few had even seen Long Chen begin to move. Although they had heard Long Chen was powerful, they had also all heard he had been struck by Lei Qianchang's thunderseed. So everyone assumed there was no way he was actually on the same level as monster-class experts. Gui Sha's palm had been able to easily break apart the two beauties' techniques. It had to be known that Tang Wan'er had managed to defeat a corrupt corpse with a cave age of over 400 years. But the same powerful attacks she had used then were now easily destroyed. It could be seen how terrifyingly powerful this particular corrupt corpse was. In contrast, Long Chen was able to knock the corrupt corpse back with his saber. At least on the outside, it seemed Long Chen might be evenly matched with it. Perhaps Long Chen really could defeat the corpse if he used his full strength. The elders were shocked, and one of them exclaimed, "What powerful strength and exquisite control! What a domineering saber!" The elders were naturally all true experts. They had all seen through that Long Chen's saber had completely managed to condense his mind, spirit, and chi together. His saber's angle and positioning had all been perfect to bring out the greatest possible power. Even a cultivator who trained in the saber Dao for tens of years would be unable to bring out such a perfectly controlled attack like Long Chen's. That was why all the elders were filled with admiration. "Old ghost, didn't you like oppressing me inside the cave? Well, now it's my turn." Long Chen's voice rang out like thunder. Raising his saber in both hands, his Feng Fu star quickly circulated, unceasingly pouring spiritual qi into his body. People could see with their naked eye that the air around him was slowly twisting. It was as if he were enveloped with water. Then space began to boil, and it was like the world was filled with surging waves. What a powerful aura! Tang Wan'er and Yi Zhikyu were shocked. Long Chen's aura was still continuing to rise. He had entered a completely different state than how he normally was. Long Chen knew just how terrifying this old ghost was, and so he no longer kept anything back. It was time for him to fight all out. All the energy within his Feng Fu star surged out, filling his every meridian. Only this Long Chen was the Long Chen in his peak state. Qi waves continuously soared into the sky. His robes billowed, his hair danced, and he appeared just like a god. People were all stupefied, not expecting that once Long Chen's full strength exploded out, it would be so domineering. That kind of will that seemed to want to cut apart heaven and earth filled them with reverence. Is this a divergent, disdainfully looking down on the world, defying fate, taking heaven and earth as enemies? Tu Fang muttered to himself inside. He wished to ask the world, what kind of person would possess such a manner? What person dared to possess such a will? Once Long Chen released all the energy within the Feng Fu star, spiritual qi completely filled his entire body. He relished in this kind of feeling of surging with energy. "You actually hid your cultivation base." Gui Sha looked at Long Chen with shock. The current Long Chen was completely different from the Long Chen he had encountered in the cave. Long Chen lifted the saber to his shoulder, icily smiling to Gui Sha. "Don't you think your question is a bit too stupid? If I hadn't hidden my cultivation base, just how could I have escaped from you?" Gui Sha immediately became infuriated. Back then, he had never thought Long Chen's body would contain thunder force, causing him to suffer greatly. He had also been careless. That was because Long Chen's acting had just been too good. If Long Chen had exploded out with this powerful of an aura back then, he definitely would have been more on guard. Unfortunately, it was too late for regret. At this time, Tang Wan'er and Yi Zhikyu both came to Long Chen's side. Tang Wan'er's eyes rippled. This Long Chen was extremely fascinating. "Two beauties, I'll take the vanguard and face this old ghost head-on. You two wait for good opportunities to land attacks. This old ghost has no weak points to speak of. If we want to kill him, we need to completely exhaust all his spiritual strength." "Be careful," warned Long Chen. Although he hadn't had the experience of killing a corrupt corpse, he knew this corpse didn't actually have any life energy. It was only moving with the control of the soul within. Furthermore, this corrupt corpse's body was too hard. With the addition of the soul within it, it was almost impossible to damage. So if they wanted to win, they first needed to exhaust its spiritual energy first. "You be careful too," warned Tang Wan'er. Long Chen nodded. Focusing on Gui Sha, he leaned forward slightly, raising his saber. "I'm going." With a press of his foot, he had already charged up to Gui Sha. Ice cold saber chi slashed down at Gui Sha. With a cold snort, strange lines appeared over Gui Sha's black fist, and he punched at Long Chen's saber. Bang! Tang Wan'er and Yi Zhikyu saw Long Chen be sent flying. They were stepping forward to take advantage of this brief opening when suddenly a terrifying wave of qi surged over them. The two of them were actually forced back several meters just from that terrifying wave. They were both shocked. Just the aftermaths of their battle made it so they were unable to approach. Just what level of strength was that? Boom, boom, boom. Saberlight danced and qi waves surged. Dust filled the air, immediately covering the entire battlefield. people were already unable to see Long Chen's figure. They could only see that whirling saber chi and hear those ear-splitting collisions that caused the ground to shake. Their faces paled. Even Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin were filled with shock as they watched. In their eyes, Long Chen had only been a loathsome, minor character that was never a true opponent for them. But this terrifying power of his, and that unstoppable will of his finally told them Long Chen had hidden his true strength. Tu Fang excitedly watched, celebrating inside. What he viewed most highly of Long Chen wasn't his powerful strength or his forceful spiritual qi, but that unstoppable confidence. He had carefully groomed these monastery disciples to slowly form some of that confidence. That was because only someone who possessed such a confidence would be able to explode out with their full potential. But grooming that kind of confidence was too difficult, and that was why they mostly only accepted disciples from powerful families. Those people were very confident in themselves. However, that kind of confidence was actually just a kind of conceit. Being so arrogant was actually just being stupid. But it was on that foundation that they groomed true confidence. That would be at least a bit easier than trying to groom those self-inferior fellows. The reason why so many of these registrants would do stupid things was precisely because they were too conceited. The monastery would temper them, rejecting that conceit and leaving their confidence. Then through experiencing life and death trials, they would gradually begin to walk the path of an expert. As for Long Chen, he seemed to have been born with that unstoppable Dao heart. Furthermore, it was an extremely firm Dao heart that no one could possibly shake in the slightest. Even in the face of such a powerful corrupt corpse, he still didn't feel any fear. Tu Fang now finally understood how he had managed to escape from the hands of an expert 10 times stronger than him. In this world, there were no coincidences. People's jaws dropped as they saw this horrifying fight that had surpassed their imaginations. They finally understood just what was a monster. If Lei Qiansheng and the others were monsters, then Long Chen was a monster amongst monsters. He fought for over an hour, his tempest-like rain of attacks not slowing down in the slightest. In fact, he only became stronger and stronger, his attacks coming faster and faster. With Tang Wan'er and Yi Zhikyu to the side helping with their wind blades and ice blades, the three of them had actually surrounded and were suppressing Gui Sha. Just when everyone thought this battle's ending was already set in stone, a mournful cry rang out from Gui Sha. Bastards, all of you will die for me. Netherworld Soul Ignition. Chapter 172, Revived Ancestral Mark. Netherworld Soul Ignition. Following Gui Sha's roar, the black mist around his body disappeared as lines began to appear over his coke-like body. A devilish aura exploded from him and soared into the sky. Those disciples watching were immediately filled with endless terror. It was like countless evil souls were trying to draw them in. That kind of terror struck deep into their hearts. What's going on? Has he already broken part of the seal? The elders were horrified as well. These corpses had all personally had souls sealed into them by experts on the same level as their sect leader. In the past thousands of years, there had never been such a situation. The fact that his spiritual strength was able to exit the corpse, even if it was just an incredibly small portion, was incredibly horrifying. By igniting his spiritual strength as the price, he can resist a portion of the formation's suppression. Do we go block him? Asked an elder. The situation had already completely exceeded any of their expectations. Part of Gui Sha's true strength had now erupted out due to him not caring about his life anymore. The grand formation was in a suppression state. If they increased the power of the seal, that would make it jump to another level and it would directly kill Gui Sha. All of you be prepared to go save them, ordered Tu Fang. Normally, since this situation had already surpassed his prediction, he would have ended the trial. But Tu Fang always had this feeling that Long Chen still had trump cards. His eyes were still too calm, so calm that it was frightening. Space was continuously quivering, and even the earth was also rocking. That evil air was continuously exploding out, causing people to tremble. Those distant spectators all clearly knew that no matter how powerful that corrupt corpse was, the elders would definitely not let it harm them. But despite that, they were still unable to suppress that terror that surged out of the deepest part of their hearts. They all retreated further back. Some of them were already sweating and pale. Long Chen was also surprised by Gui Sha's action. He slashed his saber, his mind completely focused. Tang Wan'er and Yi Zhikyu were also on opposite sides of him, closely watching Gui Sha's movements. Their expressions were slightly pale. At this close of a distance, that evil aura still struck fear in their hearts despite their powerful will. Be careful. This old ghost has already killed countless people in his lifetime. His body has accumulated a great aura of death and resentment. Since he's already died, that aura of death and resentment has already merged together with his soul. That's a formless kind of energy that will attack your state of mind. But to you too, this is also an extremely rare opportunity. Use this chance to temper your spiritual strength and firm your Tao hearts, said Long Chen. That terror in Tang Wan'er and Yi Jikyu's hearts stabilized a great deal. An unknown force was the most terrifying. Now that Long Chen had explained the mysteries within Gui Sha's aura, their terror faded a great deal. The two of them looked at each other. They could tell that they were both filled with admiration for Long Chen. He was normally such a wacky, glib-tongued brat, but in true life and death times, he was truly reliable. Yay, yay, Gui Sha sinisterly laughed, the sound like insects crawling into their ears. The distant spectators actually immediately turned pale. Just the sound of his laugh caused their souls to ache. Little bastard, you actually dare scheme against me. I've never suffered such a loss in my entire life. You can die for me now. At this moment, Gui Sha's body was completely covered in strange lines that looked like countless centipedes all over his body, appearing exceptionally terrifying. He sent a palm straight at Long Chen. Long Chen didn't dare be careless, slashing his saber against his palm. Bang, it was as if his saber had slashed on steel. He was sent flying back, his stomach heaving. His throat tasted sweet as he vomited a mouthful of blood. Previously, Long Chen had been able to fight him evenly, but now Gui Sha had injured him with a single blow, horrifying everyone. How powerful had this corrupt corpse become? Tang Wan'er and Yi Jikyu were both greatly startled, and sent out their wind blades and ice blades against Gui Sha. Those two huge blades were several meters long. They mercilessly cut across the air, but the moment they arrived in front of Gui Sha, they came to a sudden stop. Two black hands that were covered in centipede-like lines had firmly grabbed those huge blades. With a light shout, the huge blades that had been condensed with Tang Wan'er and Yi Jikyu's runic power were easily crushed. Wild gales flew out from those blades exploding. Ice fragments rained from the sky. Two monster-class experts' full-strength attacks were nothing in front of Gui Sha. They were like children, easily brushed away by him. Fuck off! Gui Sha suddenly pushed with his palms, releasing a fierce astral wind that swept towards the both of them. Before the astral wind even arrived, the land around them had already cracked, and a tsunami-like energy attacked them. Gui Sha's speed was so fast that neither of them had even had a chance to dodge. They both smelled the scent of death. They knew if they didn't manage to block it, they would definitely die. A firm determination appeared over Tang Wan'er's face. Her hands continuously formed seals, and a faint image appeared over the space between her eyebrows. When that image appeared, countless wind blades began to swirl around her body. There were at least over 1,000 of them. Once those wind blades formed, they began to gather together, forming an absolutely giant wind blade over 100 meters long. When that wind blade appeared, the sky began to thunder along with it, its pressure spreading everywhere. At the same time as Tang Wan'er condensed that enormous wind blade, Yi Jikyu also formed hand seals, and a flower petal appeared over her forehead. That flower petal appeared to have been made out of ice crystal. Following the appearance of that petal, an ice sword appeared before her, also over 100 meters long. When that ice sword appeared, the entire world seemed to slow down. Sound disappeared from the world. All that remained in the world was that terrifying qi. Excellent, Tu Fang had been observing this entire time. At this moment when life and death were balanced on the tip of a needle, the both of them had achieved an initial awakening of their ancestral mark. That indicated their future cultivation path would be wide and far. The ancestral mark was an innate talent left behind in their bloodline energy by an absolute peak power ancestor. That was the greatest gift experts left behind their descendants. This talent would continue to be passed on along with the bloodline. But as the bloodline strength in the descendants grew thinner, that talent would also become weaker. If too much time passed without anyone awakening the bloodline strength, that bloodline talent would completely disappear. The first indication of the bloodline awakening was the revival of the ancestral mark. Those two images on top the two beauties' foreheads were precisely their ancestral marks. To revive the ancestral mark was incredibly difficult. It was said that only at life and death moments when one felt an intense, mortal danger would there be a slight chance of reviving the ancestral mark. That was only an extremely slim chance. Geniuses which possessed a bloodline strength were already few and far between. No family would allow such a genius to actually risk their life for the slight chance of reviving the ancestral mark. And so many powerful families of experts had eventually faded away as their bloodline strength dried up. That was because it was incredibly rare for a person to later awaken the bloodline. In the secular world, there was a saying that wealth never survived 3 generations. That was because, if the descendants were useless, then no matter how many riches there were at the beginning, those descendants would never be able to continue it and would quickly be ruined. The cultivation world was also the same. If within 100 generations of descendants the bloodline remained unawakened, then that ancestral inheritance would completely disappear. And so the monastery also thought of many ways to try to stimulate those life and death trials, hoping to revive the ancestral mark and awaken the bloodline inheritance. But over many years, the results had been extremely lacking. Within Tu Fang's memories, there had only been one disciple who had awakened their ancestral mark in the past couple hundred years, and that was already something that had happened a long time ago. But this time, there were now 2 disciples who revived their ancestral marks at once. How could Tu Fang not be overjoyed? Reviving the ancestral mark was just too difficult. Boom! Neither Tang Wanner or Yi Zhikyu were even aware they had awakened their ancestral mark. They were already slashing their enormous blades at their enemy. 3 energies exploded. The earth shivered and a huge chi wave exploded out. Terrifying astral winds shot out everything. Even those people miles away were unable to stay standing in that wind and had to repeatedly fall back. Too terrifying. What a powerful attack. Is this really an attack of someone in the blood condensation realm? Despite also being in the blood condensation realm, such an attack had already far surpassed their imaginations. That kind of difference was far too great. Let alone fighting against that kind of attack. If they were even a bit closer, they might have been smashed to pulp. Once the explosion ended, Tang Wanner and Yi Zhikyu were sent flying back by a terrifying chi wave. Their faces were pale as paper, and they felt as if every bone in their body was about to break. They had unconsciously awakened their ancestral mark, causing their strength to evolve to a new level. But they were unaware how to use that energy. Just that one attack ended up overdrawing all their spiritual chi, and now they were completely exhausted. Without spiritual chi to defend their weaker bodies, there was no way to defend against the aftermath of that collision, and they immediately coughed up blood. Go die. A huge palm image slammed down on the 2 of them as they were flying back. If they were hit by that palm image, the 2 of them would undoubtedly die. The entire crowd let out startled cries. Some people even shut their eyes, not willing to see the scene of 2 beautiful women tragically dying. Parting wind slash. A huge saber image appeared in the sky, cutting apart that palm image. With a huge explosion, dust filled the sky. One figure flew out of the dust. That was Long Chen carrying the already exhausted Yi Zhikyu and Tang Wanner. Long Chen, give up. We aren't his match, he's too strong. Tang Wanner quietly advised him sadly. They had overestimated themselves and underestimated how terrifying their opponent was. She didn't want Long Chen to die because of some impossible mission. Long Chen gently put them down and smiled slightly. That slight smile immediately warmed their hearts. You 2 just watch from here, leave the rest to me. Resting the saber on his shoulder, he slowly walked back to Gui Sha in front of everyone's horrified gazes. Chapter 173, Divine Ring once more shocks. 1 man and 1 saber. It was as if within all of heaven and earth, there was only that one person's existence. That person's gaze was filled with disdain, looking down on all others. People blankly watched that figure. That scene was forever imprinted in their minds, something impossible to forget. Even once they were old seniors, they would still tell stories to their grandchildren about that domineering figure. Yay, interesting. I can sense your anger, but I can't sense your fear. You really are an ignorant fool. Do you really think you are able to fight against me? Gui Sha laughed sinisterly. Old ghost, despite living for so long and proclaiming yourself as an expert, you don't even know what the source of a cultivator's strength is. Long Chen walked close to Gui Sha and stopped, standing there and mocking him. Then what do you say it is? Gui Sha sneered. He had already seen through the circumstances and was able to break out of this formation any time he wished. But first he wanted to grab a protective talisman. That would be Long Chen. He was just waiting for an opportunity. Long Chen sneered. The greatest strength of a cultivator isn't their talent, willpower, not any techniques, but a will to protect. A cultivator can explode out with 10 times his strength when facing death. But if you have something to protect in your heart, you can explode with 10 times that strength. In other words, 100 times the strength. That is because when us cultivators must protect our goal, protect what is important to us, we are able to give up anything, including our own lives. That is the power of a will to protect. Most people just blankly stared as he said that, but Tang Wan'er and Yi Zhikyu came to a sudden enlightenment. As for Elder Tu Fang, he was delighted and finally understood why both Tang Wan'er and Yi Zhikyu would revive their ancestral marks at the same time. For their companion's safety, their own lives became no longer important to themselves. That had already surpassed the realm of life and death to an even higher realm. Tu Fang sighed. Long Chen was not even a fraction of his age, but he already had such a profound understanding of cultivation. If he didn't die, he would definitely become a heaven-shaking expert. Unfortunately, divergents were doomed to have short lives. Only when you have something to protect can you push forward with all your strength. Only when you have something to protect can you possess a determination undeterred by death. Only when you have something to protect can your Tao heart become firm, capable of bringing you through all the thistles and thorns on the cultivation path, advancing bravely. As for you inhuman corrupt apprentices, you treat your fellow humans as cultivation tools. You will never be able to understand what it means to protect something. So what qualifications do you have to jeer at me? You are the one who is ignorant, icily said Long Chen. That's just crap, hypocritical, pompous nonsense you fools like to repeat. On the path of cultivation, who hasn't stepped on top of other people in order to climb higher? This is a world where the weak are prey to the strong, a survival of the fittest. None of you have the right to criticize us. If your reasoning really was correct, over these countless years, your righteous sects wouldn't have constantly been suppressed by our corrupt sects. The weak have no right to speak so grandly. An amateur who has just entered the cultivation world also dares talk big. That's truly laughable. Since you've said some crap about protecting, just bring out that power and show me what that trash is, icily taunted Gui Sha. From ancient times till now, the righteous and corrupt paths had always opposed the other. The war between them had never stopped. They both thought their own paths and reasoning were correct while the other was wrong. So when Long Chen mentioned that, Gui Sha also retorted as well. The most infuriating thing to him was that Long Chen had tricked him into handing over the netherworld ghost steps, which was a blasphemy against his beliefs. With something to protect in the heart, the spirit always has somewhere to return. That is the source of a cultivator's strength. Since you want to see it, then I will show you. Boom! Long Chen's voice seemed to have come from above the heavens, shaking everyone's hearts. When he finished, a terrifying wave of qi crushed the land. A huge 300-meter ring of light appeared. When that ring of light appeared behind Long Chen, the world began to incessantly tremble. Intense rumbling came from the air as the air seemed to become an ocean with huge waves surging towards Long Chen. Terrifying energy released a powerful pressure. Some people had difficulty breathing, feeling as if they were being crushed by a huge mountain. What a powerful pressure! Tu Fang was shocked. The current Long Chen's strength had already far surpassed the blood condensation realm. That was completely inconceivable. Just what was the ring of light behind him? How did it manage to constantly absorb spiritual qi from the world? Was it some kind of battle skill or part of a cultivation technique? Tang Wan'er and Yi Zhikyu were also shocked. Was that figure enveloped by that divine ring really the Long Chen they knew? Just the pressure from that light made it hard for them to breathe. Was that the same glib-tongued fellow from before? Xuanhuan was standing amongst the crowd, looking at that figure with worship. His fists were tightly clenched. That was his unstoppable boss. All the elders looked at Long Chen with astonishment. But there was one of them who sunk into contemplation after that initial shock, a hint of greed appearing in his eyes. In order to protect those close to me, I have no fears. My heart is bright and a grand Tao fills me. How could you evil demons possibly understand that? Receive my saber. Long Chen stepped forward, the saber in his hand growing as saber qi filled the sky. But in just an instant, all that saber qi condensed into one saber. Boom! That saber slashed down, directly cutting a huge ditch into the ground hundreds of meters long. As for Gui Sha, he was at the end of that ditch. A huge hole opened on his chest, but no blood flowed out. Looking at that long ditch, people were too terrified to speak. That kind of destructive strength was something they had never even dreamed about. Perhaps if it struck them, even 1,000 lives wouldn't have been enough to survive that attack. That Long Chen was even more monstrous than the monsters. Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin's expressions greatly changed, and a feeling of intense jealousy filled them. They were also arrogant geniuses, and being suppressed like this caused them to be indignant and furious. Bastard, if this corpse wasn't such trash, I would be able to kill you with a single slap, Guisha angrily roared. He was an expert of the corrupt path with many great skills, but now all that remained of him was his soul. He was suppressed by the formation, and this corpse was not at all on the same level as him, causing him to fly into a rage. Who doesn't know how to boast? If I had also lived as long as you had, I could kill you with a single fart, sneered Long Chen. Tang Wan'er and Yizhikyu exchanged a glance. It seemed the Long Chen they knew had returned. Bastard die. Gui Sha charged at Long Chen, those strange lines once more lighting up his body, his devilish aura becoming even more terrifying. You aren't a person or a ghost anymore, but you still haven't died, so why should I? Long Chen slashed his saber on the coming Gui Sha. With those strange lines covering Gui Sha's body, the two of them once more began to fight. But people could clearly see some small things flying out while the two fought. What is that? It looks like that person's flesh. I understand now. Long Chen's strength was risen to the point where he can already break apart that corrupt corpse's defense, suddenly exclaimed someone. Everyone carefully looked, and it was true. Holes had appeared in Gui Sha's fist. Those small things that were flying out were bits of his fist's flesh. That corrupt corpse had been soaked in a medicinal bath to become incredibly hard to the point where blades could not harm it. With the assistance of spiritual strength, its defense was incredibly sturdy. That was especially true since Gui Sha's soul had been training for over 1,000 years. His spiritual strength was a boundless ocean which made the corrupt corpse's body even harder. But now he was already greatly exhausted. With Long Chen's increase in strength and his spiritual strength sharply dropping, his defense was no longer able to block Long Chen's attacks. Tang Wan'er and Yi Zhikyu celebrated. That meant victory was near. Now that this opponent's spiritual strength had begun to run out, he was already unable to continue for much longer. They had all killed a corrupt corpse before and knew that this was a sign that victory was near. Although there had been many twists and turns, they had still succeeded in the end. Tu Fang nodded. He really was worthy of being a legendary divergent. Once he had a core disciples grooming in the Xuanhuan monastery, he wouldn't just rise 1 or 2 levels, but perhaps all the way to the top. Not only was he excited, he also rejoiced in the fact that he had chosen to bring Long Chen to the Xuanhuan monastery. Having given him that chance, he had also given a chance to the monastery. Was that perfect coincidence the will of the heavens? Wielding his saber Qi shook the heavens. With the support of his divine ring, he practically couldn't use up his spiritual Qi even if he tried. This place was the Xuanhuan monastery, and the spiritual Qi was more than plenty here. As long as he didn't use his Feng Fu battle armor, he was more than capable of replenishing his energy. He wouldn't have to worry about running out of spiritual Qi for a while. So the longer it went, the more advantageous it would become for him. That was because Gui Sha was exhausting his spiritual strength. Each bit he used would make him a bit weaker. He was unable to replenish his energy. Bang! Gui Sha was forced back several steps by Long Chen's saber. At this point his fist was only bone, all the flesh having already been torn away. He had no method to replenish that much spiritual energy. Gui Sha was truly in a desperate situation now. Netherworld devouring life. A black image appeared behind Gui Sha. That image was one of a fiend's eye. When it appeared, Gui Sha's aura immediately once more exploded out in greater strength, and it actually locked Long Chen in place. Long Chen shook, as he could sense Gui Sha's strength had at least multiplied several times. But on the other hand, his spiritual strength was now quickly draining away even faster. That was definitely one of his final moves. By sacrificing a great deal of his spiritual strength, he could crazily increase his strength. That old fellow truly was too terrifying. Even as just a soul, he still possessed so many tricks. If he had been alive, he would definitely have been far too powerful. But when he arrived there in his thoughts, Long Chen became a bit regretful that he hadn't managed to steal more techniques from him. Only obtaining the Netherworld Ghost Steps truly was regretful. Yellow Spring's fist. A claw that was only made of bone charged at Long Chen. Long Chen took a deep breath. At this point, he had two choices. He could use the Feng Fu battle armor or he could use it. Raising his saber, he no longer reserved any energy from his Feng Fu star. His spiritual energy charged through 9 acupuncture points and then finally inserted into his saber. The saber immediately began to emit a sharp sound and strange light appeared over it. The entire saber seemed to come to life. A ray of saber chi soared in the sky, lighting up the battlefield. Split the heavens, Long Chen silently shouted inside, his saber slashing down. Chapter 174, Split the heavens destroys mountains, dissipates clouds. That saber chi cut apart the sky, shaking everyone's hearts. In that moment, Long Chen looked like an absolute sovereign above the 10,000 Daos. Even those elders all stood up in shock. Long Chen's roar was like a god's, as his saber slashed down on Gui Sha. Gui Sha was horrified. He had never expected Long Chen to possess such a terrifying battle skill. He could only use his full strength to block. Boom! Like a heavenly saber cutting apart a starry river, rocks exploded out as the ground violently shook. Chi waves surged into the sky, then exploded out. Crap! Tu Fang's expression changed slightly. With a wave of his hand, a large incorporeal hand protected Tang Wan'er and Yi Jikyu, who were the closest. Careful everyone, get down and raise your defenses. After protecting those two, Tu Fang shouted out a warning to everyone. Everyone began to circulate their chi in order to protect their bodies, lying down on the ground. But there were some people who were a bit unconvinced about that. At this distance, wouldn't it just be a light aftermath? Did they need to be so careful? Boom! But when that storm finally unfurled, the people still remaining standing were dumbfounded as a terrifying hurricane that included countless crushed stones completely swallowed them. The sound of miserable cries and bones breaking immediately rang out. Those people splendidly demonstrated the principle that high trees that stand out will always be destroyed by the wind. When the storm finally passed, people crawled out of the dirt, their jaws dropping when they saw the scene in front of them. More and more people crawled out of the dirt, but each of their expressions were the same. As for Tang Wan'er and Yi Jikyu, when they climbed off the ground, they were completely unharmed, not even the slightest bit of dust on their bodies. A pair of transparent hands slowly dissipated. The two of them hadn't even had time to thank Tu Fang when their jaws dropped as well. A huge endless ditch had been dug into the ground, extending in one broken line past the horizon. The entire land had changed shape. The broken ground and random grit had almost drowned everyone. In front of that endless ditch was Long Chen leaning on his saber. He was gasping for breath. And not far from him was what remained of Gui Sha. At this time, one of his arms and everything below his waist had disappeared. He was just standing there like a wooden stake. He won. Tang Wan'er was both delighted and shocked. Long Chen cut off of his head, then you'll be a core disciple. Now that half of Gui Sha's body had already been destroyed, he was powerless to resist. If she and Yi Jikyu weren't already exhausted, they themselves would have rushed over there to cut off his head. Tu Fang smiled. Although at the beginning people might have thought he was giving Long Chen preferential treatment, the difficulty of this trial had already completely shut their mouths. Long Chen's strength was something no one could doubt. If even such a figure didn't obtain a core disciple position, that would be too regrettable. But it had truly been difficult for Tu Fang to give him that position. There were several times even he had thought they would fail. Long Chen took a deep breath. Dragging his saber, he walked over to Gui Sha. It was time to reap his harvest. You want my Gui Sha's head to exchange for a reward. Keep dreaming. Suddenly Gui Sha raised his head to the sky and let out a long shriek. A berserk spiritual strength madly circulated in his body. Everyone was given a fright. Even in this state, he was still able to resist. Just what kind monster was that fellow? Long Chen was also greatly startled, hastily shouted, "Hey, wait, we still have some things to talk about. You damn bastard, I curse you, you won't have a good death." Boom! After shouting out one last curse, Gui Sha's entire body exploded. Pieces of his flesh flew out. For a moment, everyone was just dumbfounded. That soul had been too powerful, even containing the strength to self-detonate at the end. Wait, does this count? Long Chen was also dumbstruck. He had no head to exchange for a badge. He hastily ran over to where Gui Sha had exploded to see if he could find anything exchangeable. Perhaps it was because Gui Sha hated Long Chen too much, and he would rather kill himself than let Long Chen obtain even the slightest bit of benefit from his body. But unfortunately for Long Chen, With the price of his soul, Gui Sha's body had exploded completely. Even the largest piece of flesh he could find was only the size of a finger. Even if Long Chen had cut off his head just now, Gui Sha wouldn't have died. His soul would be once more inserted into another corpse. There had been no need for him to die. A corrupt devil had actually decided to make such a decision. It was obvious how much he had hated Long Chen. Looking at those tiny pieces of flesh, Long Chen had an urge to try. He asked Tu Fang, "Elder Tu Fang, can we count all these pieces together as a head?" He knew it was impossible to even think about finding a full head. But once all those tiny pieces were cleaned up and added together, wouldn't they also be enough? Tu Fang was silent for a long time as he looked at Long Chen. Was this the fate of a divergent? He had clearly given him an opportunity, but how did that opportunity end up like this? He remembered the sect leader's warning. He was not to change Long Chen's fate. Now he finally was convinced that if he forced it and gave Long Chen a core disciple position, perhaps the entire monastery would be brought down by that karma. "Sorry, but I cannot do that." Tu Fang could only sigh. He greatly sympathized with Long Chen, but he didn't dare give him that kind of special treatment. The other elders also sighed. They thought about speaking out for him, but thinking of Tu Fang's incredibly strict nature, they still shook their heads in the end. Tu Fang's strict nature was something no one in the monastery did not know. Sometimes even sect leaders would show consideration for him. Hearing that, Long Chen's expression changed. He was just about to say something when Tu Fang cut him off. "Don't be in a hurry. Although you didn't succeed, you also didn't fail. Tang Wan'er and Yi Zhikyu will retain their core disciple positions. But as for you—" "What about me?" hastily asked Long Chen. "I can only follow the monastery's rules and give you an outer disciple spot." Even Tu Fang felt his face was scorching red. Doing this was such a waste of talent. Long Chen immediately relaxed. Although he was a bit regretful he hadn't obtained a core disciple spot, being an outer disciple was also fine. As long as he could stay in the monastery, there were still many opportunities for him. And it wasn't as if he had lost out much. He had at least tricked Gui Sha into giving him the Netherworld Ghost Steps. From how hatefully Gui Sha had glared at him at that time, Long Chen knew it was incredibly precious. At this time, he still hadn't had the time to train in it. But in any case, obtaining such a powerful technique in exchange for a bit of danger had definitely been worth it. Tang Wan'er and Yi Zhikyu were both a bit disappointed. Long Chen had essentially already won, only to end up with such a conclusion. It really was regretful. But as for Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin, they let out a breath of air. Their confidence that had been completely beaten by Long Chen gradually recovered. No matter how great a talent was, without any resources, it was like having no rice to cook and no water to drink. They would quickly shake him off. "Long Chen, don't feel bad." Tang Wan'er walked up to him and consoled him. Long Chen laughed and shook his head. "Do I look sad? If I got sad about something as small as this, I'd have long since died from depression." Hearing that, Tang Wan'er's heart shook. As she had suspected, Long Chen had already experienced many unusual things. Perhaps his great strength was also related to those experiences. Of the people present, only Tu Fang smiled slightly. He was the only one who knew how much oppression and humiliation Long Chen had experienced. Under great pressure, you would either have to explode out or be completely extinguished. Long Chen had not been extinguished. He had already experienced so many difficulties and sadness. This little bit really was nothing to him. "Brother, thank you. I'm sorry about your precious family's sword." Long Chen handed the saber back to that big fellow apologetically. Only then did that person realize his huge saber was covered in thumb-sized chips. In fact, it even looked like a saw now. "Don't worry about it. For this saber to be able to release Brother Long's strength is its greatest honor." That big fellow respectfully received back his saber. He had already decided to hide away and treasure this saber, using it as evidence of his friendship with Long Chen. Later, when Long Chen became a top expert, he could proudly take out that saber and boast to everyone, "I'm a true friend of Long Chen's. Look, he once asked to borrow my saber." Long Chen's trial had finally come to an end. He had failed to obtain a core disciple badge, receiving only an outer disciple consolation prize. But after that huge sight, everyone had risen him up to a monster-class expert, and they even viewed him as a monster amongst monsters. Everyone returned to their factions. They were completely silent as Tu Fang walked to stand in front of them. Looking at them, Tu Fang said, "First of all, congratulations to you all. You have become disciples of the monastery. All of you will have access to the monastery's resources. However, as for how much you will get, that will be up to your strength and abilities. So remember, only after entering the monastery has your cultivation truly begun. That is because the monastery's resources all require a matching strength to obtain. He then turned to look at those registrants who had failed to pass the trials. Although you guys failed to join, you didn't come for nothing. Many of you should have obtained some things within the trial region, so you won't be returning empty-handed. Furthermore, the monastery will also give you a path. You can choose to stay here, but don't get too excited. You can cultivate in the monastery, but you will not receive the treatment of disciples. Each month you will only have scant resources given to you, and for that you will need to complete a great deal of work. In essence, you will only be workers. Hearing the end of what he said, the excitement of those who had failed completely disappeared. They were all powerful disciples of their families with many servants to wait on them. How was asking them to a worker any different than the humiliation of killing them? But there were also people who discarded their pride, deciding to become a true expert. That was because they had seen a vaster world after coming here, and they no longer wanted to be some spoiled prince. They wanted to become an expert, and if they had to be a worker first, they were fine with that. But such people were very few. Over 10,000 people left, leaving only over 50 of them. The others were all led somewhere else to be sent away from the monastery. Once that huge crowd left, all that remained were 700 people. Tu Fang waved his hand, and the elders all placed their hands on the stone pillars. Everyone felt their bodies lighten, and they disappeared from this place. Chapter 175, Immortal Cave. When they opened their eyes again and saw their new surroundings, they let out gasps as they saw this was practically a fairyland. This was a small mountain around 40 miles high. Lush trees filled the surroundings with fragrant grass covering all the ground. Standing at the peak of the mountain, they could see far and wide. The crashing of a waterfall and the trickling of water merged with the cries of unknown birds, bringing a thriving vitality to this picturesque scene. At the peak of the mountain where they were standing was a cave. The stones of the cave had been polished extremely bright, appearing very beautiful. Atop the cave were some huge lines. Long Chen could clearly sense those lines were slowly absorbing spiritual qi into the cave. Okay, this will be your home now. This particular cave is the immortal cave of the core disciple. This cave has spirit-gathering talismans which make the spiritual qi inside extremely dense, reaching a level you can't even imagine. The other disciples' caves are down below. There are altogether 100 immortal caves, and you can set them up as you wish. This mountain is your territory. Think of a good name for your faction so that you can properly register it. You guys can rest for now. A healing team will come help you recover from your wounds in a bit, explained an elder. These people who had been transported here were all Tang Wan'er's faction. The others were nowhere to be seen. Most likely they were like them, sent to different places. But seeing the elder was about to leave, Long Chen hastily asked, "Respected elder, please wait a moment." The elder paused slightly. "What is it?" "Elder, I want to ask you something. Where is the Skywood Palace?" That was a question Long Chen had been holding back for an extremely long time. Tu Fang had said the Skywood Palace was separated by the Xuanhuan Monastery by just a mountain, extremely close, just a stone throw's distance away. Now that he had joined the Xuanhuan Monastery, it should be time for him to go find an opportunity to see Chu Yao. He was extremely concerned about how she was. "The Skywood Palace is behind the Skywood Mountain. What about it?" curiously responded the elder. "Can elder please point to which mountain that is? When I have some free time, I want to go take a trip to the Skywood Palace," said Long Chen. Hearing what the elder said, he was relieved. At least Tu Fang and Hua Yu had not lied to him. At that time, he had always felt the two of them were acting strange. Perhaps he had been overthinking it. "What did you say?" That elder looked at him with disbelief, not believing his own ears. Long Chen was startled, immediately getting a bad feeling. "I want to cross Skywood Mountain to take a stroll to the other side." That elder shook his head and pointed to the distance. "Can you see that? That is Skywood Mountain. Do you think you can stroll over it?" Everyone followed that elder's finger to look, but there was something blocking their sight, and they couldn't see far. Long Chen was first puzzled. Then looking up into the sky, his jaw dropped. That was because high in the mountains, he saw a huge mountain range. That mountain range towered high in the clouds, and the top of the mountains couldn't even be seen. Heavens, how is this mountain so large? Everyone also followed Long Chen's line of sight and let out startled cries. Let alone you, even our sect leader wouldn't dare say he would stroll over the Skyward Mountain. Maybe you should rest a bit first, said the elder. Even the sect leader is unable to cross that mountain. Just how high is it? Long Chen was gobsmacked. No one knows how high it is. That's because no one has ever climbed to the top. It said the 7th-generation sect leader wanted to challenge this mountain and climbed for 7 days and 7 nights, in the end being heavily injured by the astral winds high in the air and almost dying. From then on, no one else has dared try to climb it. Even a top-level sect leader was unable to climb that mountain. So I can only walk around it then, helplessly said Long Chen. The elder nodded. That's the only way. But this mountain range is extremely long. You would need to travel 180,000 kilometers to reach the end, and then you would need to walk back. 180,000 kilometers. Has there been a mistake? What mountain was that long? I also thought that too in the beginning. But this mountain has a story behind it. According to legend in ancient times, gods fought a fierce battle, destroying stars. One star fell to the land, creating a huge crater. The edges of that crater formed the Skyward Mountain. Due to the falling star landing at an angle, it left a long gulch behind, and that is why the Skyward Mountain is so long. That elder good-naturedly told them that story. Long Chen realized his intuition back then had been correct. Hua Yu and Tu Fang really had tricked him. It was true that it was just a mountain away. It was also technically a stone throw away. Of course, he wasn't some ancient god of legends that had thrown a star to form a huge mountain. How was he supposed to get over? Both of them had really duped him. Once that elder explained that story to him, he left. Tang Wan'er looked at the gloomy Long Chen and asked, "What's wrong?" Long Chen shook his head and sighed. "I was duped by an old ghost. Old ghosts really are sly." Tang Wan'er smiled slightly, thinking Long Chen was talking about Gui Sha. She thought he was still brooding about Gui Sha's self-detonation. She couldn't possibly realize that the old ghost he was talking about was the Xuanhuan monastery's virtuous and important elder Tu Fang. He was incredibly depressed, but he also had nowhere to complain. He could only suffer in silence. Okay, everyone can go pick their own immortal caves. Seeing Long Chen was not focused, Tang Wan'er ordered everyone to go down and choose immortal caves for themselves. Other than the immortal cave at the peak of this mountain, all the other immortal caves were on the waist of the mountain. Currently, everyone was still excited to see their own immortal caves. They all hurried down to find their new homes. Long Chen was also about to leave when he was pulled back by Tang Wan'er. "Where are you going?" "I'm picking a nest for myself." Tang Wan'er laughed. "Have you become dumb? Isn't there a perfect one right here?" Long Chen looked at her in disbelief. "Although I promised you I'd be your man, don't you think you're moving too fast? How about you give me some more time?" "You irritating fool, you really anger me to death," raged Tang Wan'er. "This immortal cave is more than big enough for me, Sister Qing Yu, as well as you to cultivate together." Only then did Long Chen realize Qing Yu was still present, laughing at them. For some reason, whenever he faced Qing Yu, he would always feel closer to her as well as a bit constrained. He wasn't very clear just what that feeling was. "Scoundrel who knows what nonsense runs around in your head all day. We're going in. If you don't want to, you can leave." Tang Wan'er sniffed indignantly as she walked into the immortal cave. If Long Chen didn't follow her, perhaps she would hold a grudge against him for the rest of his life. He hastily followed Qing Yu. Tang Wan'er pressed a stone button beside the immortal cave, and its stone door slowly opened. "What dense spiritual qi," Tang Wan'er acclaimed. This immortal cave was extremely spacious. There were 4 rooms as well as a large lounge. Within that lounge was a large praying mat almost 30 meters long. Around the praying mat were 8 small, sparkling stones. "They're spirit stones. How lavish!" Tang Wan'er excitedly jumped when she saw those 8 spirit stones. Tang Wan'er's background was extremely grand, allowing her to recognize spirit stones. But even her family would treat spirit stones as treasures and wouldn't bring them out for disciples to train with. That large praying mat was actually a formation that could absorb the spirit stone's spiritual qi and assist people's cultivation. Outside there were the spirit gathering talismans absorbing heaven and earth spiritual qi, while inside there was additional spiritual qi from spirit stones. Cultivating in this room would allow you to advance by leaps and bounds. Even Tang Wan'er was unable to remain unperturbed in the face of all this. She was practically acting like a little girl who had been given a new doll to play with. Long Chen was also extremely moved. The Xuanhuan monastery truly had its own grand style. Such a cultivation environment was too luxurious. "Oh, there's water," Xuanhuan noticed in the corner. There was a stalactite in the corner that was dripping water. Below the stalactite was mostly filled pool of water. Dipping a cup inside and drinking a mouthful, she delightedly exclaimed, "Long Chen, try this water. It's amazing." Long Chen received the cup and sipped a mouthful. A refreshing feeling penetrated all the way through to his heart. Seeing Long Chen use her the same cup she had just used, Xuanhuan reddened. Wasn't that a bit too intimate? But seeing that he was completely focused on the taste, she sighed in relief. Long Chen nodded. "This is spirit spring extract. It's extremely hard to obtain and has the effect of refreshing and calming the mind. If the Jade Butterfly Queen Bee crystal was added into this spring water, the crystal's effect would increase even more. We really did profit this time." "Jade Butterfly Queen Bee crystal?" Xuanhuan curiously asked. Long Chen smiled and took out a fist-sized queen bee crystal. He crushed it into pieces inside a bowl. Mixing the spring water with it, a dense, sweet scent floated out. Pouring 2 cups of this new queen bee honey, he handed them to the two of them. "Try my handiwork." The two of them took the cups and lightly sipped, but as soon as they tasted that sweetness, they immediately began to gulp it down voraciously. That strong sweetness made them feel as if they were floating in the clouds. They also felt a bright freshness from it. Their previous excitement that had been disturbing their hearts was swept away, leaving them with a heart as calm as water. "This," Xuanhuan looked at this cup, unable to even put her feelings into words. The Jade Butterfly Queen Bee crystal can quickly dispel all distracting thoughts and let you enter a meditative state. With its assistance, our cultivation speed will double with half the effort," Long Chen said with satisfaction. Xuanhuan and Qingyu both exchanged a glance, shocked and delighted. It was at this time that a group of people came from outside. Chapter 176, Healing Hall. There were over 20 men and women who had come over. At the front was a woman in her 20s. She wore green robes and possessed a peaceful air. Long Chen, Xuanhuan, and Qingyu walked out of the immortal cave curiously, wondering why so many people would come over. That woman at the front looked at the three of them and asked, "Which one of you is the core disciple?" Xuanhuan took a step forward, "Me." That woman examined her and praised, "Sister truly is an outstanding fairy-like beauty. Furthermore, your talent is also so high, it really makes people envious." "I don't dare accept such praise. Can I ask what is sister here for?" probingly asked Xuanhuan. "Oh, I've forgotten to introduce us. We are the previous generation's disciples, your fellow senior apprentice brothers and apprentice sisters. You can call me senior apprentice sister Chi Yue, but we aren't the same as those previous senior disciples you've met before. We are all members of the healing hall and have come to examine and treat your bodies," smiled Chi Yue. Now Long Chen understood what that elder had meant when he said that there would be people coming over to help them heal their wounds. After experiencing such an intense fight, although they had all consumed medicinal pills to suppress their injuries, a full recovery would most likely require 1 or 2 months. That had been a life-and-death battle that had forced everyone to go all out. Some people had even used some self-destructive techniques in order to force their way through that final trial. It could be said that other than Long Chen, there was practically no one else here who wasn't wounded. It was just a question of how heavy those wounds were. "Call all your people here. In front of your immortal cave is a stone pearl. If you just pat it gently, everyone will be notified," said Chi Yue. Xuanhuan saw the stone pearl next to her immortal cave's door. She lightly touched it. The stone pearl shivered once and began to emit a dark red glow. When the light faded, Long Chen saw a large disturbance at the waist of the mountain as everyone began to climb up to the peak. So it was actually a communication system. Long Chen secretly thought to himself that if he was ever bored at night and couldn't sleep, wouldn't it be interesting to tap it a couple times? Once everyone arrived, Xuanhuan explained to everyone what these senior disciples had come here for, gladdening everyone. Long Chen was also curious just how useful this healing hall was. It couldn't possibly be the same as in the imperial capital, where they just felt your pulse and gave you some prescription, right? Everyone line up properly one by one. The first person to go up was a pale-faced outer disciple. He had received extremely serious inner injuries. Although he had taken medicinal pills, they had only suppressed the injury. He would need time to slowly recover. One woman reached out a hand and placed it on his stomach. Long Chen immediately felt a powerful pure qi spread out. Long Chen's heart shook. That pure qi seemed familiar to him somehow. Suddenly he thought of it. Back in the capital, back when Chu Yao had caused that branch of earth spirit wood to blossom, hadn't it been exactly this kind of aura? That woman nodded. Your inner organs have received a great shock. Parts of them are even broken. You really must have been reckless. After saying that, in front of everyone's awed gazes, a vine slowly crawled out of her palm and wrapped around that person. Powerful pure qi inserted itself into that person's body. That person's pale face gradually recovered. Even his damaged qi and blood were greatly recovered. What a miraculous technique! Long Chen was astonished. With such a person present, what would they need healing medicinal pills for? Looking at their astonished expression, Qi Yue smiled. Our healing hall's disciples possess wood spirit essence. In other words, we are wood cultivators. We can store a great deal of wood spiritual qi that can be used to heal others, but it's not as amazing as you all think. Our spiritual qi is limited, so we can't heal others indefinitely. As for the great effect you see before you, that is because your cultivation bases are still low, so it does not exhaust as much spiritual qi. Only then did people understand, but they were still profoundly shocked by this miraculous power. The world truly was too wondrous. If they hadn't come to the Xuanhuan monastery, they still wouldn't know that there were cultivators like this. Thank you, senior apprentice sister, for your help. That person bowed down low to her. He was now essentially unable to sense anything wrong with his body. Even his missing qi and blood had been mostly replenished. That filled him with gratitude towards her. At this time, the others also went up one by one to be healed. It went without saying that this kind of healing technique was extremely mystical. Not only did it heal outer and inner wounds, but that woman's spiritual qi possessed such a powerful recovery force that it was comparable to spirit medicines. That woman healed over 10 people before switching out with someone else. That person also used wood spiritual qi to heal people. Long Chen supposed that such a healing most likely used up a great deal of spiritual qi, and so they had come as a group in order to heal them all. This junior apprentice sister, your face is pale while your qi and blood have been exhausted. Let senior apprentice brother help you. A tall and handsome man walked over to Tang Wanner with a gentle smile. Tang Wanner looked at him and shook her head. Thank you, senior apprentice brother, for your kind intentions, but I want to ask senior apprentice sister Qi Yue to help heal me. That man paused, an irritated look appearing on his face. Being refused by others was annoying to anyone, but he still smiled. That's also fine. Junior apprentice sister Qi Yue's healing techniques are famously excellent. But Long Chen could hear that he wasn't praising Qi Yue, but pointing out that he was Qi Yue's senior. Tang Wanner only nodded and walked up to Qi Yue. Thank you for your trouble, senior apprentice sister Qi Yue. She had experienced 2 consecutive battles that had caused her to use up everything. She was extremely weak now. She also wanted to experience the mystical ability of wood cultivators. Qi Yue smiled slightly and placed a hand on Tang Wanner's shoulder, her spiritual qi gently entering her body. You've awakened your ancestral mark. Qi Yue looked at her with shock. Tang Wanner nodded, stealthily glancing at Long Chen. The main reason she had managed to awaken her ancestral mark was because of him. Before coming to the monastery, her family had set up a couple desperate straits for her to fall into in order to place some pressure on her. But she had been unable to awaken her ancestral mark like that. But then in order to help Long Chen, she and Yi Zhikyu had both faced death, finally awakening their ancestral marks. At that time, neither of them had realized that. Only once they had begun recuperating had they noticed that the runic imprint in their blood vessels had become much clearer. That had caused them to go crazy with joy. Awakening the ancestral mark meant their future cultivation paths would be a wide and flat path. They had opened the first door to their future cultivation. Junior sister really is amazing, praised Qi Yue. Her spiritual qi began to emit a powerful life energy as it flowed into her body, causing her to feel very comfortable. Tang Wanner could sense those internal injuries in her body were slowly healing. Qi Yue's spiritual qi flowed throughout her entire body, healing every nook and cranny. Even hidden injuries were unable to escape from that powerful spiritual qi and were beginning to heal. But unlike others, as she was being healed, more and more hidden injuries began to be discovered within her body. Even someone as powerful as Qi Yue had to put in some extra effort and increase her spiritual qi. When Qi Yue began to use her full strength, her powerful spiritual qi grew even stronger. A faint layer of light appeared over the 2 of their bodies. Tang Wan'er was already a beauty capable of causing the downfall of an empire. Adding on that faint light, she really did become a heavenly fairy. That man who had offered to heal Tang Wan'er was filled with adoration. There were incredibly few people who could resist her beauty. Long Chen involuntarily felt some disgust when he saw that man's expression. If you like someone, you should pursue them openly and naturally. But he made himself up as if he was a proud rooster, trying to rely on his pretty feathers to attract others. If you wanted to be proud, then stay proud. Don't immediately reveal a sleazy pig head as soon as that person stops looking at you. Long Chen most despised people like this. And for some reason, when he looked at this fellow, he felt his mood turn sour. But he wouldn't foolishly go provoke him. After all, he had come to heal everyone. The process of healing Tang Wan'er's injuries was extremely slow. Everyone else had basically already been healed. Even Qing Yu had been examined, but she hadn't had any injuries. When a woman came up to Long Chen to heal him, Long Chen had been about to decline because he knew he wasn't injured at all. Furthermore, if he let someone else's spiritual qi enter his body, that would reveal the secret that he had no spirit root in his danshan. He didn't want to become someone gossiped about behind his back. But before he could even decline, that senior apprentice brother blocked her from healing him. Long Chen was startled. That senior apprentice brother only icily glanced at Long Chen, not explaining anything. Long Chen was curious, but that was also fine. Now he had no need to personally decline it. He returned his focus back to Tang Wan'er. "You," Qi Yue sighed, shaking her head, "you really are worthy of being a core disciple who has awoken your ancestral mark. To heal your injuries ended up using up half of my spiritual qi." Those disciples who had come with Qi Yue were shocked. Qi Yue was very well known by them. Other than that senior apprentice brother, she was the most powerful of them all. But healing a blood condensation disciple had used up half her spiritual qi. That was practically inconceivable. They were all wood cultivators who knew that the stronger someone was, the more spiritual qi it would require to heal them. It appeared this fairy-like maiden was definitely a terrifying expert. "Senior sister has gone to a great deal of trouble. Please wait a moment." Tang Wan'er could feel her entire body was relaxed without the slightest injury, filling her with gratefulness towards Qi Yue. She ran back into her immortal cave and came out with a cup of queen bee crystal. "Haha, what a smart junior sister. Thank you. Oh, this is Jade butterfly queen bee honey. No, the queen bee honey wouldn't have crystallized. This is queen bee crystal." Qi Yue was startled when she recognized this treasure. Tang Wan'er smiled slightly. Junior sister's luck was good and managed to obtain a piece through luck. "Quickly drink it, senior sister. It'll solidify again soon." Long Chen's mouth twitched. She had once more taken out his things to give to others, but this girl was still all right, keeping it low-key. "Junior apprentice brother, I can see your body is injured. Let senior apprentice brother give you a checkup. You should know that I rarely ever offer my healing services to just anyone." That man smiled and walked up to Long Chen. Chapter 177, Can you not heal yourself? "I don't need you to heal me. I'm fine." Long Chen shook his head. He immediately understood this senior apprentice brother was planning something against him. "Trust your senior apprentice brother's eyesight. If I say there's something wrong with your body, there's definitely something wrong. Don't fail to appreciate my kindness. I, Lu Chuan, am not someone who will randomly heal anyone," icily said Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's words startled everyone, especially Tang Wan'er's people. Wasn't this clearly bullying? Originally, they were filled with gratefulness for all these senior disciples coming to heal them. But hearing this, they no longer felt any respect for this senior apprentice brother Lu Chuan. "Senior apprentice brother Lu Chuan, I don't sense anything wrong with this junior's body. Now that we've finished our mission, we should return." Obviously, Qi Yue had also seen through Lu Chuan's intentions. Qi Yue was giving Lu Chuan a chance to back down. But Lu Chuan shook his head. "When it comes to experience, I joined the sect a month earlier than you. So, junior apprentice sister, trust your senior apprentice brother's eyesight. I will kindly heal him. For you to not trust me really is hurtful." "Junior apprentice brother, come. Don't make things hard for your senior apprentice brother. It wouldn't be good for me to have to forcibly subdue you." Long Chen took a deep breath. If he still didn't understand Lu Chuan's intention, he really wouldn't be Long Chen. This bastard wants to show off his abilities here, most likely in order to awe Tang Wan'er, retrieving the face he lost just now. If you want to show off, then show off, but for you to place your intentions on me, Long Chen was already extremely irritated. "It'd be best for you to not force me. Long Chen indifferently said to Xuanhuan. Tangwaner's people were all shocked. As soon as Long Chen's expression became like this, that often meant he had truly become angry. Refusing medical treatment is not a good thing. If you're sick, then you must get treated. If not, it will be difficult to treat in the future. Xuanhuan icily glared at him. Does your brain have a problem for you to try to show off your senior status in order to attract a woman? It seems you not only have a mental illness, your eyes must also be diseased. Or perhaps you really are blind. Do I look that easy to bully to you? Icily snorted Long Chen. Are you trying to provoke me? Xuanhuan's expression sunk. He began to raise his hands. Stop. Qi Yue was about to go out to stop him, but Tang Wan'er pulled her back. Let them. For some reason, she also found Xuanhuan extremely distasteful. Although he was a senior disciple, she felt Long Chen wouldn't be much inferior to him. At the very least, he wouldn't lose out. She understood Long Chen's temperament. That fellow was able to accept anything except loss. It was better to just let him go out. No, I wouldn't provoke an idiot like you, snidely corrected Long Chen, shaking his head. Bastard! A rattan vine appeared in Xuanhuan's hands, and he attacked Long Chen. Long Chen sneered and grabbed the vine directly. Xuanhuan had obviously underestimated Long Chen's strength. Long Chen pulled, bringing Xuanhuan flying into him. POW! Long Chen's hand viciously slapped Xuanhuan on the face, sending him flying back. Tangwaner's people were still not that shocked, but Qi Yue's group were flabbergasted, watching this scene with disbelief. In their group, Qi Yue might be the leader of their group and was number one in terms of healing and recovery, but when it came to combat strength, Xuanhuan was superior. And so despite the fact that Xuanhuan was technically Qi Yue's subordinate, he would often mess with her. Qi Yue also had no way to handle that, and so she could only endure. That gave her a constant headache, as her prestige as being their team leader would only grow weaker. Luckily, the rest of her group had an understanding of her and supported her greatly. Although none of them liked Xuanhuan, when it came to cultivation base and strength, Xuanhuan was the most powerful amongst them. But even such a tendon transformation expert was sent flying with a single slap as soon as he attacked. Xuanhuan flew back dozens of meters, miserably crashing on the ground. When he once more got up, there was a very clear handprint on his face. Feeling that hot pain on his face as well as seeing everyone's peculiar expressions, Xuanhuan immediately became infuriated. Fucker, Xuanhuan roared, and a wooden spear appeared in his hand. Although it looked to be made of wood, there were lines covering the entire spear that released a terrifying pressure. That sharp aura caused people to shiver. That was a weapon that was even harder than steel. His aura exploded as he stabbed his spear at Long Chen. Terrifying chi rumbled, shaking people's eardrums. That spear shot straight at Long Chen's stomach. He was incredibly vicious, actually wanting to take Long Chen's life. Furthermore, it was so fast that no one was able to react before that spear stabbed through Long Chen. Long Chen! Tangwaner let out a startled cry, her face pale. But she then suddenly noticed Long Chen, who had been pierced through by that spear, actually disappeared. After image, Xuanhuan immediately had a bad feeling. Bang! Another hand viciously slapped across his face, the explosive energy once more sending him flying. It was the exact same angle and attack as the previous one, but this time the distance he flew back was no longer the same. He no longer flew in an arc. This time he was blown back so hard he was flying in a straight line. Xuanhuan smashed into the stone wall behind him, causing a loud boom that caused everyone to cringe. But the stone wall was extremely sturdy, and he simply splatted against it. He vomited out blood. Inside that vomit were also a couple teeth. Seeing that there was still some flesh on those teeth, people shivered. Everyone looked at Long Chen as if he were a monster. Was he really a newly accepted disciple? He was far too strong. How was this even a battle? It was more like beating a child. Boss is mighty, a cry came out from the crowd. Xuanhuan had been frightened greatly when he saw that spear stab through Long Chen, but now he finally had a chance to cheer for Long Chen. Xuanhuan's face had another large handprint that was on the other side of his face now, practically symmetrical. But one side had swollen up much more than the other, causing him to look like a freak. Didn't you want to show off your great strength and your exquisite healing skills? Now you have a chance, Long Chen icily said to Xuanhuan. Now that he said that, Xuanhuan and the others finally understood why Xuanhuan would force Long Chen like this. So he had been planning on using him to display his own abilities. Then remembering how he had taken action to try healing Tang Wan'er's wounds, everyone finally came to a sudden realization. If you really needed someone to make an example out of, there were many possible candidates. For him to choose Long Chen, was he tired of living? Long Chen's ridiculous combat strength had already surpassed the monster class. Even those elders were all shocked by him. Furthermore, with Long Chen and Tang Wan'er's relationship, to use Long Chen as an example to obtain Tang Wan'er, he must really have a mental illness or be blind. Had he not seen how close the two of them stood? Everyone was deathly silent. Xuanhuan was already completely dazed, only recovering after a long time. Then, sensing the painful heat coming from his face, he glared at Long Chen, his eyes spitting flames. "Hey, I waited forever for you. Are you still putting on a show or not? Can you not heal yourself? You can't put on your show," Long Chen impatiently said. "100 vine trap," Xuanhuan roared. Suddenly countless vines charged out of his hands at Long Chen like hundreds of slithering snakes. That had happened so quickly that no one had even realized what had happened before Long Chen was completely ensnared by those vines. He was completely caught with only his head exposed at the top. Tang Wan'er and the others had never seen such a bizarre technique, blankly staring at Xuanhuan's hands. Those vines had flown out from Xuanhuan's flesh. This was the first time any of them had seen a wood cultivator's techniques, so they were all shocked. To use one's own flesh to give birth to rattan vines was odder than any other kind of ability they had seen. Those vines had come out from Xuanhuan's body and were controlled by him like his own fingers. That kind of ability had surpassed anyone's expectations. "Now you can shut up, you bastard," Xuanhuan sinisterly glared at Long Chen. The vines then began to slowly tighten even more, wanting to crush Long Chen within. Long Chen indifferently examined those vines. "Why do I need to shut up? It's not like my teeth have already fallen out and all that remains in my mouth is a bunch of crap." Everyone was startled. Despite being completely trapped, Long Chen was still able to say such things. Was he not afraid of paying for his actions? Tang Wan'er had been worried at first when she saw Long Chen trapped, but then she thought of something and relaxed, actually laughing inside. "Your mouth really is vicious, but I want to see just how vicious it'll be later." Xuanhuan snorted, urging his vines to tighten to the limit. But Long Chen's expression was still completely indifferent, with just a touch of ridicule as he looked at Xuanhuan. He didn't say a single word, acting as if he were just watching a monkey perform. Xuanhuan's expression gradually grew uglier. Those handprints on his face had now become even clearer. It was almost possible to see even his palm lines. "I don't believe I can't crush you to death." Xuanhuan roared and his whole body's qi surged out. His spiritual qi poured into those vines. Everyone could see those vines grow even thicker. But no matter how he strengthened those vines, it seemed as if they had reached some sort of limit and were unable to tighten any further. Xuanhuan was completely astonished. These vines had all been formed from his core energy. Their toughness was even greater than steel rope. Let alone flesh, even steel would have been crushed. But Long Chen's expression was completely composed. That meant that Long Chen's physical body had already reached an inconceivable level. "Have you finished playing? Can you take back your useless little strings?" Long Chen asked the astonished Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan immediately reacted and put away his astonished expression, coldly snorting. "Do you think that I'm helpless now? You're too immature. I'll whip your face into mush." Another vine, the thickness of a thumb, grew out of his palm. He raised that vine high into the air as if it was a whip and thrashed it down on Long Chen's face. Chapter 178, Let Me Treat Your Illness. That vine was turned into a whip that lashed at Long Chen's face. Long Chen coldly snorted, "Your illness really is too severe. Fine, I'll help you treat it." He closed his eyes. When he once more opened them, he let out a thunderous cry. Pill blaze. Boom. Terrifying flames soared out, engulfing the area dozens of meters around him. That intense temperature roasted the air. "Ah!" When those flames appeared, a miserable scream came from Xuanhuan, a cry so mournful it caused people's hair to stand on end. Everyone from the healing hall was greatly shaken. They looked at the flame-covered Long Chen with terror. Some of them couldn't help taking a couple steps back. They had an innate fear towards fire. That was their natural enemy, their bane. Tang Wan'er extended a hand and severed the vines that were being burned. Only then did Xuanhuan's miserable shrieks end. She knew those vines were formed from Xuanhuan's core energy. However, they were not the same as her wind blades. Those vines were connected directly to Lu Chuan's mind and spirit. That was how he was able to control them so nimbly. When those vines received an attack, his spirit would also suffer the same impact. Wood cultivators did not specialize in fighting, but in supporting. Their strength lay in their pure life energy that could quickly heal people's injuries. So despite Lu Chuan being a senior apprentice brother, he was not at all on the same level as those tendon transformation senior apprentice brothers who specialized in fighting. But Lu Chuan had still thought that even if his strength wasn't great, it should still have been no problem to suppress the rookies who had just joined the sect. The result, of course, was this. Because his vines had been wrapped too tightly and bound to each other in layers, he was unable to withdraw his vines after Long Chen had released his flame. Having those vines being burned by that flame made him feel as if his soul was on fire. That kind of pain was something unendurable. If Tang Wan'er hadn't severed those vines when she had and Lu Chuan had continued to feel that pain of having his soul burning, his soul would have ended up almost permanently injured. Tang Wan'er didn't want to see Long Chen ending up committing such a crime. The flames surrounding Long Chen's body faded away. Shrugging, those vines that had been tightly coiling around his body had all been burnt to crisp and now collapsed to the ground. Shaking out his body, Long Chen looked at the astonished Qi Yue and laughed. Many thanks Sizer Qi Yue for coming here to heal our injuries. Would you like to come in and have a sit, perhaps drink some tea? Oh no, we still need to return and report that we finished our mission. If I have a chance then I'll come back to disturb you all. Goodbye. Qi Yue brought everyone away. As for Lu Chuan, his face was pale as paper, and he was already completely dazed. That was because of the pain from his soul. Brat, you better wait for me. Lu Chuan ground his teeth and gave one final shout to Long Chen before descending down the mountain with everyone. However, he no longer had his bossy air as he had before. Now he seemed more like a stray dog. Boss, you're too amazing. Yu Ran walked up and gave Long Chen a thumbs up. However, boss, I feel like you really do stir up trouble all the time. Wherever you go, there's always people who end up looking unfavorably upon you. Tang Wan'er laughed. I think the same, haha. Seeing everyone looking at him oddly, Long Chen felt extremely embarrassed. That doesn't matter. Everyone can disperse now. According to the elder's explanation, we have 3 days resting time. 3 days later, everyone remember to report to the monastery plaza. We don't have to gather together at that time. Just go over by yourself and you'll be fine. If you can't restrain yourself, you can go explore the surroundings, but don't get lost. After sending everyone away, all that remained were him, Tang Wan'er, and Qing Yu. Qing Yu worriedly looked at Long Chen. Long Chen, if you continue like this, it won't be advantageous for you in the future. Restraining yourself a bit isn't always a bad thing. Qing Yu worried about Long Chen's temperament that didn't fear heaven or earth. Sooner or later, he would end up running into a steel nail. After all, there were many experts within the monastery. Sister Qing Yu, I understand. Next time I encounter such a thing, I'll definitely restrain myself, promised Long Chen with a smile. But inside he said, but if I can't endure, don't blame me. Long Chen also wanted to be a bit more low-key, wishing to peacefully cultivate. But there were always so many fools who found trouble for him. He also wanted to just endure it all and let it go. But within his mind was another will which refused to accept any loss. Sometimes Long Chen felt as if he had 2 selves. Had the pill god memories fused into him, or had the pill god's soul taken over his body? As he cultivated in the 9-star Hegemon body art, that will became more and more intense. That will was one that would bravely charge forward, not looking back even in death. Taking the previous situation as an example, Long Chen had definitely possessed many ways to avoid it. Perhaps he could have revealed his own pill blaze ahead of time to scare Lu Chuan away. But he didn't know why, but he had chosen to use the most direct method of fighting to resolve this. Furthermore, after that, there had been some hidden pleasure within him that caused him to not know whether to laugh or cry. Wan'er, you should learn a bit from Long Chen. Look, he understands he made an error and accepts it, but look at you. I say a couple things and you start to retort. When will you begin to grow up a bit? Qing Yu sighed worriedly. Tang Wan'er looked at Long Chen, who was now acting like an obedient child. Her sister Qing Yu had clearly been duped by that scoundrel. She viciously cut at Long Chen with her eyes. Over the next few days, Long Chen was dragged by Tang Wan'er all over their mountain. They could only stay within this area during this time. If they were to rashly leave, perhaps that would violate some random rule of the monastery which would be troublesome. The other disciples also explored as well. Everyone was extremely curious about every tree and grass around here. Xuanhuan and Long Chen were strolling down a small path, looking at the rare flowers and grass in the surroundings. Xuanhuan emotionally sighed. After so many years of hardships, I've finally entered the Xuanhuan monastery. This place really is wonderland. Hee, not to pour cold water over your enthusiasm, but this is them giving you a little candy after giving you a slap. After this candy, another slap is about to come. We should make our preparations, laughed Long Chen. Xuanhuan also laughed with an indescribable beauty. Long Chen, how come you never act your age? Your words are always so experienced. Long Chen sighed. Perhaps it was from being infected by that old ghost within that cave. His current disposition was completely related to what he had experienced. He also felt he hadn't managed to live his own youth before directly stepping into adulthood. He never had any things in common to talk about with these companions of his who were around the same age as him. Sometimes even he would feel extremely lonesome inside. So that was why Long Chen would usually just joke around with people like Xuanhuan, only rarely saying what he actually thought. Most of them were simply not on the same level of thinking as him. Now that you mention, didn't that corrupt corpse say you had tricked him? How did you trick him? Why did he hate you so much? Curiously asked Xuanhuan. To cause a corrupt expert's soul to become so furious, Long Chen really was capable. Perhaps his mouth was even able to anger a corpse back to life. Perhaps I failed to live up to his love, said Long Chen with a complicated expression, seeming to recall memories of love. Your nonsense is nauseating. Xuanhuan glared at him. He was even able to say such a disgusting thing out loud. What are you thinking? I'm simply saying that when he saw such a great genius like me, he wanted to take me as an apprentice, disdainfully said Long Chen. Xuanhuan reddened slightly, but she quickly retorted, yeah, I believe it when you put it like that. Oh, most of what you do has no righteousness in it, so that old ghost definitely picked the right person to take as his apprentice, said Xuanhuan. Long Chen looked at the laughing expression in her eyes and immediately understood she was mocking him. He wanted to retort, but even after a long pause, he was unable to find a suitable line. Was he really suited to join a corrupt sect? Seeing Long Chen just blankly staring at her speechless, Xuanhuan laughed. It seemed that this was the first time she had come ahead of him in terms of verbal jousting since she had met him. Back in my Tang family, I was the #1 person in my generation and had the highest status, so all seniors in my family would pamper me greatly. At that time, I was very headstrong and liked to be annoying. What are you talking about? Even now you like to be annoying, Long Chen shook his head. Rascal, don't interrupt me. Xuanhuan hit Long Chen in anger before continuing. As I gradually grew up in my family, I started to realize in their love and pampering for me, they had given me far too much blood and sweat. That was because they hoped I would one day revive the ancestral mark, awakening the bloodline, and revitalizing the Tang family. From that moment on, I felt a huge pressure on myself. Even without the elders telling me to, I would bitterly cultivate. After I entered the blood condensation realm, my family purposely set up a couple, assassins, in order to force me into despair, hoping I could revive the ancestral mark during a life and death moment. But it failed. If the first time fails, then later on the probability decreases even more. After 7 times, I still failed to revive the ancestral mark. Although none of them said anything, I know how disappointed they were. Xuanhuan was unable to continue any further, hugging Long Chen and sobbing. Long Chen was shocked, not daring to move even a single muscle. Feeling her soft and beautiful body, smelling that faint fragrance, he felt as if he were floating. After crying for a while, Xuanhuan finally came to herself and hastily released Long Chen. She turned her head and wiped away her tears, her face already as red as an apple, her heart pounding like a drum. Chapter 179, Heaven-Earth Faction. The both of them were completely silent for a while, the atmosphere between them captivating as well as tense. Xuanhuan's heart pounded. How come this scoundrel was so talkative normally but was silent now? Why aren't you talking? Xuanhuan finally found the courage to break the silence, but she didn't have the courage to turn back to face him. I'm still thinking, said Long Chen. But as soon as he said it, he regretted it, wishing to give himself a slap on the face. Xuanhuan glared at him, her tears slowly flowing. She thought Long Chen was mocking her. No, I have no intention of laughing at you. Everyone has some bitterness suppressed in their hearts, but at the very least you had a complete childhood, quietly said Long Chen. She saw that when he said that, there was a bit of sadness within his eyes, as well as a feeling of being lost. That caused her heart to shake. This kind of emotion rarely ever surfaced on Long Chen's face. Tang Wan'er wiped away her tears and asked, Long Chen, can I hear about your past? Nope, Long Chen shook his head. Petty, I told you about me so you have to tell me, demanded Tang Wan'er. Long Chen rolled his eyes. It's not like I asked you to tell me. Even so, since you heard it, you must tell me about yourself too. She stood in front of Long Chen, her posture saying that she wouldn't let him leave before telling her. Long Chen smiled slightly and his heart warmed inside. Thank you. Tang Wan'er's heart pounded faster when she saw Long Chen looking at her so gently. Not daring to meet his gaze, she asked, Why are you thanking me? Thank you for treating me as a friend. You're asking this to understand me more. Fine. I also had a couple friends by my side, however I had to abandon them. Long Chen's quiet voice was heavy. Shi Feng, Fatty Yu, Shi Hu, and all the others' images surfaced in his mind. Perhaps he would never be able to have another chance at another great feast and drunkfest like what they had had before he had left. Why did you have to abandon them? Curiously asked Tang Wan'er. Let's chat while walking. Long Chen and Tang Wan'er slowly strolled as he quietly told her about his youth. You had a complete childhood, but I only had half a childhood. He told her about everything from his childhood. Perhaps he had repressed his emotions for too long and finally needed to release them, but he told her all about how he had been constantly bullied, how he had narrowly escaped from death several times, telling her everything, only keeping the pill god memories secret. Tang Wan'er had never imagined Long Chen had experienced so much misery and pain. No wonder she always felt his intelligence was far greater than others. That had been forced. If Long Chen hadn't gained that intelligence that surpassed others, he would have already died under someone else's schemes. Compared to Long Chen, she had had an absolutely delightful youth. As Long Chen told her about his own misfortune, she couldn't help feeling ashamed. It was as if an emperor was complaining to beggar about how his meat didn't taste good and wasn't refined enough for him. Long Chen, don't you feel wrong to have to experience so much? Asked Tang Wan'er. Of course I feel wronged, but I haven't found a suitable shoulder to cry on. Long Chen glanced at Tang Wan'er's shoulder. She jumped, hastily taking a step back, guardedly saying, Don't mess around. How is that messing around? Didn't you cry while hugging me just now? Now it should be switched around. Tang Wan'er's face immediately turned red. She evasively said, That's not the same, I'm a woman. Long Chen mumbled, petty, before finding a clean boulder to sit on. Looking into the distance, who knew what he was thinking of? Seeing Long Chen didn't forcibly complain about it, Tang Wan'er relaxed. She also sat next to Long Chen. Now that you've joined the monastery, what are your plans? She asked. Eat plenty, drink plenty, play plenty, and become a completely new and improved scoundrel, laughed Long Chen. I'm serious here, Tang Wan'er rebuked. It's just like you said, our peaceful comfort is only temporary. A cruel competition is about to start again. What kind of competition? Asked Long Chen. It's still unknown. For each generation they have a somewhat different competition, but it will always be very intense. We should make our own preparations. Otherwise, if we can't grab enough resources, our faction's strength will fall far behind the other factions, worriedly said Tang Wan'er. No way, right? With us two here, it can be said that we are the strongest of all 5 factions. How could we fall behind? Asked Long Chen. Tang Wan'er explained. Although I don't know why you are so strong, I can guess it definitely has to do with your cultivation technique. The stronger the cultivation method, the slower you will advance levels. I've known you for this long, but you still haven't broken through to the late blood condensation realm. That says everything. All of us are essentially at the peak of blood condensation. We're just waiting for the trial rewards to use 10,000 beast essence blood for our final blood condensation. Then we'll all directly advance to the tendon transformation realm. At that time, your superiority will completely vanish. Only now did Long Chen realize that problem. Currently amongst this group of geniuses, he could be considered a hegemon. But once everyone entered the tendon transformation realm, let alone the monster-class geniuses, even those ordinary inner disciples wouldn't be much inferior to him in combat strength. Furthermore, there aren't only 5 new factions in the monastery. Oh, the Xuanhuan monastery is not the same as other sects. Their disciple selection is split across different areas. They are split into the eastern, western, southern, northern, and central areas. We are in the central area. We still don't know how many core disciples are going to come from the other 4 areas. So the competition will definitely be extremely intense, explained Tang Wanner. This time she really did give Long Chen a fright. Just the 30,000 people he had seen at the beginning of the trial had been shocking enough. He really would never have guessed that there had been 5 such places undergoing the trial at the same time. The Xuanhuan monastery's power sphere was far too large. So you especially should cultivate as fast as possible, otherwise your superiority will quickly disappear. Fortunately, now that I and Sister Jikyu have revived our ancestral marks, our bloodline strength is beginning to awaken. The runic power within our bloodline is becoming stronger every single day. So Lei Qianshang and the others aren't on the same level as us anymore, but if they had too many people work together, we still wouldn't be able to defeat them alone. The situation isn't very optimistic, said Tang Wanner. Long Chen sighed bitterly. He also wanted to cultivate a bit faster, but as his cultivation base rose and his physical body grew stronger, the speed at which he advanced became increasingly slow. It had already been a month, but his blood essence had yet to completely reach saturation. He had no way to undergo the next blood purification and enter the 7th heaven stage. He recalled how difficult it had been for him to break through within the qi condensation realm. Now, as soon as he reached the mid-blood condensation realm, his speed had slowed down greatly. Long Chen had a premonition that the difficulty in breaking through to tendon transformation wouldn't be any less than when he had broken through to blood condensation. But he was also helpless about that. The technique known as the 9-star Hegemon body art was incredibly profound. He had only seen the tip of the iceberg. He had no idea how to increase his cultivation speed. According to Long Chen's estimations, if he could condense the 2nd star, the Alioth star, then with both stars, superposition, it would be possible to increase his cultivation speed. But to condense the Alioth star required him to refine the Alioth pill. He had yet to gather many of the Alioth pill's required ingredients. He could only take it one step at a time. But Long Chen wasn't particularly worried about that yet. That was because he still had a trump card. That would be the flame salamander's needle he had found on the way here. As long as he absorbed the flame salamander's needle, he would be able to use the existence that was ranked 97th on the beast flame rankings. If Long Chen could control that beast flame, then with his powerful spiritual strength, his combat strength would once more reach a new level. For now, he would have to put aside the matter of seeing Chu Yao. It was more urgent for him to quickly increase his strength. In Long Chen's mind, there were 2 things he needed to do. First was to gather the ingredients to absorb the needle. That was a bit more simple. He was fully confident those ingredients could be gathered within the monastery. But the other thing he needed to do was gather the medicinal ingredients required for the Alioth pill. That was more difficult, but it was also absolutely necessary. He would have to gather as much as he could. The main problem with that which caused Long Chen some panic was that to condense the Alioth star, he would require a huge number of Alioth pills. 1 or 2 pills was absolutely nothing, completely unable to completely condense it. Thinking back to how he had used up over 1,000 Feng Fu pills for the first Feng Fu star, he knew he would require an accordingly terrifying number of Alioth pills. You don't need to be too worried. With me and Sister Jikyu here, there won't be any problems for a short time. So you also don't need to feel that much pressure, consoled Tang Wanner when she saw Long Chen just pondering and muttering to himself. At the same time, she also felt a bit embarrassed. She was the head of their faction, but she had placed the pressure onto him. She couldn't shift the responsibility and duty like that. Originally, that pressure should have been hers, but she had a trust and dependence on Long Chen that even she didn't completely understand. And so, she hoped Long Chen could help her. Right, what name should we call our faction? Tang Wanner purposely changed the subject. Peak Tanggate. No, that name is too unbridled, and Tanggate sounds like it's my family's, something else. Tang Wanner shook her head, clearly not liking that flamboyant name. Black Dragon Group, Long Chen gave another suggestion. No, that makes us sound like a gang of hooligans. It's not elegant enough. Then let's just call it the Peak Tang Black Dragon Group. This is not a joke. Be a bit more serious. Why had Tang Wanner even worried about him feeling too much pressure? This scoundrel fundamentally didn't even know what it meant to feel pressure. The 2 of them discussed it for a while, finally coming up with a both domineering and resounding name just before the sun set. Heaven-Earth faction. Thus Tangwaner became the Heaven-Earth faction's leader. No one yet knew that from that day on, the Heaven-Earth faction would become a name forever remembered in the history of the Xuanhuan monastery. Chapter 180, 10,000 Beast Essence Blood. 3 days' time passed quickly. By the time the third day was over, everyone's spirits had already recovered. After that life and death experience, after a tempering of blood and fire, the brilliance within this group of spoiled disciples had finally begun to blossom. Although they couldn't be said to have already unsheathed their sharp airs, at the very least they were no longer a group of trash. They already had the embryonic air of experts. Thousands of disciples had gathered in the Xuanhuan Plaza. This huge plaza that was hundreds of miles wide was bustling with noise. At the center of the plaza was a huge sculpture hundreds of meters tall. That sculpture was of a man with a longsword in his hand. He pointed up to the heavens with a will that wished to destroy the world. That statue was said to be Xuanhuan Dao Sect's ancestral founder. However, this statue seemed as if it had already existed here before the Xuanhuan monastery had even been established. After the erosion of time, it was already somewhat broken down, but that disdainful will hadn't changed in the slightest. Below that huge statue were hundreds of green-robed disciples that were frantically bustling. There were men and women amongst them, but the majority were women. They were currently nervously sticking some small syringes into the arms of the disciples. After taking out a drop of blood and putting it into a metal container, they also recorded the name, gender, age, and other information about that disciple. At the fringe of the plaza were 2 youths sitting below a large tree. One of them was squinting at that sculpture. After staring for a while, he asked the other, Xuanhuan, are you sure we should go up last? Xuanhuan confidently said, trust me, boss, according to my information, those people collecting blood are all newbies who just joined the sect. Letting them collect blood is a trial for them. At the beginning, they'll all poke you several times with those needles before finally getting a drop of essence blood. If you don't believe me, just look at how nervous they are. Even their hands are trembling. Trust me, boss, I can't possibly be wrong. Long Chen truly did see those people were extremely nervous, but wasn't it just to take out a drop of blood? There was no need for them to be like this. However, to give Xuanhuan face, Long Chen didn't say anything. The two of them just stared up at that statue. He didn't know why, but looking at this statue, it almost felt as if this statue was alive. Although that kind of thinking was laughable, he was sure he felt it. That feeling was extremely mysterious. Okay, boss, it's time. Almost everyone's gone, so we can go now too. The time had flown by without him knowing as he stared at the statue. Almost everyone had finished. Long Chen nodded. Previously there had been many people, including Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin. He also saw a couple of very powerful fellows. He had agreed to Xuanhuan's suggestions also because he didn't want to run into those fellows. As soon as they saw Long Chen, they would start wildly sneering and barking at him like a dog. Long Chen felt there was no need to disgrace himself by exchanging insults with them. He didn't want to be mocked by the people of the other 4 areas. But he had secretly observed that there really were many powerful figures appearing. Their auras were shocking, not at all inferior to Lei Qiansheng and them. Just now Lei Qiansheng had almost gotten into a fight with another core disciple. The both of them were extremely arrogant and had disdainfully looked down on the other, creating sparks. But unfortunately, just as those sparks were about to explode, they were shooed off by the senior disciples in charge of this place. Those disciples were actually familiar to Long Chen. One of them was that grave senior apprentice brother Wan he had seen at the beginning. Xuanhuan and Long Chen walked up now that everyone had left, so senior apprentice brother Wan just happened to see Long Chen. He nodded to him, not bad. I heard everything about what happened in the trial. Didn't I end up failing in the end? Don't tease junior disciple like this. Sorry we came late. The inspections aren't over yet, right? Laughed Long Chen. Long Chen's gut told him this senior apprentice brother Wan was an old-fashioned person who wouldn't casually laugh at others. That kind of person was extremely upright, causing others to easily form good opinions of him. You're not late. I still have some work to do, so I'll be going. Senior apprentice brother Wan turned and left, but before he did, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Long Chen immediately felt something was off. Looking at the place to register, he saw there were over a dozen maidens that were red from being scolded by their senior apprentice sister. He had no idea what they were doing. One of the people in charge of the registration was just boringly playing with her brush. Sorry to trouble you, but we came late. Can we still register? Politely said Xuanhuan. That person turned to look at Long Chen, and Xuanhuan, her expression filled with absolute delight, looking as if they had just saved her life. She excitedly called out to the people behind her, "Those of you who haven't finished the trial, quickly come. There's 2 more people here." Those maidens who were dispiritedly being scolded immediately became like they had heard the sounds of heaven and turned to stare at Long Chen and Xuanhuan. Both of them were given a fright. They looked like hungry wolves looking at 2 sheep. A quarter hour later, both Xuanhuan and Long Chen dispiritedly left the plaza, their entire upper arms feeling like they had been stung by bees. In all his years, Long Chen had never been used as an experimental object to be used by others. But in front of those lovely and pitiful junior sisters, how could he have the heart to refuse? The person in charge of that trial had said that if those maidens' techniques were not satisfactory, they would be forced to leave. As a result, those sisters had practically begged them for help. Xuanhuan and Long Chen had surrendered to them, resulting in this miserable end. Xuanhuan, this was your plan. Long Chen took a deep breath, trying to keep his contempt from his voice. However, he found he really was unable to do that. About that, boss, that was definitely just an exception. Next time it won't happen again. Xuanhuan was also depressed. No one could have expected the situation would end up like this. The Xuanhuan monastery was extremely large, so even walking back took a long time. Just to go from the plaza to their mountain required a full 2 hours of their time. By the time they got back, everyone was already gathered. Tang Wan'er glared at the 2 of them angrily. "What were you 2 doing? Hurry up, the rewards are already being passed out." Only then did Long Chen realize there was a small jug in front of everyone. Those jugs were similar to wine jugs, but he wondered what was inside these. Xuanhuan was given a jug, but as for Long Chen's portion, Tang Wan'er did not give it to him. Inside the jugs is 10,000 beast essence blood. Absorb the essence blood inside and your body's blood energy will rise to the peak, giving you a high chance of a flawless advancement. Everyone excitedly examined the liquid inside the jugs. Most of them clearly knew what it was. That had bitterly kept their cultivation bases within the blood condensation realm all for this day, all for this 10,000 beast essence blood. The quality of advancements was split into flawed, imperfect, flawless, and perfect. In the secular world, almost all advancements were flawed. Such an advancement would have a destabilizing effect on one's foundation, becoming a great hindrance in one's future cultivation. But there was no way around it. Most martial artists didn't have the powerful resources required to build a solid foundation. That was a kind of destiny that was very difficult to change. The next level was imperfect, which was usually the highest level most powerful families' disciples could reach. It would leave a slight imperfection on the foundation when advancing. It would definitely have an effect on their future cultivation, but it was much, much less than the impact of a flawed advancement. The third level was flawless, something countless experts dreamed about obtaining. If they could reach that mark, then the impact left behind by their advancement would basically be nothing. As for the final level, that was called perfect. It was even more flawless than flawless, a level of advancement that simply could not be hoped for. Even monster-class geniuses would need to rely on luck and opportunity for that, and so most people wouldn't even try for such an extravagant level. In their eyes, a flawless advancement was already perfect. Such an advancement would give one hope for reaching Xuanhuan one day, even if that hope was extremely remote. Outer disciples can use their badge to go exchange for 1 spirit stone and 500 points from the Xuanhuan pavilion. Inner disciples can receive 3 spirit stones and 2,000 points. These are given once a month as your rations weighted. As for how to use your spirit stones and points, you can all return to your own residences. Each person's room has a wall that has explanations for that. Once you all return, take a good look over it. Remember, time is pressing. When you return, quickly make your breakthroughs. Another huge competition is about to commence, solemnly warned Tang Wan'er. Sister Wan'er, what kind of competition is it? Curiously asked one maiden. Tang Wan'er smiled slightly. I can't tell you for now, but all you need to know is that the stronger everyone is, the more benefits and resources we can obtain. On the other hand, if we are too weak, we'll only be bullied within the monastery, so we must work hard to be strong. Once everyone returned to their own immortal caves to cultivate and there was no one else around, Tang Wan'er turned to Long Chen. How come what I say doesn't seem to inspire them as much as what you said back then? Tang Wan'er still remembered how Long Chen had just said a couple random things to fire everyone up. Even that fear of death in their hearts had been overcome. She had been hoping to boost everyone's morale this time, but she was never able to learn his morale-boosting technique. In the end, she sighed dejectedly. Long Chen laughed. That's because your skin isn't thick enough. You have to drink enough that you don't even recognize your own family and boast so shamelessly that even you can't believe your own words. Ah, young people really do need to train more. Tang Wan'er rolled her eyes at him and taunted, keep laughing. If you don't want top grade 10,000 beast essence blood, then just keep on laughing there. I'm going home. Tang Wan'er walked back into her immortal cave. Qing Yu was to the side covering up her laughter. Long Chen stared blankly. Top grade 10,000 beast essence blood. Only then did he react and hastily follow her. Chapter 181, Deciphering the Medicinal Formula. Tang Wan'er resisted laughing and turned to look at Long Chen stiffly. What are you following me for? He, obviously to see some of that legendary top-grade 10,000 beast essence blood. Long Chen shamelessly winked and laughed, attempting to charm her. She had been trying to put on an angry air, but in front of Long Chen, that was always incredibly difficult. Putting away her angry face, she explained, this is something only core disciples can obtain. My 10,000 beast essence blood is many times greater than the portions you guys get. I'll give you half now, but you must promise me to always follow by my side and to help boost morale for me. Also, you can't make any more of your jokes. Half, then wouldn't you not have enough? Asked Long Chen. If I use it sparingly, it should be enough. Tang Wan'er was also unsure. Where's my portion? Long Chen asked where his original jar was. Tang Wan'er handed him a jar. This should have been yours, but the essence blood inside is very ordinary. Your physical body is much stronger than others, so you need the 10,000 beast essence blood more than me. It's rumored that the jar I have contains the essence blood of magical beasts that have lived for over 10,000 years. Long Chen opened the jar and broke open the seal over the opening. A dense smell of blood surged out, bringing with it a powerful medicinal scent as well. Yuli powder, Southski star, new twin grass, earth dragon root. Long Chen was lost in thought, immediately distinguishing several types of medicinal ingredients from that scent. Tang Wan'er looked at him strangely. You can smell them out. Long Chen nodded. He dipped his finger into the blood and then tasted it. Bitter cube, white peony, water lily seed. Long Chen distinguished 18 different medicinal ingredients, in the end contemptuously saying, this is ordinary magical beast essence blood that has been mixed with herbs that complement the blood essence in order to form a medicinal liquid that can aid people to condense their blood to the peak. Tang Wan'er looked at him woodenly. You can really tell the formula. This 10,000 beast essence blood is a secret formula of the Xuanhuan sect. No one else has ever figured it out or obtained it. Of us registrants who came to the Xuanhuan monastery, there's a very large portion that came here specifically for this magical beast essence blood. Tang Wan'er could not be blamed for not believing him. No one would possibly believe this. This 10,000 beast essence blood was something even the Xuanhuan monastery itself didn't know how to make. It was a resource sent from above. There were once countless people who had tried researching this secret formula, but they had all failed in the end. So now the Xuanhuan monastery had attracted who knew how many people, all for this medicinal liquid. Let me try out your 10,000 beast essence blood. Long Chen grabbed Tang Wan'er's jug. Opening it, powerful blood qi immediately filled the room. He saw that she had more much than him too. What crap! There's no way this essence blood was from 10,000-year-old magical beasts. This is clearly just third-rank magical beast essence blood. But the medicinal ingredients inside are not the same, cursed Long Chen. With his pill god soul, he was able to distinguish essentially every natural treasure. And he could even figure out the specific portions of the medicinal ingredients within this 10,000 beast essence blood just from smelling and tasting it. The magical beast essence blood in this jar was the exact same as the one in Long Chen's jar. However, the medicinal ingredients inside had been increased. Wan'er, help me record what I say. Although Tang Wan'er didn't know what Long Chen was planning, she still nodded and took out a brush and paper. Long Chen dripped a drop of this so-called 10,000 beast essence blood onto his tongue and then closed his eyes. Soul returning incense, spirit protection horn, earth scaber, elegant silk flower. Tang Wan'er quickly focused on writing, afraid to misspell something. Long Chen finished in just one breath. Tang Wan'er had written down 48 different medicinal ingredients. Long Chen went to rinse his mouth, and then once more closed his eyes, dripping another drop of 10,000 beast essence blood onto his tongue, continuing naming medicine ingredients. He repeated that a total of 3 times before stopping. Tang Wan'er picked up her piece of paper. He had repeated the exact same 48 medicinal ingredients all 3 times. Only the order in which he had said them had been different. Long Chen, is this for real? Tang Wan'er couldn't believe her own eyes. If other people knew Long Chen could decipher the Xuanhuan sect's secret formula, that would definitely attract killers and assassins. There shouldn't be anything wrong. As long as you can gather third-rank magical beast essence blood, I can make this so-called 10,000 beast essence blood. Long Chen really was speechless inside when he mentioned the 10,000 part. It was complete deception that this was essence blood from magical beasts older than 10,000 years. Third-rank magical beasts were only able to live for around 2,000 years. A magical beast that was 10,000 years old had to have at least reached the 4th rank. Weren't they purposely defrauding others? Even for those huge sects, it would cost a great deal for them to use 4th-rank magical beast essence blood in experiments to find this formula. It was no wonder that no one had managed to figure out their secret formula after all these years. That was because they had been played. The Xuanhuan monastery truly was skillful. This deception had perfectly played its part. Wan'er, you can absorb all this magical beast essence blood. Although it's only 3rd-rank magical beast essence blood, after it has been mixed with these 48 medicinal ingredients, the blood will be completely activated. As long as you absorb it, all the impurities within your blood will be completely expelled, and a perfect advancement will be no problem. But you, don't worry about me. I can easily make it myself. Furthermore, even if I absorb it, I can't advance to the tendon transformation realm. That would be a waste, advised Long Chen. He was very grateful to Tang Wan'er. She really was a kind-hearted girl. She nodded and raised her hand, her spiritual strength spreading out. It went without saying that Tang Wan'er's spiritual strength was extremely great. The magical beast essence blood within the jar slowly floated out in front of Tang Wan'er. She gently closed her eyes. Placing her hand around the ball of essence blood, she began to absorb the energy from within it. Long Chen stealthily left the immortal cave. Seeing Qing Yu was outside, he knew that she was there to guard for Tang Wan'er. After greeting her, Long Chen found a secluded place. Placing his hand inside his jug, his spiritual strength began to circulate, and a whirlpool appeared over his palm, beginning to absorb the magical beast essence blood. In just a couple breaths, all the essence blood was completely absorbed by him. Compared to Tang Wan'er's gentle method, Long Chen was like a ravenous wolf, swallowing it all in a single mouthful. As the magical beast essence blood settled into his body, Long Chen's blood immediately began to surge and crazily circulate. If other people knew Long Chen had used such a method to absorb the essence blood, they would be frightened to death. That was magical beast essence blood, not human blood. It would clash heavily with human blood. Hastily absorbing it would cause a huge explosion within the blood vessels. In the less severe cases, it would cause the blood vessels to burst. In serious cases, it could cause the entire body to explode. That was why Tang Wan'er was absorbing it carefully. She needed to extract the wild nature within the essence blood, only absorbing the life energy within. Only that pure life energy was able to once more purify her blood to a perfect level. As for Long Chen, he understood his body the best. He was too lazy to use such a strenuous method, and had instead directly absorbed it all into his body. He used his body's blood energy to suppress that beast blood. That caused a huge battle inside his body, as his blood was being fiercely attacked by the new beast blood. Long Chen's blood had reached a terrifying level. That beast blood within the jar only had a chance to surge a couple times before it was completely swallowed. Then with a wave of his hand, he shot out a blood dart. That was the expelled impurities. As for the useful life energy, it had all been absorbed. Rumbling came from his body, sounding as if a large river was surging. That was the sound of his blood constantly circulating. It was so loud that it could be heard outside his body. To raise the blood energy to this level was absolutely shocking. He didn't know how other people cultivated, but Long Chen had gone through records of normal cultivators, and there had never been any recording of such a thing. And so Long Chen didn't want to cultivate with anyone else. The main thing was that his cultivation path was already completely different from others and would attract attention. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion rang out from within his body, and chi waves surged out, destroying a couple small trees in his surroundings. Long Chen sighed gently. He had finally broken through. His physical strength had once more increased, but his chi and blood had decreased. He would need more time to form more chi and blood. Calculating the time, Long Chen realized that each time he advanced a level, it would require double the time of the previous level. This time he had used over a month of time. He was now at the 7th heaven stage. According to that speed, the 8th heaven stage would require 2 months, the 9th heaven stage 4 months, and then advancing to the tendon transformation realm would require 8 months. According to that calculation, wouldn't he need a year and a half to reach the tendon transformation realm? That would really be an extravagant waste of time. Perhaps if he fought ordinary disciples, then he could summon his divine ring to fight across levels. But if he encountered those on the level of core disciples, wouldn't he be oppressed into being a dog? Furthermore, a year and a half was a conservative estimate. It was more than possible it could take longer. Then he really would be holding back Xuanhuan. That was unacceptable. He had to find a way to train faster. He needed to quickly manufacture that 10,000 beast essence blood. When Long Chen returned to the immortal cave, he saw that Xuanhuan was still carefully absorbing that essence blood. But he also saw her face was red and her aura was already unstable, a sign she was about to advance. Qingyu and Long Chen stood guard outside the immortal cave. Although they knew this place was extremely safe, they were still afraid of someone startling Xuanhuan at this time. If they really allowed such a slip-up in their carelessness, they would be unable to accept the consequences. Boom! Suddenly a light sound rang out from behind. A powerful aura surged out. Both Long Chen and Qingyu celebrated, turning to look at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was still just seated there in lotus position. Gentle winds blew across her body, and a gem-like glow came from her delighted eyes. Sensing the powerful aura from her body and that powerful pressure, Long Chen sighed inside. Perhaps it will be me who is bullied by her from now on. Chapter 182, Everyone Advancing. This night was fated not to be an ordinary night. Explosions continuously rang out on the small mountain Long Chen was on, and powerful auras continued to surge out. If they weren't afraid to startle others, some of them would have shouted out in joy. With the assistance of the magical beast essence blood, they had all smoothly advanced. Furthermore, they found that once they had advanced, their physical strength had explosively grown at least 10 times. Circulating their auras, they found there was not even the slightest bit of resistance, meaning they had reached the level of a flawless advancement. Once in the tendon transformation realm, once chi and blood superimposed, when your chi and physical power complemented each other, your strength would reach a hard-to-imagine level. That was the terrifying aspect of the tendon transformation realm. There was also the saying in the cultivation world, 3 levels a chasm. The meaning was that in cultivation, whenever you ran into the 3rd level, there would be a large heavenly chasm separating levels. In terms of the minor realms, the 3rd heaven stage represented a large dividing line. From the initial to mid stages was a large gap that was difficult to leap across. The 6th heaven stage and 9th heaven stage were multiples of 3 and also followed that reasoning. The difficulty at those levels jumped, but once you were past those levels, your combat strength would also increase greatly. And so with multiples of 3 as the foundation, the early, mid, and late stages were clear dividing marks that were difficult to cross. And the tendon transformation realm would be the major realm's first third. First chi condensation, then blood condensation, and then finally third was tendon transformation. So the families of these genius disciples viewed this realm as incredibly important. They even sent their talented junior generation to the Xuanhuan monastery despite the danger of their dying, all for this flawless advancement. They were all geniuses who possessed at least bronze spirit roots. Adding on a flawless advancement, their foundations were now as steady as MT Tai. Their combat strength would also be absolutely shocking. That was also why these geniuses were able to easily kill the secular world's tendon transformation experts. But in front of their senior apprentice brothers who were also tendon transformation experts, they were unable to even say a word. The difference between the secular world and cultivation world's tendon transformation experts was so great that they were simply not on the same level. Now these geniuses had also broken through to tendon transformation. Although their auras had yet to stabilize since they had only just broken through, They were completely confident that even 100 of the secular world's tendon transformation experts would be unable to harm them in the slightest. That was the confidence that came from a flawless advancement. A spring breeze suddenly blew by. Thousands of trees burst into blossom. Watching the rising sun, Long Chen was emotionally moved into muttering this line. A light laugh came from behind Long Chen. Tang Wan'er was smiling, appearing like a goddess with the backdrop of the red sunrise. She laughed. Why does such a beautiful verse end up sounding so sorrowful from your mouth? Are you still bitter? Long Chen rolled his eyes. Do you even have to ask? Everyone is blooming while I'm not advancing at all. Tang Wan'er laughed even more when she saw how aggrieved he was. Gently patting his shoulder, she put on the likeness of a big sister and said, Don't worry, now that Big Sis has advanced to the tendon transformation realm, and with a perfect advancement, I guarantee I won't let you suffer any loss. When she had advanced, the ancestral mark on her forehead had once more appeared, lighting up the entire cave and causing her aura to surge. At that time, Long Chen had been very amazed. Now with what she said, he immediately understood that that was perhaps a manifestation of a perfect advancement. Seeing how pleased Tang Wan'er was, although he didn't get jealous, he still didn't exactly like this feeling. Did he really need to rely on a woman to protect him? Then would he even be Long Chen? What, you don't believe I can protect you? Asked Tang Wan'er when she saw how sulky he was. Long Chen shook his head. I believe you can protect me, but I feel like a beautiful woman like you has a temperament which changes like the fickle weather. I feel like if you really want to protect me, you should just give your heart to me. That way I'll be relieved. Aya. Long Chen hadn't even finished talking before Tang Wan'er gave him a kick in the butt. You immoral girl, is this how you show interest in my butt? Raged Long Chen. Now that she had advanced to the tendon transformation realm, her kicks were now capable of greatly hurting him. Tang Wan'er ground her teeth. Interested? Of course I'm interested. I'm interested in all of you. Did you forget how you bullied me at the beginning? But I remembered everything. Big Sis can finally take some revenge today. With a wave of her hand, heaven and earth shook as a wild gale that could be seen with the visible eye enveloped Long Chen. That was Tang Wan'er's wind energy. This time there really was not even the slightest omen of her making her move. After advancing to tendon transformation, the wind energy in her body had become so powerful that she could move it at will without storing up any power. Long Chen was completely shocked. Her wind energy had become many times stronger. He was completely unable to dodge. Ayya! Long Chen let out a sharp cry as he was picked up by the wild hurricane and spun around. Hee, I really didn't expect that you were this good of a dancer. You're definitely most handsome like this, Tang Wan'er laughed, clapping her hands excitedly. Ever since meeting Long Chen, it seemed she had always been the one at the disadvantage, being teased and taken advantage of by Long Chen. Now she finally had a chance to play with Long Chen. Stop, cried Long Chen. Nope, can't stop, won't stop. Having bullied me for so long, Big Sis is going to get some revenge. How could Tang Wan'er release Long Chen so easily? Stop, I'm dizzy, I'm going to throw up. Tang Wan'er was startled, seeing that Long Chen's face truly was green and it didn't seem as if he was faking. She quickly released her wind energy and put on a pleased smile. Fine, this time I'll let you off. Let's see if you dare again. As soon as Long Chen was released, he dizzily stumbled around, crashing into Tang Wan'er head-on as she was lecturing him. The two of them tumbled to the ground. This time Long Chen was not doing it on purpose. He really was incredibly dizzy. Back when he was a child and would play spin the circle, he would only be able to spin 10 times before getting nauseous. As for just now, he had been spun by Tang Wan'er over 100 times. It went without saying that even an ordinary person wouldn't be able to bear it. And it was even worse for Long Chen since he was so easily spun dizzy. If Tang Wan'er had continued, he really would have thrown up. When she had released him, he had immediately felt the world spinning around him. Stars spun all around his head. Unable to stay standing, he had been looking for something to grab onto as support when he had fallen onto a goddess. Tang Wan'er was scared witless for a moment after being hugged by Long Chen like this. Her heart pounded, and her face was already completely red. For some reason, she also felt an unknown feeling creeping into her heart. That kind of feeling was extremely strange to her. Smelling the male scent coming from his body, she forgot to struggle. What are you guys doing? Qingyu had just broken through to tendon transformation. Previously, it had been Tang Wan'er guarding her, but now that she had finished and she walked out, she immediately saw Long Chen hugging Tang Wan'er with both of them on the ground. Tang Wan'er let out a startled cry and pushed Long Chen away, her face red as an apple and unable to say anything. "Wan'er, you're bullying Long Chen again," Qing Yu sighed dejectedly. "What? It's clearly Long Chen bullying me." Tang Wan'er felt a bit wronged. "The facts are right in front of you. Look at Long Chen. His eyes are blue, his skin is green, his lips are purple." Qing Yu's voice continuously rang out in Long Chen's ears. As he felt heaven and earth spinning around him, he still could hear that voice completely clearly. When exactly had he become so multicolored? 2 hours later, Long Chen and Tang Wan'er walked out of their immortal cave with their heads down. The two of them had clearly been scolded by Qing Yu for that entire time. Tang Wan'er apologetically said, "Sorry, I didn't know you were weak to this." That also couldn't be blamed on Tang Wan'er, who would have imagined someone as powerful as Long Chen was afraid of being spun. "I only have that one weak point, but it's been noticed by you. You'll need to keep that secret for me," bitterly said Long Chen. Tang Wan'er nodded and made solemnly vowed, "I promise I'll never tell anyone." Looking at the apologetic Tang Wan'er, Long Chen put on an aggrieved expression. "Just now I was spun so dizzy that I wasn't able to carefully feel the sensation of hugging a beautiful woman. Then, Sister Wan'er, can you have some pity on junior brother and let me feel it once more?" "Long Chen, are you asking for a spanking?" Tang Wan'er raised her small fist at him. Fine, I find you're really becoming more and more petty." Long Chen shook his head. "Scoundrel, what does this have to do with being petty?" "Hey, oh beautiful woman, pay more attention to your words and expressions. You're our Heaven-Earth faction's old boss, the true representative of our faction. Remember not to embarrass us," reminded Long Chen. "Wasn't this because you angered me?" Tang Wan'er snorted. "And what do you mean, old boss? It's faction leader, thank you very much. Why does everything that comes out of your mouth end up sounding so vexatious?" I guess you can be called the head or perhaps boss." "Right, boss, where are you bringing me?" asked Long Chen. "We're going to the Xuanhuan pavilion to get our personal rations as well as the faction rations. Didn't you say you wanted to gather many ingredients? As long as you have enough points, you can obtain anything within the Xuanhuan pavilion. So this time I'm going to give you my points to use as well. Raising your strength is the most important," explained Tang Wan'er. Looking at Tang Wan'er, he was truly moved inside. Tang Wan'er truly was a good leader. "Sister Wan'er, I don't pretend to be moved. I really despise you." Tang Wan'er directly cut him off, turning her head and not facing him. Long Chen was wooden for a moment. It seemed their pattern had changed now. Before he could even say anything, his intentions were completely seen through by her. That was quite the blow to his confidence. On their way, the two of them ran into quite a few people, but the majority of those people were strangers. The only familiar faces they saw were from Yi Jikyu's faction. Those people greeted them politely before walking away. Chapter 183, Blow Them Away with a Single Palm. Looking at the Xuanhuan pavilion, Long Chen was a bit puzzled. Isn't the Xuanhuan pavilion supposed to have 9 floors? Why is it only one single level? "Fool, the 9 floors are underground. If you don't know anything, then don't say anything. Don't you see other people looking down on you?" whispered Tang Wan'er. And when he looked up, Long Chen did see quite a few people looking at him spitefully. Their eyes were filled with despise and provocation. Long Chen sighed. If he had said something stupid, then fine, but why were there so many despising gazes? I've always thought the Xuanhuan monastery was supposed to be a holy land for martial artists to cultivate. But then how did a trash at the 7th heaven stage of blood condensation make it in? It really is disappointing." A distant person suddenly icily spoke. Currently, Long Chen's cultivation base was known by basically everyone, so he no longer bothered to purposely conceal his aura. As for everyone present, they were all in the tendon transformation realm, so a 7th heaven stage blood condensation rookie was extremely eye-attracting. Tang Wan'er's expression changed, and she was about to retort when she was pulled back by Long Chen. "Don't look at a piece of trash like that. It'll ruin your image." Long Chen was too lazy to bother with that kind of person. Such a person had only come out to find some purpose for his life. Such a person wasn't strong enough to stand out, and so hoped to use this kind of method to prove their own existence. And so the more you bothered with them, the more pleased they would get. But what kind of person was Long Chen? After overcoming death so many times, he had long since become indifferent to such a thing. There was no need for him to waste his precious time on an idiot. Since Long Chen also wasn't angry at all, Tang Wan'er also only smiled slightly. She also realized that her own self-restraint was far too lacking in comparison to Long Chen. No wonder Long Chen always said she was still just a child. Let's go. Tang Wan'er smiled, forgetting about that unpleasantness. She also wanted to be like Long Chen, a person who was like a rippleless old well. Long Chen nodded and walked with her to the Xuanhuan pavilion. But before they took even 2 steps, they were blocked by a person. That was the person who had just ridiculed Long Chen. Crossing his arms, he stood there with ridicule for Long Chen. However, there was also jealousy when he looked at Tang Wan'er. He icily told Long Chen, "I refuse to make way for a piece of trash." There were also quite a few others who were coming out of or going to the Xuanhuan pavilion. They had thought there might be a good show to watch when they had heard him mock Long Chen, but the result was that Long Chen had simply brushed it away, causing them to feel a bit vexed with him. Now that that person once more came to provoke him, everyone paused to watch. If he were to simply take this as well, that really would be a loss of face and would only cause more people to bully him. Funny, I was thinking the opposite. Long Chen only smiled slightly and pulled Tang Wan'er around the fellow. Tang Wan'er was first a bit startled, but she then covered her mouth as she laughed. The other people were also first startled, but then they soon realized Long Chen's meaning. They looked oddly at that fellow. Seeing Long Chen actually didn't take his bait, that fellow was a bit puzzled. But as he saw everyone looking at him oddly, he finally realized what he had said. "You're the trash." That person was infuriated and actually let out a punch at Long Chen. From the powerful wind surrounding his fist, it was obvious this person had just advanced to the tendon transformation realm. A hand struck out like lightning. The instant that person had been about to unleash his fist, he was viciously slapped in the face. People let out startled cries as they dodged to the side. That person was blown back like a cannonball. He flew for almost 100 meters before crashing into a stone wall. That stone, which appeared extremely normal, was actually extremely sturdy and hard. The stone wall wasn't damaged at all, but that person directly fainted. Your attacks are always perfectly angled and natural without the slightest signs. It's a kind of flawless beauty. How do you manage to do that? Excitedly asked Tang Wan'er. She had long since taken note of this move of Long Chen's. It was also just like how he had slapped Lu Chuan from the healing hall. His attacks were extremely clean and open, and yet others were unable to dodge it. In Tang Wan'er's eyes, that was already a divine technique, second only to that divine ring he had once summoned. However, the killing ability inside it was not the slightest bit inferior. This is one of the divine techniques handed down from my ancestors, but if you want to learn, it's also not difficult. As long as an idiot takes action against you, just directly blow them away with a single palm. If you diligently work at it all day, you'll naturally train it to the point of perfection and reach the peak, solemnly explained Long Chen. Then can you teach it to me? Expectantly asked Tang Wan'er. I can't. That would damage your image. Just let me handle such people. I'll be in charge of handling idiots, and you be in charge of being as beautiful as a flower, said Long Chen. Tang Wan'er laughed beautifully. Her laugh was like a flower in bloom, a beauty so great that others were unable to control their own hearts. What brazen person dares be impudent in front of the Xuanhuan pavilion? It's you. A cold shout rang out, and a group of white-robed men walked out. The person at the front was the one who had shouted, and he recognized Long Chen. When Long Chen and Tang Wan'er saw that person, they immediately realized the situation had turned sour. That person was the senior apprentice brother Wu, who had had a dispute with Long Chen. Back in the trial region, while Tang Wan'er and Lei Qiansheng had been fighting over the nine-leaf orchid, Long Chen had ended up killing Zhao Wu, almost being expelled from the monastery. It had been this senior apprentice brother Wu who had found Long Chen extremely dislikable, so naturally Long Chen also didn't treat him kindly, causing him to have a stomach full of fire. As a member of the law enforcers, he was someone who normally patrolled the monastery. Although the monastery encouraged competition, they wouldn't allow things like fighting within or near buildings. After all, fists and legs had no eyes, and if they were to destroy a building by accident, that would be troublesome. So there were some areas within the monastery where fighting was forbidden. If you did end up breaking something within the monastery, you would have to use your own points or perhaps accomplish the monastery's missions to make up for it. But naturally everything within the monastery was extremely precious. If you ended up destroying certain treasures, you could spend your entire life working for the monastery without being able to fully compensate them. And that was why there were law enforcers patrolling, intimidating these disciples from fighting and resolving some disputes. Now that he saw Long Chen, senior apprentice brother Wu's eyes lit up and he pointed at him. "Brat, last time I said not to fall into my hands. He, you really didn't disappoint me." Xuanhuan tried to think of some way out of this, but she couldn't. She knew this senior apprentice brother Wu was going to abuse his authority for his personal revenge. "What does your disappointment have to do with me?" lightly said Long Chen. "Haha, you fought within a fighting prohibited region. As one of the monastery's law enforcers, I use my authority to take you into custody. Are you still not yielding?" icily sneered senior apprentice brother Wu. A long chain appeared in his hands. That was the specific weapon of law enforcers, used to lock people up. Anyone who violated the monastery's rules would be bound and brought away like a dog in a loop around the monastery, before then being sent to the law enforcement hall. They would be then punished according to the severity of the offense. For this kind of offense, the punishment wasn't that severe. After all, it was just a scuffle and nothing big had happened. The punishment couldn't be too great or people would be too afraid to even compete. But although the punishment wasn't too severe, being led around in chains was an extremely great humiliation. These people were all geniuses, which one of them weren't prideful. That kind of humiliation was even worse than their actual punishment. Last time senior apprentice brother Wu had only just been released from prison for 2 days, which had given him a belly full of fire he needed to release. He was also someone who was easy to burst into anger, so that day he had been especially irritated by Long Chen. Now that he saw Long Chen now, he immediately thought of that day and moved to lock Long Chen in chains. Bang! Long Chen grabbed the chains, icily glaring at senior apprentice brother Wu. At the same time, Xuanhuan also came up, ready to take action at any moment. Although she knew opposing a law enforcer was a taboo, she would not let Long Chen be humiliated like this. As for the consequences, she didn't even think about them at this time. "Oh, you actually dare resist? Then don't blame me for not being polite." Seeing Long Chen grab the chains, senior apprentice brother Wu was delighted inside. Since Long Chen dared to resist, then he could even heavily injure Long Chen without being punished. He was just about to attack when Long Chen stopped him. "Wait," Long Chen icily glared at him. "If you want to use your position to take your revenge against me, you should also explain exactly what rule I broke." Senior apprentice brother Wu sneered. "HMPH, anyone who fights within the fighting prohibited regions of the monastery will all be punished with 3 days imprisonment. Do you not know that? Then let me ask you, how are the fighting prohibited regions determined?" There are a total of 7 fighting prohibited regions. Other than the fighting prohibited area itself, it also includes the 300 meters around the fighting prohibited buildings. "What, do you need me to explain it even clearer?" sneered senior apprentice brother Wu. Obviously he was very proficient in his own work. "Then take a good look. Is the spot I'm standing within the fighting prohibited region?" asked Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother Wu's expression changed slightly as he realized Long Chen was standing on the very edge of the fighting prohibited region, and he couldn't tell whether he really was in or not. "What you say doesn't mean anything. We'll just measure it." Senior apprentice brother Wu glanced at one of his people. That person took out a measuring tape and walked up to the door of the Xuanhuan pavilion and began to start measuring. That tape measure was precisely 300 meters long. That person slowly unfurled the measuring tape as he walked over to Long Chen. Looking at that person's actions, Long Chen shook his head. This was completely intolerable. Reaching the end of the measurement, that tape measure reached the middle of Long Chen's foot. Xuanhuan's expression changed. Long Chen was already in the fighting prohibited region. If he was just half a step back, he would have been fine. Long Chen lightly said to that person, "Not bad." That person icily looked back at him with disdain. "Newcomers shouldn't be too arrogant. The monastery isn't your home, so it'd be best for you to be a bit more obedient." Junior disciple accepts senior apprentice brother's teaching. Junior disciple also wishes to show senior apprentice brother something. Long Chen spread his arms wide, but everyone saw there was nothing in them. "What is it?" That person's face sunk, thinking Long Chen was playing with him. "Although you can't see it, but you can feel it." POW. Chapter 184, Fierce Fight with Law Enforcers. "What?" Everyone was dumbfounded as that law enforcer sent flying. Hundreds of people had already gathered here since the law enforcers had shown up, 2 of them core disciples. Originally, they had actually admired Long Chen for daring to send someone flying here, but then they saw him crazily attack a law enforcer as well. Law enforcers represented the monastery. No disciples were able to resist against them. If they did, their endings could only be miserable. Although those two had only just joined the sect, they at least already knew that they absolutely could not attack law enforcers, otherwise it wouldn't even be a question of punishment. That kind of action was a grave and open provocation against the monastery. He would be expelled. Was he crazy? Xuanhuan was also given a fright. She looked at Long Chen with horror. "Scoundrel, do you not care about your life?" Long Chen whispered, "Don't be afraid. We're in the right. Make as much of a ruckus as you can now, otherwise we'll end up suffering a loss." At this time, the 7 law enforcers finally recovered from their shock. He dared attack law enforcers. He must be tired of living. Senior apprentice brother Wu was first shocked, then absolutely delighted. He roared, "He dares violently resist the law, disrespecting the monastery's prestige. Capture him with your full strength. If he dares resist, you can kill him." The chain in senior apprentice brother Wu's hands seemed to come to life, piercing towards Long Chen. That black chain brought with it wild whistling sound. That powerful pressure caused people to be unable to breathe. This was their senior apprentice brother's strength. Although they were only at the bottom level of their generation, they hadn't wasted their past 3 years. Their cultivation bases were all above the mid-tendon transformation realm. Their combat strengths were incredibly powerful, and their foundations were extremely solid. A random attack could easily break a person's bones. Long Chen shouted and his aura exploded out. He knew this senior apprentice brother Wu was planning on deliberately humiliating him. But he had no choice but to admit he was extremely powerful. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would be directly destroyed by that power. He slammed his hands together. That large chain was caught between his hands, but the powerful energy transmitted through it caused Long Chen's blood to shake. "How powerful! That was just an ordinary attack, but I almost can't hold it off." Long Chen let out a shocked cry inside. This was the difference of cultivation bases. His current self would definitely suffer in order to resist senior apprentice brother Wu. "Brat, go die." Long Chen had only just stopped his chain when another chain shot over at Long Chen's stomach. Moonwind slash. A wind blade flew out following a cry, striking that chain. That person who had attacked was horrified and shaken back. That person currently had a large handprint on his face. He was the one who had been slapped just now by Long Chen. His cultivation base was high, and that slap didn't cause him any injury. However, that humiliation was completely unacceptable. "Since you also dare resist the law enforcers, you will also be taken in." Seeing Xuanhuan also dared help Long Chen, senior apprentice brother Wu let out a cold cry. The chain in his hands shook as he attempted to bring his chain back to him. But he was shocked to realize he was unable to break his chain free from Long Chen's grasp. That caused his expression to become incredibly ugly. Long Chen was just a newcomer and was only in the blood condensation realm. He had been planning on using his weakest attacks in order to subdue Long Chen, humiliating him even more. Only then could he display his might as a senior disciple. At the same time, he would be able to intimidate all the newcomers, allowing him to handle them easier in the future. But his first attack was blocked by Long Chen. That was already slightly unacceptable to him. Now he used his full strength and found he was still unable to pull his chain back. That humiliated him into an intense fury. "Die!" Senior apprentice brother Wu roared. The powerful aura belonging to someone at the mid-tendon transformation realm exploded out of him. A powerful wave of energy flooded over Long Chen. Long Chen felt as if his entire body was being crushed by a huge mountain. He was forced back several meters, unable to maintain his hold over the chain. Receive one blow. Senior apprentice brother Wu's chain suddenly smashed down on Long Chen. As he attacked Long Chen, that other law enforcer who had been slapped by Long Chen also brandished his chain against Xuanhuan. But he was horrified to see that simply by clapping her hands together, Xuanhuan's entire body became covered with dancing wind blades. He was caught off guard and repeatedly forced back. How powerful! She can overpower a law enforcer. That's definitely a core disciple's power. But for her to attack a law enforcer like this, she definitely won't have a good end. Forcing back that law enforcer with a single attack, Xuanhuan worriedly turned to go help Long Chen. But another law enforcer coldly shouted and attacked her with another chain. "Stay behind." Xuanhuan was infuriated. Although Long Chen was powerful, he was still in the blood condensation realm. He might be unparalleled in the blood condensation realm, but in front of a true tendon transformation senior apprentice brother, he definitely wouldn't be able to fight on an even level. By attacking her now, this law enforcer obviously did not want her to go help Long Chen. An icy intent appeared in her eyes. Suddenly, a huge wind blade dozens of meters long appeared in her hands. She viciously slashed it down on that person, the terrifying power exploding out, even engulfing those law enforcers behind him. When that wind blade appeared, space trembled. Within the wind blade flashed some large lines that were continuously trembling as if they were alive. Those lines were her ancestral mark, her inherited rune. Now that she had revived her ancestral mark, her wind blade's rune had become even stronger, giving her wind blades even more attacking strength. Those law enforcers were all shocked. One of them even let out a curse, "Fuck." Seeing that huge blade crashing down upon them, none of them dared attack any further. They all brought up their chains to protect their bodies, focusing completely on defense. When that wind blade fell, those law enforcers were all forced back into the distance. But that wind blade still didn't stop and slammed into a huge stone wall. A huge crack appeared in the stone wall where the wind blade struck it. Those people were completely pale and completely stunned. They didn't know whether it would be best for them to continue foolishly standing there or to go up to arrest them. Boom! Another huge explosion rang out and huge cracks appeared on the ground. A terrifying chi wave spread out, web-like cracks appearing in the ground as it advanced. Everyone looked in shock to see that a 300-meter ring of light had appeared over Long Chen's back. He was still standing in his punching posture. And facing him was senior apprentice brother Wu. He was completely shocked, as Long Chen's punch had completely received his full-strength attack. No way! How is he so powerful, able to use a punch to resist a mid-tendon transformation senior disciple? And he's still only in the late blood condensation realm. Wait, I remember now. Wasn't there some amazing monster who appeared in the central area? It's definitely him, Long Chen. Someone finally recognized Long Chen. What is that ring of light? Is it a battle skill or some cultivation technique? How can it be so powerful, allowing him to explode with such might? Everyone looked at Long Chen with shock, including those two core disciples. The entire crowd was deathly silent. Looking at Long Chen and Xuanhuan, a great feeling of reverence filled them. That was what a powerful expert who didn't fear heaven or earth was like. Using violence to resist the law damaging public property. Even if I kill you, no one will be able to say anything, coldly snorted senior apprentice brother Wu. His chain slowly rose into the air. He was clearly about to use an even greater strength to subdue Long Chen. Idiot, that last attack was created by you and me. You really know how to push away blame, snorted Long Chen. You still dare quibble. This time I'll let you know how to be an obedient person. Senior apprentice brother Wu no longer reserved anything. His chain quivered violently, charging at Long Chen with a berserk energy. Have I not made enough of a ruckus? Why isn't anyone coming out to stop this? Looks like you really are forcing me to bring down the house, raged Long Chen. Although Long Chen had managed to receive his previous attack, pain radiated from his fist from how powerful that attack had been. Even his arm was shaken, and his organs had also been slightly injured. He finally learned just how great the distance was between him and the tendon transformation realm. A random attack from a tendon transformation expert was able to injure him. He was definitely not a match for him. Seeing an even stronger attack coming now, Long Chen was infuriated. That bastard wasn't trying to capture him, but to either heavily injure or kill him. Long Chen's fury erupted. It seemed wherever there were people there would be conflict. Wanting to keep the peace was just a dream. Trouble would always find you. If you tried to compromise, there would be even more people coming to rise over you, and you'd never be able to change your fate. Long Chen took a deep breath. His Feng Fu star suddenly became silent. A strange energy began to circulate within his body. It was time for him to summon out his Feng Fu battle armor. Stop! Just as he was about to summon it, a dignified roar rang out, shaking everyone's eardrums. People turned to see that a gray-robed senior had appeared in front of the Xuanhuan pavilion at someone unknown time. He was currently angrily looking at them. Are you guys trying to rebel, to cause trouble in front of the Xuanhuan pavilion? What kind of place do you think this is? Angrily roared that elder. Long Chen immediately recognized him as one of the 16 elders who had been activating the stone pillars. energy back during the final trial. Long Chen was about to say something when senior apprentice brother Wu rushed to say, reporting to elder son, this person looked down on the monastery's rules, injuring another in a fighting prohibited region. Disciple went to arrest him, but he violently resisted. Everything is all his fault, elder. That elder son icily glanced at Long Chen and snorted, can someone so violent and impertinent become a genius? If such a person doesn't suffer a bit, it's impossible for them to mature. Cane him 80 times and imprison him for a month. Chapter 185 Strict, Impartial, Incorruptible. Long Chen's expression changed, but before he could say anything, elder son waved his hand. Bring him away. Senior apprentice brother Wu icily laughed and was just about to go over to chain him up. Long Chen angrily cursed at elder son. You old bastard, are you blind or have your eyes grown dim with age? With your powerful spiritual energy, how could you possibly not be able to tell that where I was standing just now was clearly 301 meters away from the pavilion door? Your clearing being unjust, but even a person like you is able to become an elder. The Xuanhuan monastery really is blind. Long Chen's spiritual strength was extremely powerful, and he had long since noticed there was someone watching from the side. He knew that the person observing this all was definitely at the elder power level. And that was why Long Chen had dared to fight just now. But he really hadn't expected this elder would forcibly suppress him before even determining what was true. That caused his anger to burst out. Long Chen's cursing completely appalled everyone. Was he crazy? First he fought someone in the same generation, then he fought his senior apprentice brothers, and now he even dared point at an elder and curse him. That was completely insane. How brazen! Elder son angrily shouted. A powerful pressure immediately locked Long Chen in place, crushing onto him like a huge mountain. Even Tang Wan'er, who was beside him, was implicated. Under that pressure she was unable to move, and even breathing was difficult. She was just enduring a slight fallout. The focus of that pressure was on Long Chen, who knew how much pressure he was under. Long Chen coughed out a mouthful of blood. His bones were crackling under that pressure. It seemed as if his entire body's bones could break at any moment. That bastard was actually planning on using that pressure to force him to kneel. A dense killing intent surfaced from Long Chen's eyes. He bitterly supported himself. Even if he was crushed to death, he definitely wouldn't bend his knees. He also swore to himself that this old ghost better not let him get an opportunity, or today's humiliation would be returned to him 100 times. As Long Chen was bitterly enduring and feeling as if his bones were about to break, a clear voice rang out. Elder son, what are you doing? As soon as that voice rang out, Elder Son was greatly startled and hastily withdrew his pressure. At some point, Elder Tu Fang had appeared. As soon as that pressure disappeared, Long Chen would have collapsed to the ground if Tang Wan'er hadn't helped him stay standing. Long Chen was once again leaning on Tang Wan'er's beautiful body, but it most definitely wasn't him intentionally taking advantage of her. He was simply completely worn out. The pressure of an elder-level expert was too frightening. Tang Wan'er's face was red, but she still held Long Chen up. She had no misgivings about that. A deep hatred of Elder Sun filled her heart. Reporting to Elder Tu Fang, Long Chen was making trouble in front of me, refusing to comply with the law enforcers, even violently resisting, damaging the surrounding structures. Due to lack of a better choice, I was trying to capture him in order to prevent him from causing greater destruction, respectfully said Elder Sun. Although they were both elders, Tu Fang was the one with the highest authority within the monastery, the enforcement elder. Oh, there was such a thing. What do you say, Long Chen? Tu Fang turned to look at Long Chen. Elder Tu Fang, with your discerning eyes, I'm sure I don't need to explain such an obvious thing. Long Chen pointed to a footprint in the ground. That was the spot where he had provoked that cheating law enforcer who had faked his measurement, putting Long Chen within the fighting prohibited region. He had long since set up that proof there, leaving 2 clear footprints on the stone slab. Seeing that footprint, both that law enforcer and senior apprentice brother Wu's expressions sunk. They had never expected Long Chen to have left behind such evidence in secret. Their faces turned pale. Elder Tu Fang, don't believe a word from this brat. He purposely left that after you arrived in order to fake evidence, hastily lied senior apprentice brother Wu. You can easily ask any of the observers to see if it's fake. Other than fighting with you after, I never stepped near that place again. Long Chen cupped his fists to the surrounding people. Fellow apprentice brothers and sisters were all newcomers, But now you've all seen these law enforcers abuse their power to oppress us newcomers. You don't need to lie. Just tell the truth that you saw. With the enforcement elder right here, tell the truth about how these dregs use their cultivation base and authority to abuse their fellow disciples. Are you all right with being abused by the bottom feeders of the previous generation? As soon as he finished speaking, there were immediately people who walked out. I will testify that this footprint was exactly where Long Chen had been standing the entire time. Right, this powerful law enforcer used his iron chain and his powerful mid-tendon transformation cultivation base to force him back from there. It really is laughable. Sometimes I really doubt our senior apprentice brother's intelligence. Before fighting, Long Chen was clearly purposely standing there motionlessly. As for why, can you still not tell? Naturally, these newcomers all possessed their own pride. In the past few days, they had been pushed around arrogantly by these law enforcers, causing them to feel some dislike for them. It wasn't that Long Chen had some amazing skill in inciting people's passions. The main thing was that they were already feeling displeasure towards these law enforcers, so they naturally wouldn't give up a chance to complain. Hearing everyone's ridicule, senior apprentice brother Wu's expression became exceedingly ugly. He angrily glared at those people testifying. Elder Tu Fang, look at that fellow's gaze. He's clearly preparing to get revenge on us who are just saying the truth. Please deliver justice, Elder Tu Fang. This narrow-minded fellow is hatefully glaring at us. How could it be just to have such a person be a law enforcer? That's just a nightmare for us newcomers. A person immediately reported him. Senior apprentice brother Wu's face turned green from rage. Veins pulsed on his forehead. But he didn't dare raise his head to look at that person, simply doing his best to remember that person's voice. He cursed inside, "You new brats, just wait, we'll have plenty of time together." He had also been a newcomer once. Back then, he had also been put into his place by the previous generation's senior apprentice brothers. Now it had finally come to his turn to do the same, but the result was completely different. This group of brats were actually brazen enough to resist. Tu Fang looked at the footprint and icily asked, "Who measured the distance?" That law enforcer with the handprint on his face immediately became ashen. He took a step forward, reporting, "Me. As a law enforcer, you actually publicly defrauded others, entrapping those of your same sect. Gather your things and return to your family," sighed Elder Tu Fang. Everyone was shocked. Just like that, one of their senior apprentice brother would be expelled. That was too severe. Elder that person was completely shocked. No need to say anything. As a member of the righteous path, you should act openly and upright, but your action just now is a grave offense. This is different from breaking the monastery's rules. Your conduct has already crossed into the corrupt path. The monastery cannot accept someone like you. If the monastery is still within your heart, reflect upon yourself once you return home on how to be an upright cultivator, said Tu Fang. That person sighed. He wanted to say something, but after stealthily glancing at senior apprentice brother Wu, he nodded and left. Wu Qi, you just came out of imprisonment less than a month ago. It seems you didn't properly reflect during that time, icily said Tu Fang. Disciple accepts his mistake. Disciple was misled by others, causing him to act this way. Please give me your punishment, elder. Senior apprentice brother Wu hastily admit he was wrong. You were not misled by anyone. I know, and you also know that. But according to the monastery's rules, there isn't enough proof, which is your luck. Of course, luck is also a kind of strength, so I won't expel you. Although I suspect you used the authority the monastery bestowed upon you for personal vengeance, there is no proof, so you are very fortuitous. You did not personally go measure the distance before rashly taking action. You failed your obligations, so all the damage that was caused here today is your fault. Go to the law enforcement hall, receive 500 canes and be imprisoned for half a month, ordered Tu Fang. When senior apprentice brother Wu heard 500 canes, he almost fainted. That was no walking cane, but a special cane made of golden wood. There was even poison on top of it. A light tap would cause enough pain to cause a person to cry. Usually the most severe punishment would only be 200 canes. For it to be 500 canes now, if he didn't die, he would definitely at least shed a layer of skin. But he knew that the law enforcement elder Tu Fang was like a mountain. If he didn't accept this, he would increase his punishment. He could only clench his teeth and lower his head. Elder son. Tu Fang looked at elder son with a somewhat complicated expression. Yes, elder son's heart shook slightly. He had a bad feeling. Go face the back of a mountain for 7 days. I will find someone to take your place here, said Tu Fang. Yes. Elder Sun assented. Without saying anything else, he simply left. This time everyone, including Long Chen and Tang Wan'er, were flabbergasted. Elder Tu Fang really was a strict and impartial person, worthy of being the #1 elder of the monastery. Elder Sun hadn't dared to say the slightest bit in the face of his punishment. Elder Tu Fang hadn't even had to give him a reason. This kind of incorruptible character was definitely something everyone, including Long Chen, admired deeply. Many thanks, Elder, for distinguishing right from wrong, so I won't bother you about your previous deceit against me. Long Chen cupped his fists. Haha, then thank you. Tu Fang naturally knew Long Chen was talking about how he had tricked Chu Yao into going to the Skywood Palace. At that time, there had also been no way around it for him. The Xuanhuan Monastery and the Skywood Palace had a friendly relationship. If he didn't help Hua Yu say anything, that wouldn't be excusable. Originally, Tu Fang actually had been feeling quite guilty about that. He had been thinking that once Long Chen arrived at the monastery, he would perhaps give him some further help cultivating to make it up to him. But once he learned Long Chen was a divergent, that idea completely died. And due to his upright character, that matter truly was like a fish bone in his throat, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. He hadn't expected Long Chen to just directly brush that matter away now. That definitely relaxed him greatly. He appreciated that Long Chen was a sensible youth. Since the matter had already passed, and he and Chu Yao had already gone to different places, even if he decided to make this into a bigger issue, that already had no meaning. Seeing Long Chen dare to speak like this to Elder Tu Fang, and for the usually serious Elder Tu Fang who never laughed to actually cheerfully accept his thanks, everyone was completely stunned. This world really was crazy. Okay, everyone can proceed with their day. Elder Tu Fang waved his hand and left just like that. The stunned crowd could only look foolishly at Long Chen. Chapter 186, Receiving Ration. In the Xuanhuan Monastery, an immortal cave had been built into the front of Skywood Mountain. From that place, one could look over the entire Xuanhuan Monastery, a scenery that stretched thousands of miles. Within the immortal cave, Tu Fang respectfully greeted Ling Yunzai, sect leader. Ling Yunzai stood at the front of the immortal cave, looking over the Xuanhuan Monastery. How is the situation lately? The current state is excellent, beyond our predictions. This time there were a total of 17 core disciples who passed, excitedly said Tu Fang. Normally only 2 or 3 core disciples would manage to pass each time. Even within all of their history, the greatest they had ever had at once was 6 core disciples, so it really was exciting for them to have so many this time. Furthermore, there are 4 who have revived their ancestral marks, said Tu Fang. Oh, that is some good news. Ling Yunzai's eyes brightened. That news also made him very happy. By awakening their ancestral mark, their cultivation speed would be much faster, surpassing their peers. They were definitely geniuses amongst geniuses. Right, how's Long Chen? Asked Ling Yunzai. Tu Fang smiled bitterly. If I had to describe him with one word, it would have to be terrifying. A jade tablet appeared in his hands. Inserting his spiritual qi, the entire scene of Long Chen fighting Gui Sha appeared. Not only was there that scene, there was also his sudden fight with the law enforcers. Everything had been recorded in there. Ling Yunzai nodded emotionally. Using terrifying to describe him really is perfect. He really is worthy of being an existence of legends, a paragon amongst the same realm. Perhaps even if he had only just broken through, he would be able to sweep away everyone amongst his generation. Cough. Ling Yunzai suddenly went through an intense coughing fit, a bit of blood flowing out of his mouth. Tu Fang was greatly alarmed, sect leader. I'm fine. It's just that I seem to have underestimated the power of the heavenly Tao's backlash, but it was definitely worth it, laughed Ling Yunzai proudly. Perhaps from ancient times to now, he had been the only one with the qualifications and the courage to dare confirm a divergent's existence. Tu Fang was appalled. Ling Yunzai was someone who had stepped into the Xiantian realm. He had simply guessed Long Chen's identity and said divergent to confirm it. But in return, he had received such a huge backlash. That was too terrifying. There is something I am extremely worried about, said Tu Fang. What? I think Elder Zun Sun's Dao heart is no longer pure. He should have formed some greed, and I don't know what to do about it. Elder Sun has already been in our monastery for over 100 years. He is a powerful senior elder-level combatant and has fought in our great battles several times. He has dedicated much to the monastery. What do you want to say? Ling Yunzai smiled slightly. I think he has placed a wicked intention on Long Chen. Should I stop him? Probingly asked Tu Fang. Why would you stop him? Asked Ling Yunzai. If I don't stop him, then Long Chen. There's no need. All you need to do is your own job. Let everything come naturally. But that's extremely harmful to Long Chen. Tu Fang was an upright person, and he didn't like to see any despicable acts take place. Tu Fang, do you know why a peak expert is able to become an expert? He cannot be lacking in one thing. What thing? A whetstone. Ling Yunzai looked out into the distance. Tu Fang immediately understood Ling Yunzai's meaning, but he shook his head. This whetstone might be a bit too big for Long Chen. Ling Yunzai smiled. Tu Fang, I understand your character. I know you like that child Long Chen. He definitely has a convincing, charismatic charm. But he's not the same as others. His path is not the same as normal people. His path is one that will end up destroyed by the heavenly Taos or overturning all of heaven and earth. If you really want to do what's good for him, don't interfere with his growth. That will not only not help him, it will infect you with karma. Overturn all of heaven and earth. Tu Fang's heart tightened. He felt an intense sensation of fear. That kind of terror didn't come from anywhere. It came directly from the core of his heart. He couldn't help raising his head to look up into the heavens. Not bad. Your perception of the heavenly Taos is becoming increasingly keener. Your distance from the Xiantian realm is closing every day. Congratulations, smiled Ling Yunzai. Many thanks sect leader for the reminder. Tu Fang understands. He respectfully thanked him. Ling Yunzai nodded. Looking into the distance, he thought to himself what an honor it was to be able to personally watch a divergence towering rise. Once Tu Fang left, Long Chen was uneasy being stared at by everyone and began to walk to the Xuanhuan pavilion with Tang Wan'er. Please wait a moment, senior brother Long. Suddenly 2 people walked over to him. Both their auras were extremely formidable. The surrounding people didn't dare approach too close to them. This was because their auras were extremely unstable and berserk from having just advanced to the tendon transformation realm. They still were unable to control their auras, causing it to spill out on its own. Long Chen stiffened. No way, right? Was there really someone finding trouble for him again just after he finished a fight? Was there no intermission? Don't misunderstand senior brother Long. Just now we saw your incomparable divine strength and that convincing bearing, so we wanted to get acquainted, explained the man with a very bushy brow. The other one looked a bit frailer, but his aura was still extremely domineering. He said, Senior brother Long's imposing manner that does not fear heaven or earth really causes admiration. Although everyone in the monastery is a competition, that doesn't prevent us from becoming friends. Even if we can't become friends, having such a powerful rival is also a good thing. Although that person seemed frail, he had a heroic mannerism deep within him, and hearing him speak made people feel comfortable inside. Long Chen smiled. You honor me with your words. If it weren't for Elder Tu Fang helping, I would already have been turned into dog meat. Both of them laughed. Long Chen's combat strength was so great, but he spoke so candidly without the slightest arrogance. Let me introduce myself. I'm Song Minjuan and he's Li Qi, said the bushy-browed man. Long Chen smiled. Well then I won't say any nonsense greeting about what an honor it is to meet you and etc. In any case, you both already know my name. Song Minjuan and Li Qi couldn't hold back a laugh at that. Long Chen's manner of speaking was quite interesting, both humorous and not lacking in elegance. He spoke extremely effortlessly. Let me give you guys a grand introduction. This is our Heaven-Earth faction's old boss. Our Heaven-Earth faction's leader, the #1 martial beauty, Sister Tang Wan'er. Long Chen almost slipped up and called her the wrong name again. Tang Wan'er was a bit red. She was still not used to that unfamiliar appellation, but she still forced herself to smile. Hello. Sister Tang Wan'er's grand name is already extremely well known. To revive the ancestral mark during the trial, it really causes admiration, courteously said Li Qi. At the very beginning they hadn't known who she was, but as soon as she had summoned her wind blades to fight against those law enforcers, revealing her powerful runic power, they had immediately realized who she was. With Sister Tang Wan'er and brother Long Chen, the Heaven-Earth faction will definitely stand out amongst all the factions, praised Song Minjuan. Both Long Chen and Tang Wan'er politely chatted with them for a while. They learned the two of them were core disciples. Song Minjuan's faction was called the Brotherhood Guild, and Li Qi's faction was called the White Cloud Pavilion. Both parties asked about which mountain the others were on, agreeing to visit when they had an opportunity. They even invited Long Chen to come over to drink when he had time. After politely saying some final words, Li Qi very sensibly made an excuse about needing to do something else and brought away Song Minjuan. They had already received their own rations and exchanged them for what they wanted, so they didn't need to spend more time there. Only then did Long Chen and Tang Wan'er walk into the Xuanhuan pavilion. Long Chen saw that inside it was very spacious. There was a winding staircase going downstairs. There was also a large lounge with many people around. They were all lined up, and there was someone busily recording things. That should be the place to receive the monthly rations. But Long Chen saw that other than that busy spot, there was also another counter without a single person lined up. There was only a single woman quietly sitting there. Long Chen and Tang Wan'er walked over there. Tang Wan'er handed over her badge to that woman. "Sister, can I receive my rations here?" That woman examined the badge and then nodded to Tang Wan'er. "Yes, in accordance to the monastery rules, you can take out 100 spirit stones and 50,000 points here. Furthermore, as faction leader, you can also take out 100,000 points for your faction's usage. Here are a total of 150,000 points as well as 100 spirit stones." Long Chen's jaw dropped. An outer disciple was only able to get 1 spirit stone and 500 points. And her disciples could obtain 3 spirit stones and 2,000 points. But core disciples could obtain 100 spirit stones and 50,000 points. That difference was huge. Although he still didn't know what usage those points had exactly, he could guess that they were a kind of currency within the monastery. Furthermore, it was a currency that would never depreciate. No wonder Tang Wan'er would risk her life to help him obtain a core disciple position. This difference was far too great. He now felt more regret about that bastard Gui Sha. He cursed 18 generations of his ancestors, cursing how wicked he was. Tang Wan'er quickly received a bag. Inside were 100 neatly stacked, bright and sparkling spirit stones. Spirit stones were incredibly rare and precious. They had to be nourished for hundreds of thousands of years underground before they could crystallize spiritual qi. The amount of spiritual qi inside was absolutely shocking. They were priceless treasures in the outer world. Tang Wan'er happily put those spirit stones into her ring. A recess in her badge lit up with a couple numbers. The badge wasn't just a proof of status, but it was also a tool used for storing your points. It was similar to the crystal cards found in the outer world. Points could be directly taken out, put in, transferred, etc. Furthermore, there was no transaction fee. "Sister, can I also receive my rations?" "Thank you." Long Chen also courteously handed over his badge. That woman indifferently glanced at him. "This spot is only for core disciples to obtain their rations. You need to line up there." Long Chen sighed bitterly. That line practically had no end. Long Chen had been hoping to get some special treatment with Tang Wan'er by his side. Unfortunately, this woman didn't even pay any attention to him, now closing her eyes and resting. As for Tang Wan'er, she was impishly laughing at him. Long Chen angrily rolled his eyes. He obediently lined up. After more than 2 hours, Long Chen finally received his own meager rations. He then followed Tang Wan'er down to the next floor. That was a place to buy things. They only just reached that first level when Long Chen heard a familiar voice, causing him to smile. Chapter 187, Gathering Medicinal Ingredients. The first level's lounge was extremely spacious. There was at least thousands of meters of space. This open space was brightly lit up, appearing extremely luxurious. The large lounge was filled entirely with sales counters. There were all sorts of medicinal pills offered here. This first level was actually the medicinal pill lounge. Hundreds of maidens were handling customers now. Most of those customers were newcomers as well. As soon as they had received their points, they prepared to spend them. You could buy anything within the Xuanhuan monastery with points. Of course, that was on the precondition that you had enough points. As soon as they entered the lounge, Long Chen saw a familiar figure, Xuanhuan. He was in front of one of the sales counters and asking the woman inside, "What is this thing's price?" That woman glanced at that medicinal pill and indifferently said, 200 points. "Damn, what is with that price?" Xuanhuan was completely shocked. He pointed to the medicinal pill beside it. "What about that one?" Still indifferently looking at Xuanhuan, she opened her hand, using her 5 fingers to clearly emphasize, 5 dams. Xuanhuan was stunned. He was about to say more when a tinkling laugh rang out behind him. He turned to see that Tang Wanner was laughing at him with Long Chen. "Cough boss, faction boss, how come you've come here?" Xuanhuan asked with some embarrassment. "Don't call me boss, call me faction leader." Tang Wanner obviously didn't like that unsophisticated title. "Yes, faction leader Wanner," quickly said Xuanhuan. "Xuanhuan, how long have you been here? What's your feeling about this place?" asked Long Chen. Xuanhuan bitterly said, "Don't even talk about it. I've circulated around here for 4 hours. Everything here is too expensive. With my ration I can only buy some garbage pills." Xuanhuan had already received his rations. He had wanted to spend them, but as soon as he arrived here, he had been stupefied. He was practically a beggar who had come to a gold shop. His few points were unable to buy anything good. But Xuanhuan was extremely smart. He first went through the entire lounge, basically having asked the price of every medicinal pill. By doing that, he finally met someone who had been angered. That way he could confront and haggle with them. But it was just at that point that Long Chen and Tang Wanner had come. "I was hoping to buy a tendon-firming pill here, but that pill requires 650 points. I don't have enough points," dejectedly explained Xuanhuan. He had just advanced to the tendon transformation realm, and his aura was still unstable. If he wanted to quickly stabilize, the tendon-firming pill was a must-have. The tendon-firming pill was perfect for those who had just broken through to the tendon transformation realm. It could quickly help them increase their strength and consolidate their realm. Without the tendon-firming pill, it would take 2 to 3 months to completely consolidate the realm. But with it, one could drastically cut down on that time. It would only take 10 to 15 days to completely stabilize. That saved a cultivator's precious time, and it was a must-have for the newcomers. "I've haggled with the sellers for half a day, but they just won't relent. They won't make it even the slightest bit cheaper for me. It really infuriates me," angrily grieved Xuanhuan. As he said that, the maiden behind the sales counter unhappily said, "You're wrong. We're only in charge of selling. We don't have the authority to give you a discount. Furthermore, what kind of place do you think this place is? A food market. You want to haggle. The fact that none of us have thrown you out after you wasted so much of our time here is already giving you enough face." Xuanhuan scowled. "Sorry, this brother of mine has been in a bad mood recently. Let me take his place to apologize," smiled Long Chen. Only then did that maiden's expression become a bit better. She also smiled slightly, showing she wasn't actually angry. Long Chen pulled away the still angrily puffing Xuanhuan away. Tang Wanner laughed. "Xuanhuan, I finally understand why the two of you have become brothers. You two are both definitely weirdos. You wanted to haggle over prices here. I was just doing that to display my dissatisfaction, letting the monastery hear us newcomers' thoughts. The monthly rations are unable to even buy a tendon-firming pill. Aren't they just intentionally toying with us for fun?" Xuanhuan still couldn't accept this. "The monastery's rules all have reasons behind them. Since you're all members of my faction, the faction will think of some method. You don't need to be so worried. Now that everyone has just advanced to the tendon transformation realm, the tendon-firming pill is something we must buy. It's also the main reason I came here. At 650 a pill with 79 people, we'll need 51,350 points. For just one pill, we'll need to use up half the faction's ration." Long Chen was somewhat speechless. The monastery's prices really were ruthless. Tang Wanner shook her head. "We don't have 79 people but 100. "Oh, how do we have 100 people?" asked Long Chen. "There were originally 100 people, but now only 79 remained. Each faction can have a total of 100 people. The empty spots can be filled with fresh blood. If we don't, we'll end up losing in terms of numbers. In a bit you guys can come with me to find some fresh talent," explained Tang Wanner. Xuanhuan nodded, but Long Chen was lost in thought. Looking around, his eyes suddenly brightened. "There's a place to buy medicinal ingredients." Xuanhuan nodded. "Yes, 2/3 of this lounge is taken up by all kinds of medicinal ingredients. The other third is taken up by essentially only a couple dozen kinds of medicinal pills." Long Chen's heart shook. Walking over to the section with medicinal ingredients, we walked a lap and found there were over 10,000 kinds of medicinal ingredients, delighting him. Although he only scanned quickly, he saw several of the ingredients necessary for the Alyath pill. "Wanner, do you trust me?" Long Chen solemnly looked at Tang Wanner. "What nonsense is that? Of course I trust you." Tang Wanner was a bit surprised and puzzled. Long Chen smiled. Then that's good. Lend me 60,000 points and within 3 days, I'll give you 100 tendon-firming pills. Both Tang Wan'er and Xuanhuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Xuanhuan stuttered, "Boss, you aren't thinking of." "Yup, I'll refine the tendon-firming pill myself. I took a look around and saw that the ingredients for it aren't that expensive. 100 pills worth of ingredients is only just over 8,000 points. If I refine them myself, we'll be able to save a great deal of points," said Long Chen. "But the tendon-firming pill is a third-tier medicinal pill," exclaimed Xuanhuan. "The current me is still unable to refine third-tier medicinal pills, so I'll need to first buy a couple other ingredients to help me accomplish a certain thing, and then I'll be able to refine the tendon-firming pill," confidently said Long Chen. His current pill flame wasn't enough for him to refine a third-tier medicinal pill. Without a mighty enough pill flame, it was impossible to completely purify the medicinal ingredients, and thus it was impossible to form the pill. But in his spatial ring was the flame salamander's needle. As long as he absorbed that, he would have a third-rank beast flame. Then adding on his powerful spiritual strength and the abundant spiritual qi in his Feng Fu star, it would be no problem for him to refine third-tier medicinal pills despite him not advancing into the tendon transformation realm. Furthermore, Long Chen saw that the tendon-firming pills that were offered here were all only middle grade, not high grade. Such a tendon-firming pill wasn't especially good. It would require at least 15 days to stabilize their realm with such a pill. But Long Chen's goal was high-grade tendon-firming pills. Such a pill could allow them to completely stabilize their realm in just 7 to 10 days. That would allow all of them to save many days' time. With the fierce competition in the monastery, time was money. Each extra day they cultivated was another portion of strength they could compete with for more resources. So not only would that greatly increase everyone's cultivation speed, but it would also save them many points. By saving those points, Long Chen could buy the ingredients for the 10,000 beast essence blood. Then he could later go out to hunt magical beasts and make the 10,000 beast essence blood, allowing him to quickly advance his cultivation base. His fight with senior apprentice brother Wu had given Long Chen an extreme sense of danger. It was lucky they had been interrupted before Wu Qi had released his last attack. If he hadn't appeared, Long Chen would have had to summon his Feng Fu battle armor to take that blow. The Feng Fu battle armor was his final trump card. But from the very start, Wu Qi had not used any battle skills and had merely used his tendon transformation cultivation base to suppress Long Chen. Long Chen knew that in a true fight, he would not be a match for Wu Qi. Furthermore, he also sensed danger from that elder son. Although he didn't know why elder son would target him, he definitely couldn't be careless. He couldn't entrust his life to the monastery. If he wanted to control his own life, he needed an accordingly high strength, so he urgently needed to get stronger. He didn't have the pill formula for the tendon-firming pills that were sold here, but in his soul's memories was an even better formula that could also stabilize the realm. The effect would be even better. "You can decide yourself, I trust you," Tang Wan'er smiled. Taking out her medal, she pressed a couple things and put it on top of Long Chen's badge. The number on top of Long Chen's badge immediately leapt up. The original 500 immediately became 100,500. This, Long Chen was startled. Tang Wan'er had given him all the faction's points. "Since I've chosen to trust you, I'll trust you completely. From today onwards, you can be the executive manager of the faction," laughed Tang Wan'er. Holding the badge, a warm feeling flowed within him. Being trusted by others truly was a good feeling. He was actually speechless. "Cough, boss, should I quietly leave at this time?" awkwardly said Xuanhuan. Tang Wan'er reddened and she turned away, but she also didn't say anything. Long Chen glared at Xuanhuan. "You know too much." In accordance to the formula in his memories, Long Chen quickly found the ingredients he needed. It went without saying that the monastery's treasure house contained a very large collection, at least hundreds of times greater than the Alchemist Guild. After he bought everything he needed for the tendon-firming pills, as well as what he needed to absorb the flame salamander's needle, over 30,000 of his 100,000 points had flown away. Just as Long Chen was planning on returning home to refine the flame salamander's needle, Tang Wan'er pulled him back. Chapter 188, Absorbing the Needle. The first level of the Xuanhuan Pavilion was filled with medicinal ingredients and pills, but the second level was filled with various battle skills and cultivation techniques. But after arriving at the second level, they saw it was mostly devoid of people. There were just over 10 white-robed senior apprentice brothers guarding this level. Bookshelves covered the walls, each bookshelf separated from the others and filled with secret tomes. Below the tomes were an introduction of the technique, as well as its price. Long Chen gasped when he saw the prices, 76,800. That was an Earth-class battle skill. But of course, the Xuanhuan monastery's collected battle skills were all first-rate, a completely different level from the three-style parting wind Long Chen had learned. But even so, this price was far too excessive. Xuanhuan also shook her head. It was no wonder there was no one here. Everything was far too expensive. In their present circumstances, there was no way for them to buy anything good. Their current points had to be used to raise the collective power of the faction. They couldn't just waste it all on one person. If they did, then their faction would drop in power in comparison to the others. In their future competitions, they would be oppressed and end up losing out. Xuanhuan herself also possessed 50,000 points for her own usage, but even that many points were unable to buy anything she needed. It would be better for her to just save them to use later. Those senior apprentice brothers guarding this place only indifferently glanced over at them without saying anything. Obviously, the kind of shock they had displayed was already a common occurrence for them. "Looks like we came for nothing," sighed Xuanhuan. "Let's just take a look," smiled Long Chen. He started to rove around the bookshelves, finding many secret techniques that had mostly all reached the early Earth class. There were also several mid-grade Earth class battle skills, but Long Chen didn't even bother looking at them. That was because those tomes had prices in the 100,000s. Long Chen wasn't even paying attention to what level the battle skill or technique was. He was only looking at their prices. If it was only in the 10,000s, he would read the introduction. All the lower-priced ones were just a couple secret techniques or arts. They weren't true battle skills, and their class was also not high despite their prices still not being that low. Suddenly, Long Chen's eyes brightened as he stopped before one shelf, spiritual space opening art. "I finally found it," Long Chen celebrated. He had really found what he had been looking for. Opening a spiritual space was a fundamental skill of beast tamers. Using their spiritual strength, they would open a special space to store their housebits so that they could carry them around at all times. There were no such secret techniques circulating within the secular world. Long Chen had searched for a long time within Phoenix Cry without finding any. And back when Lu Fanger had sent Little Snow to him, she had been limited by her sex rules and couldn't give him a true inheritance. And so Long Chen had been unable to learn this technique up till this day. With Long Chen's spiritual strength, he had long since met the requirements to be able to open a spiritual space. Once he did, he would be able to keep Little Snow by his side without anyone being able to argue. The price was 63,000 points. Long Chen really wanted to hatefully spit on the ground at that price. This was an entry-level technique that was only for beast tamers, but it was already so expensive. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen such a shameless price. Xuanhuan looked at it and curiously asked Long Chen, "You want to learn this?" Long Chen nodded, "Yup." Xuanhuan smiled, "Then go ahead, we still have enough points. I still haven't touched my own." "Thank you, just let me take care of the Heaven-Earth faction," gratefully thanked Long Chen. Long Chen was using their faction's points to buy personal items, but opening a spiritual space was extremely important to him. Once he did, he would have a powerful helper by his side. At that time he would have another status, Beast Tamer. When he fought with others, he could call out Little Snow to fight with him. Even if people were jealous about it, it was useless. That was because without a spiritual connection to a magical beast, it was impossible to absorb them into your spiritual space. And that was why the other disciples, magical beasts, could only count as mounts, while Long Chen and Little Snow had a housebit agreement between them. It was just that Long Chen hadn't placed a slave imprint into Little Snow, but with their spiritual connection, it was no different from a contract. Now that everyone had advanced to tendon transformation, Long Chen had immediately become one of the lower-leveled members. But if he had Little Snow with him, although he might not leap to the top, he definitely wouldn't be oppressed by anyone. "I'm really not used to you being so polite. In any case, you're the executive manager in charge of the Heaven-Earth faction. If our Heaven-Earth faction's power ends up dropping, well, I'll be coming to you for blame," laughed Xuanhuan. "Don't worry, boss, I will do my fullest." Long Chen put on a great act of saluting. Xuanhuan merely hit him a bit in rebuke. "Move on from your wackiness." At this point, someone walked over to them. He gave Long Chen a reminder. This thing isn't very useful. Are you sure you want to buy this? If you know it's not useful, then why is it so expensive? But Long Chen knew that these senior apprentice brothers didn't have anything to do with the prices. Long Chen nodded. I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother. That person took Long Chen's badge. Seeing his points sharply drop, Long Chen's heart dripped blood. Taking back the badge, that person opened the shelf and took out a jade tablet from beneath the tome. Handing it to Long Chen, he said, "This is a spirit jade tablet. Inside is the information of the tome. The content will only remain in the jade for 3 days. If you still haven't learned it after 3 days, you can come get a new one here one more time. But if you fail to learn it twice, then you won't get any further help." Long Chen nodded. If you really couldn't learn it after 2 tries, then you really were useless. He suspected the second opportunity was most likely there only for those who lost or damaged the tablets. After saying thanks, the 3 of them didn't waste any more time there. Seeing things they wanted but not being able to buy them was a kind of torment. Although Xuanhuan hadn't touched her personal points, as the leader, she had to at least keep some savings in reserve. The faction's points had basically all been used up by Long Chen. Xuanhuan didn't even dare look at anything else for fear that she wouldn't be able to control herself. Once the 3 of them walked out of the Xuanhuan pavilion, Xuanhuan told Long Chen, "We'll go get some new talent to make up the numbers. Currently our faction has 79 members, so we can get 21 more. We must get top elites." During the trial, there were a great deal of people who hadn't joined any faction yet managed to pass. Most of those are only outer disciples with only a couple rare inner disciples. But even 21 outer disciples will be able to boost our strength. Long Chen said, "You and Xuanhuan go get more people. I have to hurry up and prepare to refine medicinal pills. We can't stall the matter of increasing everyone's strength. Also, when you go get new members, it isn't strength that is important. Perseverance and determination are the most important things. Also, they definitely must be loyal. And also, if you end up finding someone as weird as Xuanhuan, don't let him join. Just having one such person in our faction is enough." Xuanhuan was speechless while Xuanhuan laughed. She brought Xuanhuan over to the Xuanhuan Plaza. That was where the majority of the people who had yet to join a faction were. Long Chen directly returned to the Immortal Cave. Seeing Qing Yu was present, he told her to go to the plaza as well to help recruit people. After all, those recruits would be their eternal companions, so it was extremely important to pick properly. Having more people helping out with the recruitment would be best. Once Qing Yu left, Long Chen took out his pill furnace as well as a large pile of medicinal ingredients. Extending his hand, a light red flame soared into existence. "It's been a while since I've refined pills. I better not screw up. I only got 1 set of ingredients." Once he finished warming the furnace, he increased his flame strength, beginning to slowly place the medicinal ingredients in the pill furnace. What gladdened Long Chen was that his alchemy art seemed to have sunk deep within his bones. He was not the slightest bit out of practice, and because his cultivation base had risen, his spiritual strength had also increased, allowing him to have even greater control than before. 2 hours later, he lifted the lid and saw a longan-sized medicinal pill. That medicinal pill didn't have any luster. It looked like a rusted old ball of copper, but Long Chen smiled. "This fire-gathering pill's quality is not bad." Putting away the fire-gathering pill, he once more began refining medicinal ingredients. But this time, he wasn't refining pills, but a kind of medicinal liquid. That medicinal liquid was red as blood and was strangely viscous. Only once that liquid changed color 3 times did Long Chen stop his flame. Once the medicinal liquid in his pill furnace cooled off, Long Chen took out the flame salamander's needle and gently began to drip drops of that liquid onto the needle. The egg-shaped needle began to crazily absorb the medicinal liquid. Its original white color began to darken into a blood red. As the needle's color changed, a terrifying heat began to circulate within it. By the time all the medicinal liquid had been absorbed, the needle had become extremely bright. The fluctuations coming from within it were incredibly intense, like a volcano on the verge of erupting. "Okay, the fire attribute energy has been completely activated. I hope I can manage to absorb the runic power within it as well." Long Chen hesitated a moment, and then decided to leave the Immortal Cave. Closing the door, he hurried to the back of the mountain. Finding a secluded place, he took out the needle and swallowed the fire-gathering pill he had just refined. As soon as that medicinal pill entered his stomach, it immediately dissolved. A light heat flowed through his meridians. Long Chen looked within him and saw his meridians had been plated with a layer of gold. It was a protective membrane for the insides of his meridians. That was why Long Chen had never absorbed the flame salamanders needed up to this point. Even someone as powerful as him didn't dare absorb it without this medicinal pill's assistance. A flame salamander's needle, whose energy had barely been used at all, contained a flame that could heavily injure his meridians. It was a third-rank magical beast's beast flame, and it was also number 97 on the beast flame rankings. Long Chen didn't dare be careless. Furthermore, what Long Chen wanted wasn't just the beast flame. He wanted something even stronger than a regular beast flame. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted himself into his peak state. Placing his hands atop the flame salamander's needle, he began to circulate his spiritual qi, absorbing the violent energy within the needle. Chapter 189. Flame Salamander's Blue Flame. A current of practically burning lava rapidly flowed from his hands into his meridians. Boom! When that current entered his meridians, it was like salt water had met fresh water, causing violent surges that filled him with pain. He continued to control the speed at which the energy was flowing into him. If he let that terrifying energy directly flood into his body, his meridians would immediately burst. His Feng Fu star was quickly circulating, and his enormous spiritual qi was pouring out. It controlled the speed at which the needle's energy flowed into his body. He needed to let his meridians gradually become accustomed to that violent heat. The needle was the spot where all the flame salamander's energy had been stored over its lifetime. If the needle were to explode, that terrifying energy would be able to immediately exterminate several third-rank magical beasts. And despite his slow absorption speed, Long Chen still found the pain difficult to endure. That terrifying heat was constantly roasting his meridians. There was also a violent qi that was constantly circulating around. That qi possessed an instinctive destructive will that wanted to burn everything. It was good that Long Chen had made enough preparations. With the fire-gathering pill, he had a layer of protection over his meridians that prevented that energy from harming them. He also celebrated that he had just advanced to the 7th heaven stage, allowing his meridians to grow even stronger. Otherwise, even with the fire-gathering pill's protection, he might have already failed. All things were difficult at the start, but once you managed to get past the beginning, the rest would be comparatively easier. Long Chen continued to absorb the needle's energy. There was an incredible amount of energy within it, and Long Chen didn't dare increase his absorption speed, and so it took a full 6 hours for him to completely absorb it. By the time all that energy was absorbed, the original beast flame inside the needle had also disappeared. All that energy that had been within the needle was now within Long Chen's meridians. In reality, that energy was the flame salamander's core flame. The flame salamander was incredibly strong, most likely even beyond Long Chen's imagination. If the flame salamander hadn't been weakened by birth that time, he really would have been screwed. Now the flame salamander's core flame was surging within Long Chen's meridians. Long Chen's spiritual strength slowly erased its berserk nature. The flame salamander's core flame didn't actually have any consciousness. By using a gentle, stealthy method, he managed to easily erase that destructive will without worrying about a backlash. Once the core flames had been erased, Long Chen took a deep breath. Now was the real test. Condense. Energy surged out of his Feng Fu star, entering into the furthest reaches of his meridians and driving the beast flame to the center. Having lost its will, the beast flame followed his energy surging towards his dantian. Boom! All the scattered beast flame collided together. Long Chen coughed up blood, his face completely pale. Damn, I failed. I just knew my luck was crap. Long Chen gasped for breath. That attempt just now had completely exhausted him. Unfortunately, he had failed to accomplish what he had wanted. Although I failed, I saw a flicker of the rune. That means there's still a chance. Long Chen wanted to use a fierce collision of the beast flame to obtain the flame salamander's own rune. As a fire attribute magical beast whose beast flame was ranked 97th on the beast flame rankings, it possessed its own bloodline inheritance. Such a magical beast's needle contained its runic power, but that kind of rune was unusable by humans. Long Chen was hoping to have the beast flame collide within his body. During that chaotic explosion, he would be able to grab onto the runic power. That was only possible because the Needin he had managed to obtain had barely lost any of its energy back then. As long as Long Chen caused its energy to erupt out, he was able to see that rune. The fire-gathering pill he had consumed didn't just have the purpose of protecting his meridians. Its main ability was to gather every single bit of flame energy together. If others did this, their dantian would explode, but Long Chen didn't have to worry about that since his dantian was empty. Again. Boom. 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 He coughed up blood time after time. He felt that his body was about to collapse, but there was one thing that allowed him to continue. That was because every time he collided the beast flame, he saw the rune becoming clearer and clearer. However, that rune would only appear for the briefest instance. That moment wasn't long enough for him to take control of it. Boom. Wait a sec, I failed again. With another explosion, the rune appeared again, this time extremely clearly. Long Chen attempted to use his spiritual strength to link up to that rune, but the flame energy scattered too quickly, causing the rune to also disappear. I need a break. Long Chen was absolutely exhausted. Coughing up mouthfuls of blood wasn't something to worry about with his powerful physical body, but driving the flame into huge collisions greatly exhausted his spiritual strength. That was especially true at the moment of collision. He would exhaust 10 times the spiritual strength in an attempt to link up to that rune when it appeared. He had already attempted this over 10 times. Even though his body was able to continue, his soul was not. He had a splitting headache now. Quickly consuming a spirit-stabilizing pill, he focused on recovering his spiritual energy. 2 hours later, at least part of his spiritual strength had recovered. This time I'll definitely succeed. Although each time he had failed, he had accumulated more and more experience. He was much more sure of himself than at the beginning. Once more driving the scattered beast flame and his meridians towards his dantian. This time he used several times more intensity than before. Boom! When the beast flame collided inside his dantian, terrifying energy exploded out. A rune immediately appeared within that fierce blaze. Quick, get over here. Buzz. Suddenly his mind shook. A strange fluctuation came from his spirit. An imprint appeared in the deepest part of his soul. I succeeded. Long Chen opened his eyes. Extending his hand, a blue flame rose. Although it was only just a foot long, that terrifying heat caused all the surrounding grass 3 meters around him to dry up. Long Chen slowly closed his eyes. Taking a deep breath, a fluctuation came from the depths of his spirit. He once more opened his eyes. Boom! The flame in his hand pulsed, and a clear rune appeared in the flame. When that rune appeared, the surrounding grass immediately became ashes. Everything around him in an area of dozens of meters was now charred black. Haha, I succeeded, The world suddenly spun around him. Exhaustion battered him, and he immediately fainted. When he once more woke up, he was lying in bed. You've finally woken up. What the hell were you doing? You were covered in black ashes when I found you. Xuanhuan walked over with a wet towel. I was doing a grand experiment. Long Chen was extremely pleased. You almost burnt yourself to death. Don't tell me you were experimenting with barbecue, laughed Xuanhuan, moving to wipe his face. Long Chen was given a fright and hastily took the towel. I think I'll do that myself. I really would be embarrassed to trouble the faction leader with such a thing. Xuanhuan reddened slightly. She sniffed. You also get embarrassed. When we carried you back, you were like a little beggar. If it weren't for both me and Sister Qingyu, do you think you would be so clean? Long Chen was startled, realizing his clothes had been changed. He hastily checked his clothes, immediately feeling relief when he saw his original clothes were just underneath. Scoundrel, what's with that expression? Xuanhuan gave his elbow a pinch. His expression really was annoying. Huan, you're bullying Long Chen again. At this time Qingyu walked over. She had just happened to see the scene of Long Chen grimacing in pain. Sister Qingyu, why do you always take his side? He's clearly the one bullying me. Xuanhuan felt somewhat wronged. She also sighed inside. Why was this scoundrel's luck always so good? Whenever she got the advantage, Qingyu would always immediately appear. Long Chen laughed mischievously. Sister Qingyu, you've misunderstood. I was just playing a joke with Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan glanced at Long Chen with some relief. At least this brat knew how to talk. Right, what time is it? It's not what time, but what day. You were asleep for 2 days. It's the afternoon of the 3rd day, answered Xuanhuan. What, I slept for 2 days? Long Chen was shocked. He hastily leapt out of bed. Xuanhuan and sister Qing Yu close the door and activate the spirit stone formation to the max. "What are you planning on doing?" Tang Xuanhuan said blankly. "Don't ask, just do it." Long Chen walked into the lounge and arranged all the medicinal ingredients he had bought as well as his pill furnace. Tang Xuanhuan and Qing Yu followed Long Chen's instructions, closing the stone door and activating the spirit stone formation to the max. Normally, the door was only kept open when not cultivating in order to prevent wastage. The spirit stone formation was also normally kept unactivated. That was to prolong the lifespan of the spirit stones. If their room's spirit stone formation was activated to the maximum level, the 8 spirit stones would only have enough energy to last 6 hours. If they calculated it like that, Tang Xuanhuan only had enough spirit stones for half a month's usage, and so they saved as much of it as possible. When they activated the spirit stone formation, the enormous spiritual qi from the spirit stones began to be quickly released. The entire immortal cave was immediately filled with dense spiritual qi. "Long Chen, are you planning on refining pills?" Qing Yu was a bit puzzled. "Yup," Long Chen nodded as he confirmed all the medicinal ingredients. He ordered the medicinal ingredients into a set sequence. That way it would be more convenient while he refined, and he wouldn't have to be worried about grabbing the wrong medicinal ingredient. "Then should we leave?" probingly asked Tang Xuanhuan. Although she didn't know alchemy, all the alchemists she knew never allowed anyone disturb them while refining. "Nope, actually I'll need your help in a bit," laughed Long Chen. After saying that, he extended his hand. A blue flame rose from his palm, lighting up the entire immortal cave. It was time to test his harvest. He hoped it wouldn't disappoint him. Chapter 190, Refining Tendon-Firming Pills. When the blue flame rose from Long Chen's palm, the entire immortal cave was lit up gorgeously and warmly. What a beautiful flame! Tang Xuanhuan was bewitched by that flame. That was the first time she had ever seen such a beautiful flame. It looked just like a ball of blazing water. Long Chen smiled slightly. After he had gained control over the beast flame's rune, his control over it had risen greatly. He could control it smoothly with just a thought and wouldn't need to use too much spiritual strength. That previous flame, leopard beast flame, he had required him to use his spiritual strength to keep it suppressed. It was like a disobedient animal. If he didn't keep it suppressed, it would attack him. But now that he controlled his new beast flame's rune, the beast flame had now essentially accepted Long Chen as its master and wouldn't resist him at all. As for his control over the power and rhythm of the flame, naturally it was now completely smooth and effortless. Long Chen even praised himself a bit inside. This kind of crazy accomplishment was something only a genius could have thought of. But of course, only if that crazy idea paid off would that person be a genius. If they failed, then they would be called madmen. So in this world, geniuses and madmen were all cut from the same cloth. They were only differentiated by their luck. Tang Xuanhuan and Qing Yu were quietly watching. This was the first time they had ever seen someone refine pills. That was because alchemists didn't like to have others around them when refining. One reason was because they were afraid of being disturbed, but the other was because they were afraid of others secretly learning their techniques. Long Chen, of course, didn't care about that last one in the slightest. He was completely focused, slowly warming the furnace. That was an extremely fundamental step. If the furnace wasn't gradually heated up, at the final moment there was the danger of a furnace explosion. Heating it up first would also extend the pill furnace's lifespan. Once the pill furnace's temperature rose to the right level, Long Chen began to throw in the medicinal ingredients. Controlling the flame, he refined out their pure essence. This part was very dependent on skill. The strength of the flame had to be just right, and the alchemist also had to be experienced and knowledgeable about the heat required by the medicinal ingredients. If the flame was too weak, it would require a longer time to refine. But more importantly, part of the essence would be lost due to that extended time. And of course, if the flame was too strong and surpassed the medicinal ingredients' heat limit, it would immediately turn to ashes and your work would have been for nothing. But all that was nothing to Long Chen, who possessed a pill god's memories. When it came to knowledge of the critical temperatures of medicinal ingredients, there was no one in this world who surpassed him. Now that he controlled the flame salamander's beast flame's rune, this blue flame was no different at all to his core flame. With his powerful spiritual strength, he could control it down to the finest detail. His refining speed was extremely fast. After refining a couple of the medicinal ingredients into powder, He told Tang Wan'er and Qing Yu to take out a clean piece of glazed paper and place the medicinal powders on top of it. Once they cooled off, he gave them specific proportions to split them into and to them wrap them up. As they carefully followed his instructions, he refined the second set of medicinal ingredients. They had only just accomplished his task when he finished refining the second set. He had them keep this set of medicinal ingredients separate from the rest and to wrap them up as well. This repeated itself 7 times before Long Chen finished refining all the medicinal ingredients. Long Chen was still completely fine, but it was actually Tang Wan'er and Qing Yu who were sweating. That was because they were too nervous. After all, these were medicinal pills, and the slightest mistake would cause failure, and so they had to be extremely careful and meticulous. Okay, I've finished the refinement part. Now there are 7 sets of medicinal powders. Pour each set into the pill furnace in accordance to the order they were refined. As for the timing, wait for my signal. I'm going to continue, said Long Chen. Wait a moment, Long Chen, exclaimed Tang Wan'er. What? I'm too nervous, Tang Wan'er said with some embarrassment. She was afraid to make a mistake. Long Chen laughed. What are you worried about? Even if it fails, it'll be my responsibility. Just treat it as how you played house as a child. Hearing Long Chen laugh, Tang Wan'er relaxed quite a bit. Looking at the small ball of medicine in her hand, she saw it really was just like a small ball of sand she used to play with. A flame burst into existence in his hand. Terrifying heat soared out as he placed it into his pill furnace. I'm starting. Release the first bundle. Tang Wan'er nodded and carefully poured the medicinal powders into the pill furnace. As Long Chen's flame energy circulated, those powders began to coalesce, becoming a whole liquid entity. It was extremely mystical. What she didn't know was that those powders weren't really powders, but the essences of the medicinal ingredients. Long Chen was entirely focused on the pill furnace. He was extremely solemn. This was the first time he was attempting to refine a third-tier medicinal pill. Although he knew the pill formula, he had no experience in it. He couldn't be the slightest bit careless. Even stronger pill cultivators couldn't keep a 100% success rate, let alone Long Chen, who was refining it for the first time. Looking at the completely focused Long Chen, Tang Wan'er was a bit bewitched. This Long Chen was exceptionally attractive. He was much more reliable and steady than he was normally when he was a mischievous rascal. Next, Long Chen's light voice gave Tang Wan'er a fright. Her mind had wandered away. Luckily, there was Qing Yu to the side who was prepared. She quickly released the second set of medicinal powders into the pill furnace. Tang Wan'er blushed, looking at Qing Yu apologetically, but Qing Yu only winked at her without the slightest bit of rebuke. Now her face turned even redder. Hastily dispelling her distracting thoughts, she focused completely on Long Chen's pill furnace, not daring to even look at Long Chen's face again. The main reason Long Chen had had Tang Wan'er and Qing Yu remain behind was because he wanted to focus completely on controlling his flame and keeping track of the changes in the medicinal powders. If he had to place the medicinal ingredients himself, that would split his attention. While concocting medicinal pills, the slightest mistake could result in failure. This medicinal pill was something that concerned the fate of the entire faction. He definitely couldn't make a mistake. He had used the faction's points for his own use, which he was definitely apologetic for. He had to succeed in his refinement. Time passed by unconsciously. 2 hours later, all 7 sets of medicinal powders had been thrown into the pill furnace. Long Chen had already sealed the furnace and begun increasing the flame strength. The blue flame twisted and danced. A faintly discernible rune appeared within it. The rune's temperature began to quickly rise. Tang Wan'er and Qing Yu seemed to not feel that terrifying heat, looking at the blue flame seedling in Long Chen's hands with shock. Rune! Tang Wan'er was the most shocked. Previously she had let Long Chen examine her own rune, and she had also seen him attempt to summon out his own rune. Unfortunately, he had failed. At that time she had thought Long Chen was just trying out a crazy idea. He really was a madman. Without a bloodline inheritance, how could he possibly condense a rune? But now the pill flame in his hand had changed color and a rune had appeared in it. Although that rune wasn't very clear, she could clearly sense the runic power. As someone who also possessed her own runic power, Tang Wan'er knew that it wasn't clear only because Long Chen wasn't activating the rune to its full strength, not that he didn't have enough control over it. And it was precisely because she understood that she was so shocked. She practically couldn't believe it. She didn't seem to recall anyone in history ever having done as he had. "How is it? Don't you think the taste would be pretty good if I used such a flame to cook fish?" Although Long Chen was chatting lightly, he was clearly extremely pleased with himself. "Where did you get this flame?" asked Tang Wanner. "I stole it." Long Chen knew that the situation within the pill furnace had already stabilized. He no longer needed to focus so intensely on it. Tang Wanner stared at him. She knew this fellow barely said one or two truths in his nonsense. But she also knew it wasn't necessary for her to get to the bottom of this. After all, powerful techniques were the life-preserving measures of cultivators. Cultivators wouldn't just randomly demand techniques from others. That was an absolute taboo. He knew she had some apprehensions about this flame, and so he was just about to tell her where he had obtained this beast flame when the furnace began to shake intensely. "The pills are about to be condensed." Long Chen slowly increased his flame strength, and his right hand covered the lid. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying energy circulated within the pill furnace. It was like there was a berserk hurricane within. This is a sign the pills are about to form. All the medicinal liquid has been concentrated together. Under the powerful urging of the flame, it will almost come to life, automatically separating into several small balls. Each small ball will crazily whirl around the pill furnace, absorbing spiritual chi from the surroundings. It will form an outer layer with all the essence collected inside. Their shapes are originally not at all completely circular, but after experiencing that crazy whirling, they end up becoming the standard pill shape. This entire process is just like the maturation of an embryo, extremely miraculous to an inconceivable level. Long Chen explained to the two of them when he saw how curious they were. Although Long Chen knew all the principles of refining pills, he still possessed a profound respect for alchemy. It was a kind of divine technique, an art that could change something trash into something miraculous. Boom! After a final intense explosion, the furnace returned to calm. Long Chen lifted the furnace lid. A dense pill fragrance filled the immortal cave. 9 pearl-like medicinal pills quietly lay within the furnace. "Heavens, a pill halo! There are high-grade medicinal pills and 5 of them," exclaimed Tang Wanner. Long Chen had also not expected this. After all, this was his first attempt at this. Originally, he had been thinking that just 1 high-grade medicinal pill would have been pretty good, but there were actually 5. After just a moment, Long Chen realized that that was the effect of the spirit stone formation. It appeared its effect was even greater than he had imagined. "Look, Long Chen, there are 5 high-grade tendon-firming pills and the rest all have pill lines, marking them as middle grade. You really are too amazing, Long Chen." Tang Wanner held the medicinal pills, an excited smile blooming on her face. I really am getting rusty. I remember I could refine such medicinal pills with my eyes closed, and they were all high-grade," sighed Long Chen. He shook his head dejectedly. Tang Wanner was first startled, but then she immediately rolled her eyes, no longer bothering with Long Chen. She adoringly looked at those tendon-firming pills with delight. With that experience, Long Chen had already learned all the important moments to control his flame. The second furnace was refined much faster, requiring only just a quarter hour. What caused Tang Wanner and Qing Yu to be stupefied was that this time light shining out this time was even stronger. The 9 pearl-like medicinal pills inside were actually all high-grade tendon-firming pills. When all the medicinal ingredients had been refined, Tang Wanner simply stared at a table of over 110 tendon-firming pills. She had practically gone stupid. Long Chen had managed to refine that many medicinal pills without rest. Although he said he could easily refine at least another 10,000 of them, he directly crawled into his blankets and fell into a deep sleep. After Tang Wanner and Qing Yu recovered from their shock, they began to distribute those high-grade tendon-firming pills down. Long Chen only woke up the next day. Looking at the jade tablet in his hand, a huge, snow-white figure appeared in his mind. It's time to open a spiritual space. Chapter 190, One Spiritual Space. Once Tang Wanner and Qing Yu distributed the tendon-firming pills, their entire faction became silent. That was because everyone had secluded themselves in their immortal caves, borrowing the tendon-firming pills' energy to quickly stabilize their realm. Only once the realm was stabilized could they continue cultivating. Only then could they keep their foundations stable. Tang Wanner and Qing Yu had also secluded themselves in their own rooms. Since they were just stabilizing their realm, they also deactivated the spirit stone formation to avoid wastage. In their entire faction, only Long Chen didn't need to be secluded. However, he had something even more important he had to do. Right now he was in his room, his spiritual strength going through the information within the Jade tablet. Damn, they're really swindlers. It's this easy. Long Chen couldn't hold back from cursing. The principle behind the opening of a spiritual space was incredibly simple. To open a spiritual space, split your spiritual strength into two opposing poles within the mind-sea and open a third space between. That space was similar to a spatial ring, but every spatial ring contained a space fragment. All the space ring had to do was connect to that space fragment. Above the land were many wandering space fragments. It was said that in ancient times, gods had fought a huge war that had smashed apart space and destroyed stars. Those space fragments were what were left behind. But as for whether or not that was true, no one knew. All people knew was that it was possible to use a special technique to merge a space fragment into a ring, forming a spatial ring that could easily store items. The only fault was that a spatial ring space was static, and it was impossible to store living things. Even plants would also quickly die within it. As for this spiritual space, it was different. It was a space formed from his spiritual strength. That was a space located between his eyebrows. It was always connected to his mind. However, it couldn't store things like spatial rings. It could only contain housebits that were also connected to his mind. Frankly speaking, it was just a housebit space. That was why that senior apprentice brother had given Long Chen a warning when he had seen Long Chen wanting to buy it. Damn whoever set these prices. I curse your child's chin to be bigger than their forehead, Long Chen muttered a curse. He also hated himself at the moment. It was something so simple. Even without this secret tome, if he had just tried it himself a bit, he probably would have had a 50% chance of succeeding. Thinking of how he had spent 63,000 points on such a simple principle, his heart dripped blood. Taking a deep breath, he put away those thoughts. He had to find a way to make more points. Regret was useless. It was more important to open his spiritual space. The mind-sea was located in the space between a person's eyebrows. That was the place all of a person's knowledge and memories gathered. This was the most important spot of the entire human body. The hardest part of the human head was the forehead, while the weakest spot was between the eyebrows. The bone there was extremely thin. And it was precisely because of that mental energy was emitted from that location, allowing you to be able to sense danger at the earliest moment. If a person were to stick a steel needle into any other part of the body, it wouldn't cause any damage. You might not even feel it. But if you were to pierce such a sharp object between the eyebrows, you would instinctively try to avoid it. That was the reaction of mind-sea. It was the same in all people. That weak bone allowed one's mental energy to flow out without restriction. It was the most direct route. The mind-sea wasn't a true acupuncture point, but a kind of generic term for spiritual strength. It could also be called the sea of consciousness. When cultivators looked inside themselves, they saw that their spiritual strength surged and flowed like a sea, causing them to call it that. Within his mind-sea, Long Chen gathered all his spiritual strength. As if splitting an ocean, his spiritual strength split into two spiritual dragons. Under Long Chen's urging, the two dragons roared and began to race around each other. As they did, a vacuum formed between them. As their speed increased, they became like a huge twister. The core of that twister began to change. Outside that space, spiritual strength was crazily dashing around, but inside it was completely still. As Long Chen increased the strength of his spiritual strength, the inner portion grew into a vacuum 300 meters in diameter. According to that secret tome's recordings, that vacuum was his spiritual space. As long he placed his own spiritual imprint on top of it, it would be ready to absorb his housebits that were connected to his mind. It was no wonder Long Chen would curse. This was extremely simple. The monastery really had swindled him. If someone had just given him a random hint, he wouldn't have needed to spend so many points. Since I'm opening it, I might as well make it a bit bigger. In any case, he might as well make little Snow more comfortable inside. Long Chen continued to urge his spiritual strength, causing those two spiritual dragons to increase their speed. The spiritual space began to quickly grow. He only stopped once it was 10 times the diameter, and he only stopped because he felt he had pushed his spiritual strength to the max already. He wouldn't have been able to continue going without injuring his spirit. This 3,000 diameter spiritual space was like a transparent ball. Strange lines slowly floated down into the ball. Those lines were Long Chen's spiritual imprint. They were like a huge lock, tightly keeping the space under control. Only he would be able to open it. Those lines turned into countless spots that covered the entire ball. Long Chen realized those small spots were smaller versions of the locks. They were quickly absorbed into that ball. Once those lines completely disappeared, Long Chen found that the entire spiritual space had essentially become a part of his body, and he was able to control it with just a thought. Unfortunately, little Snow isn't with me, sighed Long Chen. After being separated for this long, he really was missing that fellow. Little Snow had been with him since he had been the size of a palm. In order to find him, Little Snow had traveled over 1,000 miles of wild terrain, almost losing his life. Their feelings for each other had long since become incomparably deep. Before entering the trial region, Long Chen had told Little Snow to go to the edge of the monastery and wait for him. Once he had made his preparations, he would go find him. Although he missed him, he knew that as a scarlet flame snow wolf that was an overlord amongst third-rank magical beasts, his power was great enough that he wouldn't encounter any real danger. Now that he had opened his spiritual space, Long Chen began to think about what to do next. Now he had already refined the beast flame. With the flame salamander's blue flame that was ranked 97th on the beast flame rankings, his combat strength had once more greatly risen. But thinking about his fight with Wu Qi, he knew that was far from enough. That was because the power of his pill flame was directly related to his cultivation base. His current pill flame had already merged into his meridians. Long Chen's spiritual qi was slowly nourishing it, increasing its power. The degree at which Long Chen's spiritual qi nourished it was over 10 times greater than what a blood condensation cultivator was normally able to accomplish. But in comparison to those who had jumped past the barrier and had reached the tendon transformation realm, it was far too lacking. As the first major chasm of cultivators, the tendon transformation realm was a huge barrier. After surpassing that barrier, one's spiritual qi would explosively multiple by dozens of times. Long Chen was already far behind now. Furthermore, he was also extremely sullen at the moment, as according to the monastery's rules, new disciples could not leave the monastery for the first month, so he had no way to go get Little Snow either. As for the Alyath pill's medicinal ingredients, he had seen quite a few in the Xuanhuan pavilion, but each of them was incredibly expensive, easily in the thousands of points, perhaps in the 10,000s. Then there was the netherworld ghost steps he had tricked Gui Sha into teaching him. His meridians were not wide enough to train in it. Whenever he tried to use it, he would feel an intense pain from his meridians as if they might explode. That actually didn't sadden Long Chen. He was actually quite happy to have obtained such a precious treasure. It was even possible that the netherworld ghost steps was an even higher class than Split the Heavens since he was still unable to train in it. Adding on how hateful Gui Sha's expression had been, he knew that it was definitely a priceless treasure. He couldn't get Little Snow, he couldn't study Gui Sha's footwork, he couldn't buy medicinal ingredients, and he was unable to obtain third-rank magical beast blood essence. He found he really had nothing he could do anymore. But then he suddenly thought of a certain location within the Xuanhuan monastery. Taking a glance into the immortal cave, he saw that Tang Wan'er and Qing Yu had both drunk a cup of Jade Butterfly Queen Bee crystal and had entered their meditative states, trying to quickly stabilize their realm. Long Chen quietly left and ran to a building on the western part of the Xuanhuan Plaza. This building was extremely ordinary, looking like a regular house. At the top of it was a large signboard, Mission Distribution. Long Chen walked in, seeing two bored maidens chatting. The rest of the room was empty of people. "Is this the place to receive missions?" asked Long Chen, wondering if he had come to the wrong place. "Yes, this is where the monastery distributes its missions. You can choose missions here, and after accomplishing them, you can come get your points," smiled one of the maidens. Long Chen saw that both these maidens' auras were extremely powerful. They were both tendon transformation experts, and he assumed they must be senior apprentice sisters. "Can you let me see what missions there are?" asked Long Chen. "No problem, all the missions are here." She smiled and took out massive book, giving it to Long Chen. Opening the book, he saw there were all kinds of missions. Each mission all had a number of points beneath it, numbering from the tens to the thousands. The missions were also split into 4 levels. The 4th level of missions were extremely easy. It was basically just guarding, patrolling, and other labor. Each day you would only be able to obtain 20 to 50 points. The 3rd level's missions involved gathering medicinal ingredients, raising magical beasts, being assistants for alchemists or perhaps forging masters. That kind of work required specific skill sets. After accomplishing these missions, you could obtain 100 to 500 points. The second level's missions were mostly missions outside the sect. Perhaps it was acting as a bodyguard in the outer world, being an escort, or eliminating dangerous things. This kind of mission usually required more time, but the rewards were much more generous. They were in the thousands to the 10,000s of points. But when he reached the first level missions, he saw that there was nothing there. First level missions are very urgent and aren't available all the time. There might not even be one in a year, explained that maiden. Long Chen nodded. He asked, then what kind of missions can I choose? Since he had nothing else to do, he might as well do this. I'm sorry, but right now, you do not have the qualifications to accept any mission. Chapter 192, Faction Competition starts. Why is that? Frowned Long Chen. These missions can only be given out once the first faction competition is over. We only allow you to see the missions and rewards to give you guys a reminder. Within the monastery, the competition is extremely intense. If you want to obtain more resources than others, you'll need to put in 100% of your effort. The faction competition is a fight over the mission priorities. You'll only receive missions in accordance to your ranking. If your faction comes in first, the points from the missions you'll receive will number in the hundreds of thousands. If I were to make an analogy, these missions are like beef noodle soup. First place will come and take all the big pieces of meat. Only then can second place come and take the smaller pieces. As for third place, they'll probably only end up with some leftover ground meat and noodles. The rest is also distributed in accordance to ranking. As for last place, there won't even be soup for them to drink. They'll only be able to lick the bowl. That woman explained it all in one go to Long Chen. They were all disciples from the previous generation and had personally experienced that cruel competition. So they also deeply sympathized with these new disciples who had just arrived. So the start is extremely important. During the first faction competition, you must absolutely get a good ranking. It is the most important. Although the faction competition occurs once a month, if you're unable to obtain a good spot in the first month, then the distance between you and first place will only increase. That distance will only continue to grow larger each month, and it is extremely difficult to catch up, she warned. Long Chen gratefully nodded. After saying his thanks to her, he began walking back to the faction. That senior apprentice sister's words were absolutely correct. The first faction competition was extremely important. Everyone started at the same starting line, but if they allowed others to take the lead, it would be extremely difficult to catch up. That first step would allow them to receive more points and buy more resources, increasing the entire power level of the faction. Then by the next competition, the distance would have only grown. If you were once more surpassed, it was practically certain you would never be able to catch up. It was unfortunate, he still didn't know what kind of form the faction competition would take. Otherwise, if he could come up with some kind of good strategy, they would also get an advantage. Long Chen had just been walking with his head down when a figure suddenly rushed over. He instinctively dodged to the side. But that figure still crashed onto Long Chen. That person's force was so great that being caught off guard, Long Chen was sent flying. He only managed to stabilize himself dozens of meters away. His fury ignited, as he clearly knew that person had done that on purpose. Looking forward, he saw a tall, large man who was completely bald icily looking at him. That person was a whole head taller than Long Chen. His huge arms were bare with many veins crawling over them, emitting an explosive strength like a volcano that contained endless power. His arms were also covered with tattoos that were extremely crude. Standing there, he was like an unshakable iron tower. Behind that bald man were three others. One of them had a powerful aura and was indifferently looking down on Long Chen. As for the other two, Long Chen recognized them. They were surprisingly Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin. The two of them were smiling at Long Chen's misfortune. "This is the monster amongst monsters you told me about," the bald man asked Lei Qiansheng. "Yes, but don't underestimate him. Although he's only in the late blood condensation realm, he wouldn't be inferior to an outer disciple who is in the tendon transformation realm. He might even be a bit stronger." That bald man shook his head. Having just advanced to the late blood condensation realm, his physical body is not bad. However, his cultivation base is too trash, not even worth looking at. "Let's go." That bald man directly walked right in front of Long Chen as if he didn't see him. Either Long Chen would get out of the way, or there would be a fight. Despite being shaken by this bald man's power, that arrogance from the depths of his soul would not let him back down. Although he clearly knew this person had to be even stronger than Lei Qianshang, he was unable to accept such humiliation. Indifferently looking at this bald man, he slowly raised a hand. The pill flame in his body began to circulate, preparing to come out at any moment. Seeing Long Chen actually refuse to step aside and had taken a fighting stance, that bald man sneered, actually directly charging over, his aura exploding. Who dares be so impudent in a fighting-prohibited region? Suddenly a shout rang out that made the bald man come to a step. He turned to see that a white-robed man was indifferently looking at them. That man's robes were those of a law enforcer, and his powerful aura was one that he didn't dare look down on. Long Chen was startled, as this person was actually someone he recognized, Senior Apprentice Brother Wan. Seeing Senior Apprentice Brother Wan, that bald man only lightly sneered. Although he looked down on these people who were at the bottom of their generation, he didn't retort. He said to Long Chen, "Brat, next time you block my way, I'll crush you to pulp." The bald man walked around Long Chen, the other three also following. From the way they went, it seemed that they were going to the Xuanhuan pavilion to buy things. Once those people left, Senior Apprentice Brother Wan smiled slightly to Long Chen. "Let's walk for a bit. I have some things I want to say to you." Long Chen was surprised, not expecting the serious Senior Apprentice Brother Wan to look after him like this. Not only had he driven away the bald man, he was also staying with him for a while. "Many thanks, Senior Apprentice Brother Wan." Long Chen cupped his fists, grateful to him. His intuition told him that that bald man was extremely terrifying, even more powerful than Lei Qianshang and Qi Xin. He who was not even in the tendon transformation realm was not a match for him. That infuriated him. If he had also advanced to the tendon transformation realm, how could he be so inferior to them? "Looking at you, I'm reminded of myself 3 years ago. I was full of confidence back then, but people should sometimes know how to yield. That's not weakness but simply strategy. Don't try to be brave when you are weak, or the person who will be injured it yourself." Senior Apprentice Brother Wan chatted as they walked. Long Chen smiled bitterly. "I also understand Senior Apprentice Brother Wan's reminder, but unfortunately I just can't control myself. I would rather die than accept humiliation." Long Chen knew that was the influence of his pill god memories. He simply refused to accept any humiliation. Asking him to accept humiliation was an even worse punishment than being killed. If it was the past Long Chen, he would definitely have avoided that kind of situation as best as he could. To forcibly face someone who he wasn't a match for wasn't bravery, but stupidity. That was asking for death. But although he understood this, he was unable to completely control that arrogance that came from the depths of his very soul. That arrogance would not let him yield to anyone. Senior Apprentice Brother Wan nodded. "That has to do with a person's willpower. I can't say whether that is good or bad, but let me give you one reminder. Your current cultivation base is the lowest within the entire monastery. Your realm is far too low. That person just now is Gu Yang. He has an innate, powerful strength. His physical body is inconceivably strong, and with his powerful combat strength, he has never met an equal within the same realm. More importantly, he revived his ancestral mark before entering the monastery. The power of his bloodline inheritance has already become part of his power. His strength is already beyond your imagination." Long Chen was shocked that he had awakened his ancestral mark before joining the monastery. Such a powerful person had definitely joined the monastery for the 10,000 beast essence blood. Now that his physical body had reached an even higher level of perfection, wouldn't he be even stronger than Tang Wan'er? Your generation of disciples is the strongest generation in the history of the monastery. Few generations have a genius who can awaken their ancestral mark. But this time there were 4. Other than Tang Wan'er and Yi Zhikyu who you know, there's also the Gu Yang you just encountered. There's also another person named Xuanhuan. His strength is terrifying and he's extremely arrogant and cold-hearted. You should be more careful. I tell you this in order to remind that when 100 flowers bloom at once, there is no one who doesn't want to be the lead. But you also know that there is just one lead. The competition will be extremely intense, and success in the first faction competition is crucial. Many thanks Senior Apprentice Brother Wan for your warning. Junior disciple will remember it. Senior Apprentice Brother Wan's words were the exact same as that Senior Apprentice sister from the Mission Distribution Building. I look favorably on you. Good luck. Senior apprentice brother Juan patted Long Chen on the shoulder and then left. Long Chen walked back to the immortal cave alone. Tang Wan'er and Qing Yu were still in their meditative state. That was a good sign. 3 days later, it was Tang Wan'er who was the first to wake up. After awakening, her aura had become completely stable. It no longer leaked out as before. She had begun to control her own explosive aura. In other words, her realm had already completely stabilized. Long Chen told her about what had happened in the mission distribution building as well as the matter of Gu Yang, giving her a fright. She hadn't expected that there were 2 others who had also awakened their ancestral marks, and one of them had even awakened it before her and Yi Zhikyu. Wan'er, I still have a great deal of Jade Butterfly Queen Bee Crystal. You should distribute it to everyone so that they can all cultivate faster. Furthermore, also send some to Yi Zhikyu. Since we are in an alliance, we'll all be one family. Their strength is also our strength. I'm thinking of buying some more medicinal ingredients and refining some tendon-firming pills for her side as well. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let them go buy those trash medicinal pills. Long Chen couldn't help feeling a bit regretful that he had forgotten about such an important thing. By the time Long Chen had thought of it, they had already bought them. Sometimes he really felt his head wasn't smart enough. That very day, Tang Wan'er bought more medicinal ingredients and Long Chen refined them into pills. His pills were all high grade, and so they could allow them to stabilize their realm even faster. For the first faction competition, spending a couple extra points to save some more time was definitely worth it. Once all their people had stabilized their cultivation bases, Long Chen had people spar with each other. Only in real combat could people become accustomed to their strength the fastest. Their side had gotten at least 10 more days than other people, giving them enough time to adapt to their cultivation bases. They would be able to fight with much more strength than others. Under practically a day and night training, the time quickly flew by. 1 month quietly passed before they knew it. Dong! A loud bell rang out, reaching every corner of the Xuanhuan monastery. Long Chen slowly opened his eyes from his rest. The faction competition has started. Chapter 193 Battle Deployment. Following that drawn-out bell sound that reached every corner of the monastery, a certain person slowly opened his eyes. That person was Elder Sun, who had been punished by Elder Tu Fang. Long Chen, I must have your battle skills. Elder Sun was completely confident, and greed surfaced in his eyes. As soon as he had seen Long Chen summon out that ring of light, he had started thinking that. Then he had seen Long Chen using Split the Heavens, firming his desire to obtain his techniques. He had secretly investigated Long Chen and knew that he had no background at all. That was why he was confident in stealing them. Back then when he had suppressed Long Chen, it was in order to force him to surrender and then think of a way to steal his techniques. Unfortunately, that plan had been ruined by Tu Fang. He hadn't obtained the techniques and had instead been punished. That had given him a stomach full of fire which he naturally didn't dare release on Tu Fang, so all that hatred had been placed on Long Chen. Slowly standing up, he walked into his immortal cave, coldly snorting. I really want to see just how long you can resist. The Xuanhuan Plaza was filled with people. Looking at the amount of people, Long Chen was amazed by how powerful the Xuanhuan monastery was. There were a total of 17 factions, meaning there were 17 core disciples. Of the 1,700 people, there were 1,699 tendon transformation experts. Long Chen saw many people looking at him with the same eyes filled with contempt. He bitterly smiled inside. Did this count as discrimination? As Tang Wan'er looked around, she smiled and relaxed a bit. The majority of these people had yet to completely stabilize their realm yet. But as for her and Yi Zhikyu's people, all their disciples' auras were completely stable and incomparably so as well. That gave them a large advantage. Their disciples would be able to wield at least 90% of a tendon transformation expert's abilities, while their opponents would be lucky to be able to even use 70% of their power. Warmth filled her when she looked at Long Chen. It seemed this fellow was able to accomplish anything with ease. As long as she could handle the other top experts, their factions would definitely be the strongest amongst all the factions. Although she didn't have many inner disciples in her faction, this battle wouldn't be fought alone, but with everyone. And so their advantage was very clear. You're Tang Wan'er. Suddenly Gu Yang walked over to Tang Wan'er. Looking her up and down, a bit of praise filled his eyes. Tang Wan'er had already heard from Long Chen that Gu Yang was terrifyingly powerful, but due to how close he was with Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin, she knew he was no friend. Not waiting for Tang Wan'er to say anything, Gu Yang smiled. "You're very beautiful. If you join hands with me, I'll definitely look after you greatly." "Thank you, but there's no need for that," lightly replied Tang Wan'er. As if long since expecting her reply, Gu Yang also didn't get angry. Looking at Long Chen, who was beside her, he said, "A useless fellow has no use to you. You'll understand that soon enough." Tang Wan'er's expression changed. He actually dared insult Long Chen in front of this many people. She was about to reply when Long Chen stopped her. He walked a couple steps up to the tower like Gu Yang. Looking at his bald head that reflected the light, he shook his head. "I've always heard that people whose heads can't grow hair are supposed to be smart, but seeing your completely hairless head, I can't seem to see any intelligence at all. Do you think that by being bald and having the sunlight reflect on you that it'll increase your looks? You're wrong about that. Who cares if you can reflect light in the day? If you have the capability, then go emit light at night." Tang Wan'er covered her mouth, doing her best not to laugh, but her gaze involuntarily landed on Gu Yang's scalp. Ah, with the sunlight reflecting off it, yes, it really was dazzling. Gu Yang was also so tall that he was basically a head taller than everyone else, making him stand out even more. Whenever he moved, he would attract everyone's attention. So Long Chen's words were heard by every single person. There was no one who wasn't dumbstruck. Long Chen really was a weirdo. Just what were his guts made of? His cultivation base was clearly the lowest out of everyone, but what he did was always beyond anyone's expectations. Did he not know what it meant to be afraid? Amongst the crowd, Lei Qiansheng and Qi Xin smiled. They knew Long Chen's character, and they also knew Gu Yang's character. This time Long Chen was screwed. The both of them had actually originally been pursuing Tang Wan'er. Other than her fairy-like beauty, it was also because of her powerful strength. If they could obtain such a beauty's heart, not only would they have the love of a beautiful woman, they would also have a powerful helper. Unfortunately for them, ever since Long Chen had appeared, they found that Tang Wan'er had gradually begun to oppose them. In fact, they were now almost mortal enemies. Trying to obtain her heart was definitely impossible. So they naturally would be delighted to see Long Chen mock Gu Yang. Both of them had now advanced to the tendon transformation realm, and in terms of combat strength, they had already far surpassed Long Chen. However, ever since they had seen Long Kem defeat Gui Sha with his endless techniques, they had always felt that even if they could defeat him, with his character, he would definitely make them pay a price. Now they didn't even need to do anything to disgrace Long Chen. That was something they delighted in seeing. "Long Chen, I've already said not to stand in my way again or I'd turn you to pulp. Looks like you don't have a good memory." Gu Yang tightened his fists. "You can come try me," icily replied Long Chen. When it came to true combat strength, Long Chen was not Gu Yang's match. But if it was a life-and-death battle, Long Chen wouldn't fear anyone. The monastery's rules didn't really suit Long Chen. He didn't like that kind of dainty fighting method. He was used to killing his enemies. In these kinds of battles, he was unable to use his full strength. He was prohibited from killing anyone in the monastery. But as for these spoiled disciples, they were very skilled at that kind of battle. That caused Long Chen to suffer greatly. If Gu Yang really dared attack him, Long Chen would retaliate with his full strength. He would use his fastest speed to kill him. Fighting and killing were two completely different concepts. Long Chen was proficient in the latter. "Stop and return to your factions." A cold shout rang out and people walked over. Those people were a dozen senior apprentice brothers. Amongst them was also senior apprentice brother Wan. It seemed senior apprentice brother Wan's position amongst his fellows here was actually quite high. He even nodded slightly to Long Chen. Long Chen was about to thank him when his pupils contracted on the person at the front of this group. Elder Son. Long Chen had never thought the one in charge of the faction competition would be Elder Son. Wasn't that old bastard supposed to be punished by Tu Fang? How has he come here? Long Chen had a bad feeling. He could sense that this old fellow didn't like him, but in front of this many people, he shouldn't dare to make things difficult for him. Elder Son indifferently swept his gaze over everyone. "Today is the faction competition. I don't need to tell you how important it is. We're about to open the fighting field." After he finished speaking, everyone felt their badges become hot for a moment, teleporting them to a new location. This was an open mountainside. The mountainside wasn't too large, perhaps just stretching a mile or two. There were some small flags scattered along the hillside. At the peak was Elder Sun and the others. There they could watch over everyone. Behind them was a pavilion where a huge, ancient bell was suspended in the air. At this time, Senior Apprentice Brother Juan walked up and said to everyone, "I will explain the rules. Listen carefully. When the bell rings, that is the start of the competition. The competition will only last for the time it takes for one incense stick to burn." Someone else carried out a huge censer over. Atop the censer was a stick of incense as thick as an arm. When the incense has been burnt away, the bell will once more ring to terminate the competition. You guys can all see the small flags along the mountainside. There are a total of 170 flags. Gather as many flags as you can. It doesn't matter whether you steal them or fight for them. All that matters is how many flags you have gathered before the final bell. Each faction will be given a flag case. Each of you pick someone to carry the flag case. Remember, when the final bell rings, only flags within your flag case count. The ones in your hands will not count. Furthermore, a flag held in a person's hand for more than 3 breaths will be annulled. Once he finished speaking, people immediately walked out to hand over long tubes as thick as a thigh. There was a buckler attached to them that allowed someone to carry one on their back. "Long Chen, who should we choose to be in charge of the flag case?" asked Xuanhuan. Long Chen thought for a moment. The flag bearer didn't necessarily have to be strong, but they had to be observant and know how to protect themselves. The goal was for that person to not even be touched by enemies, and they had to be absolutely loyal. "Xuanhuan will give this job to you." Xuanhuan solemnly nodded. "Don't worry, boss. Even if I die, I will protect the flag case. I'll protect it like I would protect my woman." After he finished speaking, he rubbed the flag case lovingly as if it was a beautiful woman's leg, causing people to feel nauseous. This might seem like a game, but let me remind you all, this is something that will affect your futures, your fates. Whether you will be stepped on by others or step above others will depend on this. When the competition finishes, the amount of flags in your possession will determine your ranking. And your ranking will decide what priority you will have for missions. I trust the senior apprentice sisters at the mission distribution building have already explained that to you. So in this competition, you must do your best to fight over the flags. Good luck to you all. After Senior Apprentice Brother Juan finished speaking, a disciple brought over a torch while another person also walked up to the bell, preparing to ring it. "Juaner, your speed is the fastest. When the bell rings, you rush to the left and grab as many flags as possible. I'll take the right. As for the others, form a triangle formation to protect Xuanhuan in the middle. We'll hand over all the flags we snatched to Xuanhuan. Remember not to keep the flags in your hand for too long or they'll be annulled." Long Chen quickly gave everyone another reminder. He had remembered every single word of that explanation and had thought of a quick strategy. Xuanhuan and the others all nodded. At this exact time, the huge incense stick was lit and the bell rang. The competition has begun. Chapter 194 Contest. When the bell rang, Long Chen and Xuanhuan were like 2 released arrows that shot out. At the same time, the other core disciples did not react at all slower than them. Everyone had all realized this was a merciless struggle. They all knew how important it was to get a good ranking this time. But although they all set out at almost the exact same time, Xuanhuan was the absolute fastest. She had awakened her ancestral mark, causing her control over her wind energy to become even smoother. In terms of speed, she was definitely number 1. Once the other core disciples and Long Chen charged out, the others also quickly followed up. But Long Chen's side wasn't the same as others. That was because Long Chen's side was slower in order to prioritize safety. As for the other factions, they clearly didn't have such misgivings and all rushed out, not giving a thought to protection. Xuanhuan was the first to grab a flag. She threw the flag to Xuanhuan. As soon as he caught the flag, he placed it into the flag case on his back. When the flag entered the case, a number lit up on the case. 1. At this time, the other core disciples had also arrived at the flags they had targeted. But at that moment, Xuanhuan had already thrown over a second flag. Her speed was essentially double others. Other people were shaken when they saw such speed. If that continued, her advantage would become all too obvious. But now wasn't the time to fight with others. The first thing to do was to grab all the flags that were on the ground. Only then would they go fight over the flags in other people's possession. Chi Zin's faction was to the right of Long Chen's. He had rushed to his first flag, but when he went to grab it, his hands went through thin air. He was shocked to see the flag had floated up on its own and was flying back. He then saw Long Chen and cursed, "Long Chen, you're asking for it." That flag was pulled over by his spiritual strength. Grabbing it, Long Chen threw it back to his faction and rushed straight to another flag. He didn't even glance at that idiot Qizhen. It was already such a time, but he still didn't focus on grabbing flags and wasted his time cursing others. Long Chen really admired that kind of intelligence. "Don't just stand there, get the flags." In the distance, Gu Yang gave him a reminder while he himself resumed rushing for the flags, deciding to rush in front of Long Chen. If Long Chen dared follow his original route, they would definitely meet at the end. A sneer appeared on Gu Yang's mouth. That was because he saw there were 7 flags on Long Chen's path, and they were extremely convenient to grab. He knew Long Chen wouldn't change his course. Flags filled the air. Xuanhuan and the others all focused completely on grabbing those flags and putting them into their flag case. In just a couple breaths, they already had 8 flags. Other than Xuanhuan, the rest of the faction was focused completely on protecting Xuanhuan. They formed a triangle around him as they advanced forward. Long Chen had already told those people that their task was to protect Xuanhuan and not let anyone approach him. "Careful, crap, someone stole our flags." Suddenly one person let out a roar. Since their entire faction had rushed out to get the flags, their faction hadn't been careful and another faction had charged over, snatching the 3 flags in their case, stealing their hard work. By the time that faction's people reacted, all the flags had already landed in their enemy's flag case. That faction furiously charged at the person who had snatched their flags, beating him badly and causing him to faint. But to exchange his injuries for 3 flags had definitely been worth it. That faction then began to charge at that faction, but those people had already been prepared, and they were unable to do anything to them. The entire field was completely chaotic, but Long Chen's side wasn't at all messy. All they needed to focus on was catching flags. As for Yi Jikyu's side, they had also been attacked, but they were much smarter. Seeing that Long Chen had formed such a protective formation, they had also formed one as well, not letting their attackers gain anything. The core disciples were extremely fast. Tang Wan'er flew her last flag over to Xuanhuan and saw there were already none left around. Looking further away, she saw that while there were a few flags left, she wouldn't be able to rush there fast enough. Other people were already too close to them. "Return to defend," Long Chen shouted to Tang Wan'er. He was rushing over to his last flag at this time. Once he got it, he would also run back. The entire battlefield's flags had all been snatched. Long Chen saw that Xuanhuan actually had 36 flags on him. They were currently number 1. Number 2 was Gu Yang's faction. He had a total of 27, while Yi Jikyu's faction had 19. Although he didn't know what ranking that was, it was definitely not low. That was because many factions only had 3 to 5 flags. One reason was because they weren't that good at observing the situation and hadn't chosen good paths, ending up running into others. The other reason was because they hadn't seized the initiative, and others had taken flags on their paths before they could get to them. Just as Long Chen was about to touch that flag, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. A terrifying gale was charging at him from behind. Before the attack had even arrived, a powerful pressure already caused his bones to shiver. Without even thinking about it, he immediately dodged to the side. Twisting his head, he saw that Gu Yang had already arrived where he had been, currently just missing his punch. "Your reactions aren't bad, but that won't stop me from crushing you." Gu Yang was a bit surprised that Long Chen had managed to dodge his sneak attack. He reached out his hand to grab that flag. Long Chen snorted. Using spiritual strength to move things at a distance was extremely costly, and they already had enough flags that he didn't need this one. Pointing a finger, a blue spark shot out. Just as Gu Yang was about to touch that flag, that spark immediately ignited the flag, turning it to ashes. A flag had been trashed just like that. Gu Yang angrily smashed Long Chen with a fist. "Die!" Long Chen circulated his Feng Fu star and also punched out. Boom! Long Chen felt an unstoppable force send him flying. His arm was in great pain, almost feeling as if it was broken. What powerful strength! Long Chen was greatly shaken. Gu Yang really was inconceivably powerful. He was worthy of being an expert who had long since awakened his ancestral mark. That fist had only relied on his physical strength, but it had still sent him flying. That was the first time Long Chen had encountered someone whose physical body was more powerful than his own. Eat another one of my fists. After sending Long Chen flying, Gu Yang had quickly chased after him, smashing another fist down. This time, the sleeve over his arm completely exploded, and the tattoo-like runes over his arm lit up. Long Chen immediately felt an immense pressure. He knew Gu Yang's power had far surpassed his expectations. He no longer kept anything back. Heaven and earth shook as the divine ring appeared behind his back. A terrifying aura surged out of him, making him seem like a god of war. At the same time, he extended his hand, and a huge flame weapon appeared. That was a 3-meter-long blue-colored broadsword. The flames in that broadsword surged over and over. Runes covered it as it roasted the air. As soon as that flame blade appeared, it slashed down on Gu Yang. Boom! When that huge flame blade collided with Gu Yang's rune-covered fist, a terrifying wave of qi forced back both Long Chen and Gu Yang. Gu Yang was shocked. Although he had heard Long Chen had powerful techniques, as someone who had awakened his ancestral mark, he had never placed a brat who was only in just the late blood condensation realm in his eyes. He had thought that one blow would have been enough to crush Long Chen. He really had never imagined Long Chen would be able to receive it head-on. That huge explosion shook everyone into a brief pause, but then they quickly began to wildly fight again. That was because they saw that over half the incense stick had burned away now. They had to fight with all their strength. The entire battlefield was now extremely chaotic. None of them had any experience when it came to battling in groups, so they all fought on their own. The entire battlefield looked like a bunch of hoodlums duking it out with each other. As for Elder Sun, a fiery light appeared in his eyes when he saw that divine ring behind Long Chen's back. He could sense that ring of light was constantly absorbing energy from heaven and earth, replenishing his spiritual qi. Such a battle skill was definitely able to be called a divine technique. With such a battle skill, he would have no fear of multiple people. His greed for it increased even more. Senior Apprentice Brother Wan praised Long Chen inside when he saw he was able to block a rune-powered attack by Gu Yang, while still being in the blood condensation realm. None of these people knew that at the mouth of an immortal cave on Skywood Mountain, 2 people were lightly drinking tea and watching this entire scene. Sect leader, do you know what battle skill that is? Asked Tu Fang. Ling Yunzai shook his head. I've never heard of it. Although there are similar battle skills, those are all supplementary parts of cultivation techniques that don't help in battle. That ring of light is not just absorbing energy from the world to replenish his own, but it is also increasing his strength by several times. It doesn't look like any cultivation technique or battle skill. How interesting. Ling Yunzai and Tu Fang were hundreds of miles away watching this competition. Ling Yunzai also wanted to see just how powerful a legendary divergent was. After their exchange, Gu Yang sneered, "So you have 1 or 2 tricks, then I don't have to worry about killing you." His aura began to rise even further. The runes on his body began to quiver, appearing like countless caterpillars were twisting over his body, both extremely strange and terrifying. As his aura continued to climb, the ground beneath him began to crack. The space around him twisted, making him appear like a human-shaped monster. "I've already said that I'll crush you to pulp." Gu Yang roared. The ground beneath him exploded as he charged at Long Chen.